Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is June 11th, 2026, and we have a very interesting day on our hands. We've actually got a lot of info. You got your first central bank rate hike out of ECB, the first one in a couple of years. You had more war headlines, Trump talking about taking Kharg Island, and there was one more. You had a China crackdown. Oh, no, I'm missing one more thing, but long story short, the market has brushed off a lot of it. Oh, the PPI data, that even came in slightly hotter again, but the market was kind of already up pre-market. It's still holding up. I mean, some people are feeling we get a relief rally day, but what you've seen the last couple of days, very simple. Probably going to get some level of rotation off the morning, and then it's a matter of which ones actually stay up. So it's Friday, Junior. It's been a week pretty much since June 3rd. I mean, your momentum has gone out the window, and now we still got a couple of pieces we're juggling, but the market did showing a little bit more signs of life today. But I'm sure the question, does it remain? Do we hit new lows? 11, 20, 26. And we have a very interesting... But Chatadonia, you know the vibes. Before we begin, before we chase a dollar, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, active service, past service, anybody who has served this nation. God bless you and thank you for real. I hope you get a long term. I hope everything we do here can help in any sort of way, but at the very least, thank you for your commitment to all of our collective freedom. And I don't know if the rest of you, I don't know if you support a war or not, but let me remind you, man, it's whether you will believe in the war or not. It's just, the fact is, I hope you believe in the honor of those who have given so much for their country and have decided to give up so much for people they have never even met. So veterans, the families, thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless every single one of you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the church! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia! Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Happy Friday, Junior. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. I hope you're awake. Otherwise, you still have time to go back to bed. That's what I'm saying. The algos are ready today. That's it. We've had 4 or 5 days. What's happening? Oh, my gosh. So, chat, we got a lot in store. 2 minutes. I'm going to be watching the staple rotations. So Pepsi, Walmart, MO, we'll see how they end up doing. Again, keep an eye on healthcare as well. Again, Clove started moving. That play, we're just looking to make it free eventually, but just in the whole vibe of rotation in healthcare, just see how those keep going. Again, nuclear plays, they gave an update, and then Oklo, they got some sort of approval there. Again, those are up there, especially with all the energy stuff. I'd keep an eye on nuclear if that could continue. And then VSAT, they got something, some sort of contract from Space Force. So we'll see if that continues. And then eyeing any double dip plays for Palant, Zillow, anything in between. You should even be getting meta headlines tomorrow. So we will find out, Habibi. We will find out. But other than that, we got 1 minute and 30 seconds until the bell. Oh, no, I'm going to get it. I hope. I think we have time. We should have time. How do we not have time? It's game time. Oh, I need a carbo, actually. Now that I think about it, sounds like a great idea. It's game time. go, baby. Good morning. I hope you woke up and drive. He wants to fight you mad.
I think he's so sad.
Let's go, baby. 30 seconds.
Or a little cuckoo.
Make the long term go buku. They hate AI art.
Cause it's not really art.
Let's go. All right, yeah, and I left DVR on Gen Pop. I left DVR on. I want to see if it fixes any of your lag, but yeah, you might fall behind. So be on the lookout. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty, and then Oracle too. Again, their earnings not good, but it is within. I think it's actually below 1 standard deviation. So see if that starts to move towards 13. Again, Bond's got a little bit of a pop, surprisingly. All said and done, Clove hit 555 pre-market. But like I'm saying, watch XLV. It's actually up again. They were up more, but they just had a pretty weak close. And then Nivda. SanDisk was up 4% as well, too. So now it's only up 2.5. But where are we? 0.3 on the SPY, 0.4. NASDAQ is up by 0.7. Russell, 0.8. Dow, 0.5. Not too bad. Oracle. Bibsy. Oh, we need to see those. Where's Staples? So Staples are negative now. This is kind of how XLV played out. But just keep in mind if any of those start to move. I mean, even Walmart opened up. Metals on the high. Those got washed overnight. Pfizer. So, okay. Healthcare, biotechs. Remember XBI yesterday. Micron, a service now. IGV is washed because of Oracle. Oracle's still coming down. And then SPY, 722. SMCI. Is Ford halted? I don't think so. Might be tripping. Oh, it did have a pretty decent drop, but no. I think it's trading. BMY, SMCI, they got to upgrade. Remember, they got killed 30% yesterday off of their offering. They hate AI art. Tesla. Yeah, Trump did. Trump said he wants Carg Island and he's gonna strike. That's what it caused a little freak out pre-market, but again, until oil gets above like 93,000, I wouldn't really freak out too much. As weird as that may sound. Is Cyber going up today? No, a couple of them. Oracle option chain open. And then SMCI. SPY, first candle's down. I mean, you're still up by a little bit more than a quarter. Oh, shit. And then Oracle on the low, Intel. PPI came in hot. All right, well, I got one for you. I'm starting off. I wanted to wait a little bit, but it's finally, they started to drop. But I took an average down on Zillow. I just went closer to the money on August calls. So I went a decent amount closer now that they finally went down. The first one's dropped like 30. I have the oracles from yesterday that I gambled on. Those are dead, unfortunately. Like I said, I was going to sell out for the loss yesterday, but then I wanted the government headline. But that one did not materialize. Again, Oracle, the thing was their spending, but that was one of those software names with the guidance. Could have been. I'm surprised they didn't kill it more. I guess I could say that. But yeah, those are washed. And then Pfizer's still going up. We do have it in the long term. Oracle is indeed in the long term. XLP, UNH, Pepsi, MO. None of those moved yet. And then Adobe and CRM on the low, and Google. Damn. So software is still all kind of selling off pretty hard. I mean, even Palantir drop. Where's Microsoft? Yeah, every single major software name is in the gutter right now. Pfizer's going straight up. Alibaba, again, there was a big China crackdown on e-commerce names, so watch if those continue or not. Is Intuit? Damn, 278. So yeah, Intuit took another 2%. I mean, they're already at the bottom. That's kind of crazy. So again, but it does seem like all of software. Marvel's coming up right now. Intel's on the high. ABAT. Oh, what was the other one? There's like Battle, these like battery companies. We got a couple of these small cap runners. TSM going up. Micron. I mean, SPY's still green, 0.3. Again, Dow, NASDAQ, 0.5, 0.7. Russell is the leader here of the day. Netflix, yeah, they got washed. Where's Meta? Meta was up earlier, but now that flipped too. So once again, the last like 3-4 days, you haven't even had Mag 7 playing along. So not only are we missing out of our chip momentum, but chips are going up. SMH is up 3. But yeah, you've been missing out with the other activity. All this, well, SpaceX is tomorrow. We should hear somewhat about the pricing today. But yeah, I mean, if all is according to plan, SpaceX should literally be in the next 24 hours. Baba, SAP, PayPal on the high. They're moving a little bit post-market. Conagra. So see if the staples start moving up. Again, XLP. Right now, there's no real clear rotation. Like I'm saying, you got this algo move. You got a little things bouncing. Chips are up 3, but any of these industries that rotated, they're either like break even or like barely down right now. But they have not yet made a move. And then there's Broadcom. PPCB. And then Fubo from yesterday, you had a couple of headlines. They're going up. Top Trump officials viewed Carg Island capture as endgame option. Edwards Life Sciences. So you got one medical devices. I don't know if that's going to be a little baby rotation. I might. E-dubs early, Habibi, early. Where is a Pepsi, Coca-Cola? Adobe earnings today. Communications, MDT now. It's another medical devices. These are the first little healthcare rotation I'm spotting here in the morning. If SAP came down, I mean, especially with the euros. Oh, I think it did. Yeah, SAP already dropped. That might be good for a double dip. I mean, we played at 150 last time. But yeah, especially with how, I mean, again, the Europeans just had a rate hike today. But people were hoping, if anything war-related too, end of the war would be a more positive tailwind for the Europeans than not. They hate AI art. Good morning. Where's XLE? XLE's still up. PPCB, that was running earlier. Little small cap. There's been one of those every single day. NVO. And Abivi. More biotechs. Again, Pfizer out the jump. Again, Pfizer is still up 2.3. And we'll see. I mean, so far, every other day, I mean, we'd get these little algo moves. You were going up the first 10 minutes. So, first 10 minutes here, you have kind of edged down a little bit. So, we'll see, again, whether or not this morning move holds up and what rotates. That is still the question. Gilead. And then Microsoft on the low. Abivi. IGV is about to break down, too. Microsoft still going. Microsoft's down 2 now. Again, Google's down 1.6. Amazon's down 0.6. Where's Apple? Apple's actually in the green, but low ticker's starting to pick up. A couple volatility indexes and defense now on the high. I see defense and biotechs. Yeah, XBI is on the high now. If it meets criteria, would I play SpaceX? I would. No. It's not. I mean, I'm open to it. Like I said, there's been times where overhyped IPOs haven't, like, I thought they would die and they went up, like Rivian. And then there's times where, yeah, it just died, like Coinbase or even ARM. So if it meets criteria, I'm down. But if not, I'm not gonna really force it. Into it, 277. What price? So we were talking, what, like 215, 220? Or 250, 220, I think? Yeah, or 190 was its COVID low. 260 was like its COVID middle. 240. But yeah, I like Intuit even more. I'm telling you. I can't believe it's almost $100 since that video. Yeah, IGV, I mean, it's not... All the other software names are doing bad. You got one of the bigger weightings with Oracle doing bad, and then even Microsoft. So, but then it's also kind of rotating too. The fact that you have chips up 2.5. We just need to see if this holds up throughout the rest of the day. I'm sure there's going to be some back and forth. And now staples are starting to go up. SPY near the low. Adobe earnings is today, yes. Let me see. I don't think those will hit. Space on the high, SPCE, and then Saddle. Oh, what was the other one? Viasat? I think that was the other one. Some of these space satellite companies are catching a bid. These are so expensive, baby. Oh, it's not bad. Alright, these ones aren't gonna hit, but they're low enough. Good risk to rewardation, you know? Intel's still climbing up. IGV. All right. Get lucky with premium. But yeah, I didn't go big, and those are tiny. But yeah, I wouldn't pay more than that. Not a recommendation. Broadcom is on the high ticker. I think all of the chips, man, they're doing pretty good. Again, Korea's even up by 3. Again, overall, Asia didn't do too well. The stream is glitchy. Are you sure? Is it really not I thought what's it called? DVR would help you guys out. So you do have DVR on. Be careful. Silver starting to run. UAE and Iran have said to met face to face to ease tensions. So you got SPY and oil moving off of that. UAE and Iran apparently have face-to-face meeting. A lot of things are popping. Chips, again, I think Intel's leading, and now SPY's moving off of that. Low ticker just kind of got froze off of that headline. Again, Intel's at 117? Intel's up another 20% or 10%. Now Crowd, a couple of cyber names are starting to go up. And yeah, see what IGV software. That candle's getting bigger. So again, oil's candle was a little bit lower than that, but you just got your first little headline update that actually moved you. The news is UAE and Iran set to have met face-to-face to ease tensions. UAE leaders want to keep bold economic ambitions, investing billions of dollars, and data centers on track. The relationship with Tehran is important. So yeah, that's the headline. You're ripping off of that. For now. Well, that's the only one. That's literally that headline. It didn't move oil as much. Again, we're getting near the 89, but I do think that is your only update you've gotten right there. I mean, again, we were already, the bias this morning was already towards a bounce. That's what we were talking about in the AM. It's just one of those things where 4 days, pretty much since June 3rd, we've been down. There was even a lot of like bad news this morning, but then the market was still kind of ignoring it. So I do think any little optimism is probably getting met with that desire to bounce a little bit. So, like I'm saying, give it we'll find out probably by the first hour, and we'll see which rotations and what holds up. But that is your first update. I mean, that just caused a 0.5% move right there. Let's see. What's the EHS? If all the semis sold off, would that bring more downside? Of course. That would be assuming that all the semis sell off. That would cause downside in and of itself. And then what would matter is what the other names do. What does everybody else do that's not a semi? Do they come down with the semis, or do they kind of catch a bid and then do we broaden out like we've seen in the last couple of days? More Oracle. If it goes below our purchase price, so we're still up on Oracle, sadly. But then again, and that's why I'm like, you got into it just trading at a very low low. But, so if Oracle came back below where we bought it, I would consider it. But for now, if I was going to consider any tech or any sort of software that's down, it's probably going to be Oracle, to be honest with you. Otherwise, I like a dividend, and I need a dividend. Right, Kimberly? Please hold. Thursday is always red. Not as of lately. I think last Thursday was actually green. So if anything, we've had worse days, and then Friday was the ugly one last week. Actually, where's the checkup? How much a up? How much a down? SPY 327 in the green. Wow. Dow Jones 18 in the green, 12 in the red. And then 54.50. Alrighty. You need this upside momentum to continue. Not a recommendation. Oh, Kieran! You just gave me 100? Nothing? What's up, baby? Good morning. Good morning. Or not. So I'm talking about. Oh, happy Friday, Junior. Woo! Woo, woo! The meta thesis, not just Friday. I mean, it has lacked volatility this week, but yeah, by tomorrow, I mean, we're either, hopefully it comes in during market hours, but yeah, I was just hearing about the court case. And then that either slap on the wrist or they slap that shit down. I should have got more of those. Last Thursday. Oh, yeah, wasn't it? You're right. That was last Thursday. We just kind of... That was later in the day, though. And then there was a lag. So, but this time, I mean, oil, you could argue, would be the lag. But for now, I'm not as... even that other one I wasn't confident in. But yeah, we'll see. For now, though, a little bit... I'm just going off of this morning, kind of, we brushed off everything, holding to a certain degree. But yeah, I still think the broader situation, the dollar pressure, the bonds, I think all of that is still there. If we can get a bounce out of software, I think that'll help out a lot. Yeah, IGV recovered half of it. Microsoft, I mean, Oracle's still down, but if that thing could start to move. I got two SPYs here. Apple. I mean, even NVIDIA. Again, chips are the ones killing it. Chips are up by 4% right now. And Q, yeah, 1.5 on the NASDAQ, 0.7 on SPY, 0.7 on Dow. You have great value. Well, thank you, Kieran. God bless you, bro. You want Constellation? I mean, if we need energy headlines, that's pretty much it. Oh, I think they got something the other day. Who was it? Or no, I'm not thinking there's somebody we woke up to, they got a deal. But yeah, I mean, I like Constellation is the biggest one that's like lagging. So, I mean, I could consider it, but for now, I would probably wait a little bit, or the first moment of, like, momentum. I think that's where you'll start to get some of that. Or, like, back to the momentum of these, war headlines. Or not war, excuse me, industrial build out and how everybody responds. Rivian. All right, well, SPY's at a high. XLE is even coming down. I mean, oil at 89. Crowd, big pop. It's just melting up. I wouldn't call that a big one. I think, again, a lot of IGV names started to move up. Yeah, even cybersecurity. Some are still in the red, like Sentinel. There's not really any news. I mean, we had a lot of different headlines throughout the day with ECB, the rate hikes, the bad data. You even got war headlines. But like right here, they said that Iran and the UAE met for face-to-face de-escalation talks, and then that kind of sparked everything. But we already had a little bit of a recovery bounce spark in the morning. Still mad early though. It hasn't even been 30 minutes. So like I was saying, the first 10 minutes we sold off, which was a little different than the last couple days. But every day this week we've started one way, and then yeah, by middle of the day it'll definitely flip. So that's why I'm saying the rotations, keep eyes. I mean, you have financials holding up, staples, everything's just like right in the middle. Even healthcare wants to go a little bit. So we'll see. XLY, DraftKings. Energy names are on the low now, like Halliburton, Conoco, Oxy. Those are all printing the low ticker. Just literally energy. And then chips are leading. I mean, as far as the whole recovery oversold. I mean, chips are up 4.5 right now, or just under that. Into it. Nvidia, the slot bowls are on the high. Seems like a good time. Yeah, I think the Nasdaq's the one that's 50-50. Everything else, SPY and Dow, they're leading. Dow's doing very good, 22 green. LMT, credit cards on the low. The staples are coming down. Well, it's not all of them, but MO is doing good. They already flipped. CLX is on the low, then Bank of America. So a couple of the rotation names are starting to go down, and that's what we want to see today is the first sign of recovery, do they? Because there's times, too, like days like today where the rotations and the names that got sold off could both go up together, but seems there's a little bit of hesitancy. I said Oracle. You think I meant Intuit? On which one? I like both of them. I mean, but yeah, I only own Oracle. Oh, Xerox. Bro, every day this thing moves. Fun time. Fun time. Iran fortifies Karg Island. On semis coming back. We just need momentum. That's it. I mean, June is going to be big. I mean, whether it's up or down, but we've already moved so much in June. There's a big opportunity for a wide range, but yeah, it's just going to be a matter of the actual momentum coming back, whether that's through headlines, updates, company guidance, maybe the next set of earnings, or again, just overall policy. And if Wall Street starts to feel like the economy is still good, policy won't get in the way, we don't have to worry about rate hikes, we don't have to worry about the dollar or bond yields. These are things that could bring that momentum back, or again, something to cause spending and excitement in building out AI. That just think about what we went through the last couple weeks. We just every day we were waking up with something on chips and buying chips and AI and how expensive it is, and that just kind of calmed down. So that's what we're waiting for. But whenever the momentum, if we know it's coming back, I love all those plays. If not, I think all those plays are going to be stuck for a little bit. That's why June is so I don't know, high stakes, because it's again either momentum continues or not. And then now at this range, you've moved like 5-6%, if not 12% on the chip index. So there's a lot of range that we could be moving in. So I do think at the very least you are going to get some volatility this month. I think the biggest like pivot has just been from high momentum, crazy every day to like just moving at this speed. But that's what I'm saying. I still think the volatility is there. I still think the market has a lot to do, but yeah, we just went from this was that thing we talked about, just kind of be careful of the stall. You know, straight up, straight down is actually quite easy, but when it kind of chills, that's where we run into an issue. IRGC threatens Middle East energy infrastructure over large-scale attack. CNN says Iran prepares defenses on Karg Island. There you go, CNN wire. Well, let's see. Like I'm saying, I think we're supposed to be more war sensitive if oil goes above 93. That's kind of the thing I'd be looking for. Plant, IGV, Zoom is on the high. Repl, now Lunar, now SanDisk. So the chips are still floating away. Blue Owl on the high. Poet, SanDisk. Again, SanDisk is up 6. And TSM is up. And Intel too, dude. That's the crazy part. Intel is at 117. I feel like that's like a subtle runner. YPF. Yeah, Intel, AMD. Chips are leading it from SanDisk to Intel to AMD and all these other, even fucking Marvel's going up. Crusoe pushed aside at Wyoming AI project after Google concerns. I don't know what this one is. Crusoe? I don't think they're public. But something about a Google data center cancellation thing. All right, well, SPY's still going. You've brushed off any of the other headlines. Oil popped a little bit, but you're still kind of just continuing this same direction we've been at. It's still kind of small, though. It's at 0.8, though. Decent, but you were, I mean, NASDAQ 1.6. Remember, some of these other days you were, the other day the NASDAQ was up before it sold off, I think it was up 2.5%. Or, again, that was on the Monday. That was like a 2.5% day. So you're at 1 now, still pretty small, all things considered. Broadcom's going up again. Broadcom's up 2.2. Oracle. Well. And then there's IGV, Habibi. HPE and Dell, they're all up 3. Again, even NVIDIA and above 200. No, Stitch Fix was up, I'm pretty sure. They like said they're returning to growth and stuff. I want to say it was a decent one. I didn't look. I just read the headline. Fortinet, more cybersecurity. Again, cyber was in the red to start off today, and now that's starting to come up. Again, cyber has sold off pretty hard in the last couple of days. Tap. See what these staples do. Again, XLP is just staying right here in the middle. This is what I'm saying I wanted to see, is that now if all these names that were down start to go up, what do these names that went up when those names went down over the last like week? Because again, XLV is up like 5-6% on the week. So yeah, that's why I just see how these end up playing out. On Hawk, I think they had a headline yesterday. I remember seeing that one. Well, let's check. Stitch Fix doing data centers now. That's exactly what we need. It's innovation. Yeah, Hawk wins $100 million in contracts. That was a couple days ago. International Contract Awards, May 8th. SanDisk again. Oh yeah, you're right. ASML and Elon. Elon is going to be at an ASML event. Oh, they're into the high. Or was it, bro? SAP came down today, finally. That one looks pretty compelling. And Intel new high. Oh, illegal. Y'all on one today, man. Good morning. on this Friday, Junior. Order. It's a good time if anybody wants a long term. Your boy Legal. He's ready. He's ready and willing. Are you ready and willing? That's the real question. Pentagon tells GAO pricey F-35 needs $13 billion more of new funds to boost lagging F-35 readiness rate. Marvel, more chips, small ones, big ones, memory, you name it, but just all, again, if anything, NVIDIA is probably the one that's not moving as much. NVIDIA is still lagging socks. Supreme Court shields investment funds from shareholder suits. Bezos is on CNBC. Jeffrey? Hefe? Cardinal Health, that's another one of these healthcare names. Like I'm saying, that staple, or that rotation, held up in its own weird way. Jeff, bro, why does Jeff look so old now?
Much more quickly than is possible.
Right, so
Jeff's
truncating
aging
the
like
amount
me,
of time,
bro.
obviously, that's currently exists. I mean, we had solar panels on the White House back in the,
That's right.
back in the mid to late 70s.
Yes, Carter.
Mid to late 70s.
Carter put solar panels on.
40 years, 50
They
years
were-
later, we've advanced a lot, but I'm
Yes.
just trying to understand, if you are successful, what that would look like in terms of even something where we think we've had a lot of advancement, solar.
If you think about anything, Vic brought up the example of a jet engine. What if you could, instead of a team of 1,000 people working for 10 plus years to build a next generation of jet engine, what if they could do that in 5 years or 2 years or 1 year? And then extrapolate that through all kinds of technologies. We build these incredibly sophisticated microprocessors and GPUs today with these exotic techniques, ultraviolet lithography and so on, and these exquisite tools that make these chips. There's a company called ASML that makes a lot of these tools, and these are incredibly complex tools. What if ASML could use the
Speaking
kinds
of ASML,
tools that
ASML,
Prometheus
you
is
pump
developing
them.
so that their next generation of tools could come faster? It's about accelerating that loop, so the kind of dream build loop. Somebody thinks of an idea and they want to go to the next level of technology, whatever it is. If you're talking about lithography, maybe it's helium beams or something like this, but there's some next idea. And then you need to to actually build that thing, if you want to do it faster, you need to be able to simulate all of the physics and all of the things that would even down to the manufacturing processes inside a computer.
Right.
And that's very difficult to do,
I
but
would
it's
assume
possible.
So. But what gives you the confidence that it is possible? What signs of progress, conceivably, can you already point to at Prometheus, Jeff, that account for the fact of bringing in all this capital to pursue this?
Yeah, we've already done internally certain benchmarks where we can do things, some of these simulations, much faster than you would do with traditional techniques. It's a little premature to talk too much about what the team has accomplished so far, but it's really quite remarkable. And again, this team is just so impressive, and the work they're doing is as challenging as it is. It's also really important work, and it's intellectually interesting and of great value.
Right. Vic, what do you think is going to distinguish Prometheus and bring success? I say that because I can think of simulations, the likes of a Tesla, for example, and what they can do conceivably also to try to truncate the manufacturing process for automobiles. It's not as though others aren't pursuing similar things and using the compute that is now available to do it.
Well, so first of all, the kinds of tasks that we're talking about that an artificial general engineer can accomplish, they're not things that human beings do today through words alone. You don't build a bridge or a jet engine through words, even the words that relate to mathematics. It's about shapes, assemblies, and to understand how something like that works inside the object, you have to understand the physics, which is very complicated, three-dimensional forces and fields and how they change over time. So all of that has required us to develop new approaches to those kinds of AI problems, and we've made a lot of progress there. The other thing that distinguishes us, and this is really fundamental, Jeff mentioned it also, is the incredible team that we've assembled to work on this idea, which includes some of the most mission-oriented AI researchers and engineers in the world, but because we're engaged in the physical economy, also includes people who build things, who would use these tools, who teach us what are the most important problems and how can the solutions be judged.
Right. You know, Jeff, we spent a lot of time, of course, talking about Codex from OpenAI, Claude Code.
Yeah,
Mythos,
dollar is
the
up.
incredible power and the
hot dog.
exponential that we're in right now in terms of the power of these
not good.
models. What gives
Dollar
you the
finally did
confidence that
break
at
out
some
here if it
point one of
holds.
these large LLMs is not going to be able to conceivably come up with the similar approach that you're talking about, given they do seem to be, I mean, we're already at recursive self-improvement to a certain extent, so it's hard to, you can imagine anything.
Yeah. Well, as Vic was just saying, part of what's going on is
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom
you
on
can't
this
do
place.
this
Follow me on
engineering
Instagram, at the
with
Trading
symbol
Fraternity.
manipulation alone. The
God
current
bless the cult.
what LLMs really do well today is knowledge work. This is why they're very good at coding, for example, very good at math and a bunch of things like that. But this is operating at a different level of detail. It's a little bit like if I said to you, if I read 1,000 books on how to be a gymnast, I still wouldn't be a good gymnast. And there's
You'd be pretty good on the rings,
no,
on
trust
the
me, I'd
rings
be a
right now,
very
Jeff, with
bad
those.
gymnast. Thank you.
Okay.
Very bad gymnast.
Yeah.
And so there are different kinds of knowledge that you need, and you need to train these models on the right kinds of data. And the LLMs, as impressive as they are and as useful as they are, and they've been trained on this giant corpus of humanity's knowledge that was already pre-existing on the internet. What we're doing is very different because we have to create our data sets. We have to create our data sets and access data sets that are very hard to access. And so even the training data is completely different from what the LLMs that you're accustomed to have access to.
So you feel like that gives you a moat at this point?
It's very differentiated, and because you need access to that kind of data to
Right.
be able to build a model like this.
Something else you need access to is compute, I would assume.
Yeah.
I don't know what percentage of the money I just talked about goes to that, but I would imagine a large part. Do you have enough compute?
We do have enough compute. We've acquired a lot of compute, and we will actually be needing more too. And you're right, that is a big chunk of the funding we've raised. And one of the reasons we've had to raise a significant amount of funding is because this is what we're doing is very compute intensive, and we need to create that data, the data set that we were just talking about. That's
Right.
also a very expensive investment.
So capital raises you see going on for some time?
Well, we'll see what happens there. We just concluded our Series B, and so we're not thinking
SMC, I gotta
about Series
upgrade.
C quite yet.
After
This
dumping
was
on
obviously
people
outside
yesterday.
capital. You contributed much of the first round of capital, correct?
Yeah, well, yes, I was. I did, but I also participated
Pfizer
in
on
the
the high
Series
and
B as well.
J&J.
Is
I
Amazon,
forgot about
I
CBOE.
think about compute and AWS. What is the relationship, if any, between this company and Amazon, both on leasing compute, but also on sort of the real world possibilities, given I can imagine a company like Amazon, for example, would also benefit from some of the technology you're discussing?
Well, absolutely. Anybody with setting up data centers is a kind of manufacturing process, and it's easy to imagine Amazon or any hyperscaler using the kinds of tools that Prometheus builds to improve their data centers. So that's certainly a possibility. At the same time, of course, it's easy to imagine Prometheus being a customer of AWS on the compute side.
Right, but is it at arm's length? I mean, I know you're a separate independent company,
Yeah.
but there may be assumptions that, well, you'd be very tied into Amazon for obvious reasons.
Well, it would be arm's length, and we actually have compute from a multitude of sources. So we need to. Right now, compute is scarce enough that you get it where you can.
You get it where you can, yeah.
Including AWS.
Right. All right, you guys are co-CEOs. How do you divide responsibilities?
We don't really divide responsibilities. So we're talking to each other multiple times a day, and we're both involved in all of the decisions. Really, it's not like you say, okay, you handle this half of the company, and I'll
Okay,
handle
Spies
this
back
half.
at open.
Right.
You're slightly below
We're tight
VWAP.
at the hip. We're both
Staples
jacks of
are
all
starting to
trades.
climb
So
again.
you're doing,
Which you need to
and
be
chips
at
coming
this stage
down.
of a company.
Well, you were never a co-CEO at Amazon. You were
No,
always
but I
the
was,
CEO.
but I was a
And
jack of
IGV.
all trades.
Yeah, you're starting
Why
to
the
flip
decision
to
to take the
to the
CEO
rotations
role,
now again.
Jeff? You're first since obviously resigning as CEO at Amazon, I think 5 years ago.
Well, I started out, in late 24 with Vic as an investor in Prometheus. And so I was a founding investor. And as I saw what we were doing, and as I became so impressed by what was happening and the potential that I decided I couldn't sit on the sidelines and I needed to jump in with both
ALHC,
feet. So
didn't you
here
see
I
that
am.
one yesterday?
And it is a grind, but it's a good grind.
And
It's
then
type 2
Verizon,
fun.
too.
You know, it's that
And then
fun
Wally
where after
World.
you finish climbing the mountain, you're like, oh boy, that was fun climbing the
Feel
mountain.
good, right?
Yeah.
So are you spending most of your time? I mean,
Prometheus is the bulk of my time. I'm also spending a lot of time on Blue.
Yeah.
I'm spending a lot of time on AI at Amazon. So
it's
the
healthcare.
common thread in my time spent is mostly AI.
right. And it's working okay, Vic? I mean,
Oh
you
yes,
know.
yes. Of course, I love working with Jeff, but
I could leave for a minute if you wanted, you know.
If I want to get the
a
truth,
candid
you mean?
answer, right?
yes. No, as Jeff
all of
mentioned,
them.
it's
Again,
something that
communications
we've
in their
both
own
been
little
thinking
area,
about
but
for a long time. from
XLP,
different
MO,
perspectives.
Pepsi,
and you know,
Walmart,
one
Kimberly, they're all
thing
moving
that
up there.
we
And that's
really
after
share, everyone
Staples
in the company,
excuse me,
is Jeff's
Chips
devotion
and software
to
both took a little
obsession
candle
with the
down.
customer, which in our form, our variant of that, requires us to really understand end to end who are these engineers that we serve, what are their problems, what are their aspirations, their dreams, how do they work, what do they want to accomplish, how to make their lives better.
Right.
So
To
that's a
unleash
huge-
their imagination.
Yes.
So these, you know, for Prometheus, the engineer is the customer.
Yeah.
And so how do we make their life better in every way? How do we give them tools that unleash their imagination? Right now, if you imagine something, everybody has this experience. You are, you know, sitting down to dinner and you're having a conversation. You say, "I wish there was something that could do this or that." And
Right.
we all are inventors in our own way. Those ideas, 99.9% of the time, never leave somebody's head because they're too hard to do. And so if you can
You imagine
reduce
a world in which that would not be the
Yes,
case?
you know,
How far away are we from that? I mean, this sounds as though it's still quite early.
Yeah, it's hard to say, and you're right, it's early. We have many miles to go. You know, there's so much hard work ahead of us at Prometheus. We're at the very early stages, even though we've made a lot of progress. There's still so much to do. You have to remember the surface area of this problem that we're talking about is gigantic. So you know, if you think of the manufacturing processes, you know, there are hundreds of kinds of welding.
Yeah.
There's, you know, there's stamping and forging
Hershey's
and casting
on the high.
and
Now
3D
General Mills.
printing and CNC
So, man,
milling
more
and
Staples, more consumer names. XLP's on the high,
lithography
Spy's coming
and
down.
so on and so on and so on.
Again, took
there's
about
endless applications.
took just under an hour
Thousands
though,
of
but
kinds
first set of moves is
manufacturing
not holding up.
processes.
So you have to
And then
focus
as you're
on
coming
a handful
straight
of them,
down,
though,
you
Jeff,
have
or
the,
can you actually
Staples coming straight
prioritize
up.
in your ambition?
You can prioritize to some degree, but you would be surprised, any complex object, if you look at your iPhone, how many of those processes are used in that supply chain.
So in your iPhone, for example,
Yes.
there are processes like casting that actually even date from the Bronze Age all the way to things that we've invented in the last few years. So to make any object, as Jeff is saying, you need thousands of these manufacturing processes to come together.
But you mentioned the jet engine, for example, 10 years. I mean, is
Yeah.
there an idea that at some point, if you guys were successful, that process could be brought down to as little as a year? I don't know. I'm just.
Absolutely.
You think
Yeah.
so?
Yes, and imagine how much that would change the world. I mean, the world has become a lot smaller due to 5-6 generations of jet engines, each more efficient than the last. How much progress could we have made if that generational time was measured in months instead of a decade?
Right. Jeff, we're in I don't want to say perhaps a fraught moment. I mean, there's a lot of negative view of AI overall, a lot of it concerning job losses.
Yeah.
And when I listen to you and the productivity gains that conceivably could come about as a result of success, I do wonder, do we lose jobs as a result of this, given you're going to be taking the manufacturing process and sort of doing it in a very different way?
No, I know there's a lot of concern in general about AI and job loss. I have a very different view. I think what's actually going to happen is we're going to have labor scarcity as a result. People are going to have to work hard.
You said that with Andrew a few weeks
Yeah,
ago
and
when
I
you
really
talked
believe
to him.
it.
Why do you believe that?
I know why people are pessimistic. They're pessimistic because a bunch of smart people are telling them to be pessimistic.
Coca-Cola,
Those people are
Google, and
wrong.
Meta on the low.
This is going
then
to
Walmart,
be
Coke,
when you
Abbott,
have
CBOE. It's a value
this
rotation
can be
now,
very
but mainly
significant
consumer
productivity in the
staple
economy.
names, and then
And
one beaten
that
down
is going
financial.
to raise the standard of
But
living.
yeah, then you
so
got
that
Google
a lot
and
of
Meta
people
on the
who,
low.
for example, today
So Mag
have,
7 chips kind of slowing down,
two-earner
everything else coming up.
households, perhaps one of those earners will decide not to be in the job market.
Kimberly
and
hasn't been above
so they'll
102
become a
in
one-earner
3 months.
household. Maybe some people who are working overtime will stop working overtime because they don't want to work overtime. So there's going to be, when you have that much productivity in the economy.
Yeah, it's how every day's
that
played out
is-
so far this week. You get a
the
bid
basket
on
of
one
goods that
area, and
people
then it
can
just
afford
fades after the
on
first
less
hour.
money
Up,
goes
and you think
up.
the
We'll see, though.
rewards
I
will
mean,
be
it could still
shared in
go
that way. I
either
don't want to
way,
get
but
into the wealth
that's what I'm saying.
discussion. You've
Pay
already
attention
had
to the
that. So-
rotation and what
Of
actually
course,
holds.
This is, if I take you back to the plow, they can't help but be shared that way. These inventions drive fundamental progress. You know, somebody invents penicillin and it does help everyone. Somebody invents, solar cells and it does help everyone. And so on. You know, the iPhone doesn't get reserved for just a few people. It's not how it works. It's the inventions themselves that spread throughout society and improve life.
As you said at the beginning, you share this optimism?
I do. This is really important, right? What creates jobs? Companies occasionally create jobs, but what really creates jobs is invention. Inventions are based on dreams, but invention means that you actually make the dream a reality. The more that we invent new objects, new industries.
Oil's even coming up. Oil's back in the 90s.
Proliferation of engineers everywhere, because
Yes.
conceivably my dreams can now come
Absolutely.
true. I mean,
Yes, we will create more
because we're not going to have
engineering
workers
jobs.
in manufacturing plants. That's already being automated, isn't it? I mean,
A lot of it is automated already, but
Yeah.
we will have more engineers. We will have more jobs in engineering and manufacturing as a result of inventing more.
as a result of inventing more.
Yes.
I'm always curious.
Unleashing imagination.
How many years? When are we going to be sitting here and I'm going to be
Well, it's
talking
going to
about,
happen.
you know,
It'll happen piece by piece. So there won't be anything that happens suddenly. It won't be, a moment. But you will see very significant change, progress in a kind of 10-year time frame for sure.
Back to Prometheus, the company. There's been some reporting on it, and again, I think this is the first opportunity you've had to actually discuss it. There's this idea that you're also going to be buying
stock selling
companies to benefit from the use of your technology for those companies. Is that the case? And if so, is it part of Prometheus? Is it a separate vehicle that will do that investing, Jeff?
Yes, we may buy parts of companies and so on who could benefit from this technology, and then help them improve their processes, their manufacturing process, or what have you. It's premature to say too much about that. That plan is still in work.
Okay, but sort of what, a private equity approach in the sense of having a portfolio of companies that you're then deploying the technology for and increasing the value of?
I'm not sure I would frame it that way, but it is. It's just a little premature to talk about.
Okay. Vic, when I hear you guys talking, I do wonder about AutoCAD, for example. I mean, just computer-aided design. Is this the death of that if you
No,
succeed?
It's not going to be the death of that. There are products today, big ones, airplanes, jet engines, where CAD systems are the system of record. At the same time, for decades, engineers have worked with tools that descend for drafting. And for the next generation of invention, there are probably better ways to design things, better ways to interact with designs, better ways to predict whether the designs work in a computer, and better ways to make designs from the
Couple
beginning that
healthcares
are
are selling
buildable,
off
that
now.
are manufacturable. And that requires us to reimagine that
And then
process.
Chip's got a
end to end.
candle there too,
Right.
so watch how that
I mean,
dynamic plays
you're
out.
obviously you're identifying and creating data sets that don't exist.
Yes.
You've got to come up with an interface, I guess, ultimately that engineers are going to be able to use. You guys have a lot of work ahead of you, right?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes.
So again, I come back to signposts. When you're not a public company, we don't have to hold you accountable, but I am curious, as I hope we do, we sit down in some period of time again, what will I be asking you about, or what will you be able to say, hey, David, look what we're able to do now? What will be a manifestation of success?
Well, we will have early product rollouts. It's too early to lay out a timetable for that. So just have to
literally
stay
one
tuned.
candle
but
from
you
the
will see
chips
products
will
roll
get you
out.
right back above VWAP.
And in terms of the timeline of Prometheus, and what I would imagine would be the
When
continued
staples
need
come
for
down.
capital. No time
So at
soon,
least it's
given
a
you're
lot
just
more
closing
obvious.
a $12 billion round.
You
Is
just
there
don't know how it's going to end
a
up.
day that you go public?
Literally, chips
I guess
down,
it's just
staples
too
go
early
up.
to
Chips
to
go
think
up,
about
staples come
that.
down.
We've got a lot of work ahead of us, and right now we're just heads down, doing the work.
How many people do you think you ultimately will need to do that work? You have 100. You said 150 now. Does that
150
continue
now.
to grow over time?
It'll continue to grow.
It will.
Yeah.
Any ambition or idea
How's
of
the
how
pup?
large
Oh,
the company might be?
He's sleeping, bro. He's lazy.
No, I don't think it'll be more. That's more of an output. You know,
I wake up,
we
he
have
just looks at
certain
me,
needs
he's like, you
on
go-
the data
you go-
side,
you
on
go
the
out there,
engineering
bro.
side, on the research
I'll see
side.
you back here
So,
later.
you know, we'll keep growing the company as that's something we'll kind of evolve into.
And small groups of people today can accomplish really large tasks, right?
Yeah.
In this space. So we have 150 people here in London and Zurich, and those teams continue to grow.
Does this become a capital game, so to speak, though, Jeff, where you just got to continue to have more capital before you can obviously get to anything approaching cash flow positive?
There's certainly there's a lot of investment required in a company in what we're doing, because you do have to build these big data sets, which is expensive, and you do have to do a lot of compute, which is expensive. So this is a capital-intensive startup. There's no
Right.
question about that.
And what's your approach to that? I notice you have had the presence of very well-known institutional investors amongst the investing group here. Is that the road you would continue to go down in terms of trying to raise capital in the future?
Well, I think we'd always be looking for investors who are interested in manufacturing and improving the manufacturing world, and who can help in that regard.
Right. I guess from an investment perspective, Vic, I'm always trying to think, well, who will be disintermediated? Who will be benefited over time, 5, 10 years from now? Will the drug industry be able to create more things or do more things? Jeff mentioned lithography. Will ASML be able to create things more quickly that will then enable more chip manufacturing? I don't know, put in some perspective for our viewers, if you're successful, what that will mean for the corporate landscape that we talk about all the time on
So
CNBC.
one thing is that innovation and change is constant. We're going to increase the pace of that innovation and change. But we are one
fucking
small
talking
company
about
operating in a physical economy,
Innovation and change.
which amounts to 60%
Kathy.
of the world's GDP. It's very large. It's $70 trillion, the entire physical economy. And so the way our tools will be deployed throughout that, how things will change, you know, that's a story that will be told over the next decade.
Yeah.
And we're at the very early stages.
And we need to be very humble about this. This is very early. We're working very hard. This is not a done deal.
Oh, no, man. Last
We've
time I
raised
saw
money,
Jeff
we have a
Bezos, he told
brilliant
me not to
team.
buy a TV.
We
there
have
was gonna be a
tremendous
recession.
work ahead of us.
And then everything
just
But you
Oh,
did
no,
choose to
Hefe.
communicate a bit today. I am
Yeah.
curious
And then he
as to
pull up
why.
with a Latina
because
wife
the
out
story
of
is kind
nowhere.
of leaking out, and so
And now
we
he-
decided
now he
we
looked
would.
like he just- I
you
don't
we
know what the
heard,
hell
for
happened.
example, that
Jeffrey,
people thought we were
Hefe.
building robots and doing world
Forgive me,
models and
Hefe.
things like this, which isn't correct. And so there's been some speculation, and we thought, look, we're not being secretive.
Right.
We're just being heads down and trying to do the work. But there's a certain amount, when you raise this much money, people do get curious. If you let that just be a complete void, they'll fill it with nonsense. So we figured we'd at least say what we're actually working on.
Well, I'm happy you've obviously done that, as you said, a $41 billion private company at this point. You know, guys, in the brief time we have left, just, you know, you are both so positive on the future for AI. And I do want to come back to this moment we're in where, you know, not a data center in my backyard. I'm going to lose my job. This technology is moving way more quickly than I can. Why? And then you mentioned, and you didn't say names, but you know, Dario Amodei's out with another piece today. I don't know if you guys have seen it. You probably haven't. Talking about the need, really, for government to get more involved. I think is fair to say, in terms of policymakers' increased openness to action, in terms of at least providing safeguards or something around it. How do you view that?
Well, look, government regulation has a lot of reasonable purposes. I mean, you know, I'm glad when I don't know if your viewers can see that bridge over there, but probably there were certain engineering standards that are written into the rules of municipalities
There
and
it is.
states
A nice view of it, yes.
and so on that make sure that that bridge is built to a standard where it's unlikely to fall down. And I think we all like that. So there are certain regulations in the world that are, you know, you get on an airplane that's and you feel comfortable. You take a drug that's been through a certain FDA process to make sure it's not toxic. There's a lot to be said for healthy government regulation to improve safety and products and so on. And I don't see why, you know, that won't be applied at some point to the kinds of new tools that are being built by AI. But you want to, when you do that, you want to regulate the application level. You don't want to accidentally outlaw the knife because it can be used in a bad way. Right, knives are
McDonald's selling
tools,
off.
and
That's
yes, every
kind of
once
weird.
in a while they get misused
And
by
Tyson, is there
someone.
something up with
But you
food?
don't say, the solution to that isn't to say, okay,
We got
no
more
more data
screwworm out
centers.
there?
Right, no more knives. That's not a smart approach to regulation. So, and by the way,
Yeah, Tyson and
on
McDonald's
this
on the
data center
low.
thing, like there will be many municipalities who say we don't want data centers in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
That's okay, because there will be many areas that will say yes.
And then, of course, there is the possibility they'll be in space. I know you believe that
Yeah,
that
they
will be
will.
the case. You discussed that a lot with
Yeah.
Andrew. I did, Jeff, because we haven't heard from you since the New Glenn rocket explosion.
Yeah.
And I am just curious if there's a brief update here in terms of, I think the NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, on Monday told CNBC
those
it could
uranium
take some
plays
serious
from the
time to
morning.
restore the launch pad. Any
Those are
updates?
starting to
you can
go.
Yeah, we, it was a very difficult
And
event,
CCJ,
very bad day
check if
for
uranium
Georgia,
actually
very
pops.
tough on the whole team. We've rallied. We're rebuilding the launch site. We got lucky in a bunch of ways. The longest lead items at the launch site were undamaged by the event, so that's just a good piece of luck. And we'll be flying again before the end of this year.
Okay. And you're going to be keeping an eye at all on that other IPO that may be happening tomorrow?
But I'll be watching along with the rest of you.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to future updates on Prometheus as well. And guys, I just want to thank you for having us here as well.
Thank
you,
you for joining
David.
us.
Very, very happy to be
Thank
here.
you.
Vic Bajaj, Jeff Bezos, right here from HQ for Prometheus. Let me send it over back to you, Carl.
Interesting. That was not what I wasn't expecting to get a impromptu Jeffrey Jefe Bezos interview. Not bad. A little dystopian. About taking your job. Don't outlaw knives. But not bad. But again, market's right at open. But I hope you guys have seen kind of how this first hour's played out. It's kind of been like the last couple of days where you get some sort of buying activity and then it kind of flips. But there's kind of a direct connection between staples and tech and or not really tech, but the chips. So AKA chips go down, staples go up, and then vice versa. But yeah, we're seeing how this all plays out, even though today you got a bunch of small headlines which are all borderline negative, but we are still holding after 5-6 days of momentum diminishing, my friends. And then the dollar is breaking out, which is I would argue is like the worst part about today. So again, bonds haven't hit a new level. I mean, oil did, but like you'll notice this last couple days here, even as we've been declining since Friday, it started with the dollar, but now, yeah, you broke out of that last couple days here. So we'll see how this all materializes and plays out. Still got you got 6 hours ahead? Oh my goodness. So yeah, you're only 1 hour into the day so far. Where are we looking? Numbers wise, NASDAQ 60 in the green, 40 in the red. Dow Jones 21 green, 9 in the red. And then SPY 337 green, 163 in the red. So not too bad. Not too bad. A dollar at March 31st? I think so. I don't know if it was. I feel like this is higher. Yeah, you're a little higher right now. That was the whole point, is if we break out of this 3-month range, that's where the momentum crush, you'll start to feel it a little bit more. The CBOEs, they did the ones, what's it called? The July ones did not move as much, if at all. You might be able to get your money back. The ones with time hit. I sold those yesterday just under 100%. I still have the free ones, but yeah, the July ones did not move at all. But you got some time. I mean, if it does recover a little bit harder, I think they'll eventually move. But for now, that was the one that got hoed. Trump is on. Are you sure? I don't see any Trump comments. All I see is Bezos comments. Trump, he said he had something. I don't know, was that yesterday? Where they had that situation room shit? FIFA arrival. Oh, there was a Justice Department press conference. It was a lot of time, dude. So very, very early. That's why, too, you know, watching how this rotation, it would be nice to see everything kind of go up, and then that way you get to hold some of the rotations, get a little recovery. But yeah, otherwise, if we're still playing this one up, one down, I mean, it's gonna feel like 7 hours to nowhere. I mean, essentially every time the chips go up, one whole set of names is coming down, and then if they go down, the other ones are coming up. So That's what's leaving the index, I think, a little bit in the middle. The World Cup. Does Josh Atola have a team? I do not. I do not. I don't really watch soccer, football Americano. Again, the uranium plays had some headlines. There was dual headlines, 2 different companies. Again, they're holding up. I thought they were about to break out right there. SIG on the high, and that Jewelers. Yeah, Signet, 3%. It was already up there a little bit. I'm not rooting for Egypt. No, I don't know. I don't really have a team. Did Now and IBM announce partnership? I'm not sure. I don't think it would move anything though. That's why we need like orders. You need some big orders, some deals, a little bit more circle jerk capex. That'll get some of these up. Yeah, IBM and ServiceNow collaboration to help enterprise unlock data. That was in the morning. Through the fire, to the limit, to the wall for the long term. I gladly save a 10. I feel like I'm missing a melody, bro. What song is that supposed to be? But amen, brother. Save your 10. Save it, please, gladly. Gladly and joyously. You know that. You guys, you even had legal asking y'all if you want a long term. A long term's doing great. That's the weird part, man. I think the weird part about all this is why the fuck is Intel? Why is Intel at 120, bro? 115. I think that's a little surprising. Is that from the window to the wall? That's why I saw the to the limit to the wall, but I don't know if I'll gladly save my 10. Oh, 10. That's why I didn't know if that's what it matched up with. Did the bubble pop? Oh no. We're just in the weird waiting ground. This is what I was saying. I mean, this one was finally worth it though, because I was telling you guys here. I was just saying, wait till everyone keeps talking straight up or straight down. But we said, you know, after you run up like this, if you just kind of stayed the same, I think that would be more painful. And then now this one, I think you're doing the exact same thing because you ripped from there, but now you're just back to where you've been at pretty much in the last, like, you've given up like half of a month in like a week. But yeah, I just think we're waiting. So the bubble can pop. I think it's, you know, you're getting close to it than you have at any of the points in the last couple months. But then also same time, you know, we get through all these events. Imagine we get through even Kevin Warsh the next couple days and weeks. Again, you already saw Korea slow down. If none of this brings us down and then we run out of catalyst, I think the market will start going up again. But that's why too, things like the dollar, bonds, we'll find out. But for now, we're right at the we're at the crossroads. We are approaching the intersection where this either continues or does not. I'll tell you, when it does pop, there's going to be a beautiful opportunity for the long term. Inshallah, Habibi. I think there's beautiful opportunities now. That's why I'm kind of shocked at how some of these staples moved. I mean, Kimberly should have just put all of our money into it, but at the same time, there's even, again, the Intuit. You guys keep bringing that up. I think a lot of you bought Intuit already. Adobe 52-week low. So that's another. They're going to even have earnings today. That's crazy, though. Selling into a 52-week low on earnings. So, yeah, again, that thing's already moved, what, 20, 30% in the last, like, week or so? So some of these moves are wicked. That's why I always tell you guys, like, this kind of reminds me of staples in the beginning of the year. Just that's why you got to be careful buying these names after they rip. That's why I don't like them, because sometimes it'll be cheap and then it'll bounce, but then it's like, bro, if you buy it too high after a rally and it flips, that's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you bought Adobe when it was low, you'd still be down, but if you wait after those 3-4 days of ripping and then you buy it and then you're down 20-30% relatively quickly. CDC activates level 3 emergency response for screwworm. So I think that is why Tyson and McDonald's. I don't know why McDonald's got linked to it, but Yeah, that's the only one that reacted during that time. Through the wire? To the fire, to the limit, to the wall, to the long term. I know that melody. I see it now. I see it a little bit. I don't know if I executed the best. But amen. It's a great song. You bought into it at 395. What level do you think is good to average down? Here, any level. Like I'm saying, it's gonna. If you already bought it that high and if you still really like it, just make sure you take advantage of one of these averages. But like, I think if it doesn't stop at 270, it's gonna stop at like 260, 250, and then 220, 230 is the next level. And after that, it's like 198. So that's what I was saying the other day. It's kind of like even how we did Oracle. If you guys listened to that. When I was talking about Oracle, I was just saying, even if I put down one deposit, so like hypothetically speaking, if I bought into it and I put down one deposit, and then, you know, one deposit makes up like what, 2% of our account, you know, it's like, what's going to happen? It's just going to, it's like you'll be down maybe 1% at this point. So I think you got a little bit better risk to reward, or where it can go down, but after some of these prices, I mean, it's not. As long as this company doesn't go BK, I think you'll be fine. It's crazy because 390 don't even seem that bad. That's fucking up. 390 is like normal. That's why I'm saying this stock is a trip, dude. How much this thing has actually moved has been shocking. CBOE. SPY, please hold. It's at least holding up again. Just watch Staples, healthcare, any of that stuff. You have zero faith in Adobe. I mean, I had Adobe on my list at the beginning of the year, but that was before we had the software freak out and everything else. But then again, Adobe just kept kind of underperforming. But I do like Adobe as a company. I do think they have it sucks the CEO left, a long-time CEO. But yeah, I mean, they still have well, you know, the one thing I talk about with Adobe is like they're kind of a hyperscaler. There's not too many companies that make a recurring revenue in the billions of dollars. So that's the one thing I do like about them. No, I mean, Intuit, that's the thing that sucks about some of these names. Like, Intuit was a $20 stock. So that's why, like, Intuit didn't go crazy until 2020. So that's why, like, around the 200s, 250, 190, that's like their 2020 level. USAR, GD. Healthcare names are biotechs. XLV's coming up, and so is XLB. XLF in the middle. Staples are higher. Chips, everything's kind of moving together. So if we hit a high here with everything going up, that'll be a good sign. But yeah, pretty much if you could hit the high, chips go up, healthcare, staples all go up at the same time, that'll be good. Dude, if you got CBOE contracts with the time on those hit really good, but the Julys are like practically the same price because of the spread. That's the only problem with that. But like I said, above 300 if it starts to ramp. But that one set, the ones with time killed it on CBOE. Kind of disappointing. I didn't even want to make them free. It just filled with that giant spread. If you got close to the money, I think my Julys are a little further out. But my further outs with like a lot of time hit. Well, we'll see. I mean, you technically still got a month on those. Yeah, Palantir, we're just waiting. Like I was saying, I mean, just we're on all these plays. I mean, we're going to find out by Kevin Warsh. But you're already seeing the higher the dollar goes, the less likely momentum is going to work. But yeah, it's just we're waiting for things to start moving again. That's why I wanted to take some profits, and I was kind of hesitant on some of the double dips. That's why both today and yesterday, that's kind of where we started. But yeah, if momentum doesn't come back, none of these are going to hit. But if we get some level of momentum in these areas, or they can become the lagger, where if momentum dies, these are the ones that catch a bid, then you'll do good on them. But that's pretty much what we're waiting for. That's why, again, since June 3rd, just momentum out the damn window. Up or down? I haven't looked at the Adobes. We had some of the cheap run-ups. Those are dead. That's a very big earnings move. Again, day of to hit a 52-week low. That doesn't really happen too often. I like Uber, but I just don't like the price. I mean, we bought Uber at like 24 bucks. I'm a big... And they haven't moved, dude. Uber hasn't moved for like a year, it feels like. Intuit's book value is like 60 bucks. Give or take. I think 68. And then price, their tangible book value is pretty low. Again, it's software, but yeah. And then their debt and other things, again, their, what's it called? Their current ratio and other of the Benjamin Graham metrics. They don't necessarily pass Ben Graham metrics. Nothing does. I mean, I hope you guys realize that. It's very hard to find a company that meets all of Ben Graham's metrics. That's what we talked about in the Oracle video. That's why I was saying, we had to make a decision with Oracle because, like, it wasn't fundamentally like a good deal. That's why I said it's like you adjust it. You kind of have your own model of how you value it. And, like, we kind of remix some of the Ben Graham stuff. Like, yeah, you could kind of see it, but he would roll in his grave on all of these. Again, even Intuit is still somewhat, like, detached from its value. But that being said, I do think Intuit is a way better fundamental deal than ServiceNow. Because that's the other one. That's the other one we were looking at 80 bucks. Again, it's software, big underperformer. At one point, ServiceNow is down 40%, I believe, on the year. So it's interesting, but it's like ServiceNow is like they had their book value, I think, was in the negatives or like $1 compared to like Intuit has assets. They're still somewhat asset light, but yeah, they make good money. They have good cash flow, all of those things. But yeah, both of those would never meet Benjamin Graham's. That's why the irony when we were looking at software and then running it against the Ben Graham model is that literally the closest one was Microsoft. As weird as that sounds, Microsoft at 330 or whatever, that it was still above the book value, but that was the closest one fundamentally. And it's because Microsoft's a software play, but they have a bunch of assets. They actually, and then again, their cash, their debt, it's just next level of how built out Microsoft really is. But yeah, Intuit is it has a decent book value. You're still paying a premium on almost every metric. I know the forward price to earnings is very low now, but yeah, it's still, you're still taking risks. That's why it can move $100 down so much or so quickly, because again, your fundamental value, you're still a long ways off from that. No, I don't use stop losses. No, if it's an option play, my stop loss is the amount that I put into it. So that's why, like, even when I average down, I go to a new contract. That's what I did on all those. Even if I hit them, like Palantir, we sold out and then we double dipped, but I went closer to the money. Same thing with Zillow. I never sold the first one. I still have it, but then I went closer to the money on that average down. But my stop loss is whatever I put into it. Every option is going to 0. So that's why I only, I'm expecting to lose whatever I put into the actual position. I think, doesn't Robinhood let you short IPOs? I think I discovered that last time. I think they B-book you, but last time, last time there was an IPO, you guys said you could short it on Robinhood, and I checked, and you could. So maybe you could short SpaceX. The IPO, it's the same one we've been using for years. We're gonna go over it tomorrow, as it's live. I went over it the other day with Quantinium though too, so I mean you kind of missed. That was our practice. Intuit new low. It just sucks that Intuit kind of reminds me of Humana, where it had the big drop and then took that extra death blow. That's the only part about Intuit. You just don't want it to sit like this for like 2 years. That would suck. ISRG for Benjamin Graham model. Would it work? I mean, I like the robot medical, but I don't know if it would actually. I don't know. Have they been around for 10 years? Interesting. Because I don't really have direct experience with ISRG, but I've known about them for a very long time. Yeah, CBOE is a stock. Oh, is CRM? I mean, CRM, but they just need to recover. Yeah, it looks like UNH. That's what I'm saying. That could happen on some of these plays where they drop a lot. And then until you, like, they may not go down as much, or they may stay within a range, but then it needs to, it needs to recover through earnings. What the fuck, dude? You're kind of right. So ISRG, it's good size. Their current ratio is above 3, which is well above the 1.5. 0 long-term debt. Uninterrupted profitability for a decade. 30% earnings growth minimum over 10 years. Its PE is very high. That's it. It's trading at a 60 to 80 PE. And then price to book is like 10, 15 times over. But that's honestly not bad. That's kind of like Microsoft. Whereas again, I actually haven't seen a decent name pass what's it called? Pass like 5 out of 7. So that's for ISRG, the surgical robotics. But yeah, it just has a high price to earnings and price to book. Everything else is Ben Graham would be proud. DQ, isn't that China? No, this is a historic. This is the biggest IPO in history. I'm telling you, there's nothing like what we're going to see tomorrow. So yeah, and that's why too, I mean, at times, the market impact is still a wild card too. You know, Alibaba, the market ripped after Alibaba. And then there's other ones like Rivian where it slowed down. And then even then, Rivian was a big IPO, overhyped, and that one still ran the first day. But yeah, so it's but tomorrow's a very, very big day. Again, anything with SpaceX, this is it's gonna cause somewhat of a reaction, both like how the money flows and then like what happens after and like what people start buying back into or not. Oh, maybe. Is ISRG dropping because of all the medical devices? That would actually make a lot of sense. Yeah, their price to earnings is really high on ISRG. But then price to sales is actually pretty low. Well, their book value is 49 a share. That's crazy. They have 0 long-term debt. Hopefully they don't take any. Yeah, bro. They don't even issue debt, and they don't. This is kind of crazy, honestly. Good for them. ISRG. I've known about them for a while. I didn't think they were this fundamentally good. I'm actually very impressed with this. It sucks that it's up so much. But yeah, I like that one. The only problem with this one, only some of you who like work in medical will have exposure to this. That's what I'm saying. I have 0 direct involvement. I've never used ISRG in my life. I know this used to be a earnings flip. I used to flip this one back in the day because it would just move so much. Medtronic and EW, and like those are good. Those are the more established medical devices. They're not necessarily like robotic surgery, but yeah, I mean, they're decent. They've just all been kind of struggling. And then SPY's coming down. VIX is on the high, so we're either about to dump or play this game again because you haven't hit the low yet, but VIX is already starting to surge. Take a look. Staples stop moving. Healthcare is on the high. Chatter of semi-analyst article on Intel and how they should raise capital. They have so much capital. Don't do that. Don't add to the supply, Intel. Griffin expands plan for Miami footprint after Mamdani clash. Well, no, chips are coming down, so you're only 2. Again, chips have given up half. You were up like 4.7 at one point. Now you're up by 2.6. SPY into the low. Staples and healthcare are holding up, but they're not going straight up in the same way. Last time we dumped like these, they all just got straight candles up. They're holding, but yeah, you're getting a little bit of drainage, broadly speaking. Japan, UK to create startup support for dual-use tech. The game, I didn't watch the game yesterday. Oh man, yes, I got clapped yesterday. That's it. I was in bed early. Yeah, Trump 2 minutes ago. The United States cannot live in the shackles of birthright citizenship. It's not economically or otherwise sustainable. President DJT. NVIDIA red. It is. Again, remember, a lot of the other chips are up like 5-6%. Like SanDisk is still up. Again, Intel is even up 5%. AMD is even up 2.5%. Separate accounts for long-term and day trading? Oh, yes. 100%. You should. I think that's like the base rule. Your trading account should be separate from your long-term. Well, Adobe could still have a big earnings. It's very unusual, though, to sell off 5% the day of earnings into a 52-week low. Most companies do not do that. Usually, you'd stay pinned ahead of earnings and then just dump it. But, like, day of earnings, sell off 5% into your yearly low is kind of crazy. All right, well, more volatility, more downside. Actually, yeah, well, we still have to go to, remember, the low from Tuesday pretty much. So 722.50, you're at 725. That's it, you've already faded. The upside momentum is only in the healthcare and staples. Oh, where are financials? Even XLF is finally down. Not much, but it's down. Again, even XLV. XLV is finally starting to climb a little bit. Oh, mana. Buying physical gold and silver. Just that same plan. You got to hold it for 10 years. I like physical gold and silver. I just hold it in a, you know, I just don't really count it as like long term. And even if it was, just make sure it's not like a big portion of your long term. It's probably the best advice I could give you on that one. Well, yeah, I think a lot of people forgot about the Rivian IPO. So that's the thing that makes me want to play SpaceX. You know that? Because Rivian was overhyped. They tripled the valuation out of the gate. It had all bad. And then I thought Rivian, I was like, no way this one goes. And then Rivian actually like doubled or tripled and then came down in like 48 hours. SPY just went negative, so you're actually back to green here, but this is the this is technically your gap fill. Dow is up by 0.4, Nasdaq 0.3, Russell's still up by 1%. There hasn't been lag since you turned DVR on. I think that might have been it, unfortunately. I have had way less people complain about that today, but I still have the DVR on in or no DVR in the real time. So we might have to try that there. It just sucks because it's easy to fall back in time. Zillow competition from Google. Beautiful. Do you guys remember what I told you? I love it. Damn, I wish I waited a little bit, but I could be down. So yeah, I don't know if you remember when I first made the Zillow play, I did bring up Google. So yeah, they're pumping it again. Google home listings will now be widely available, what it means for Zillow, Rocket, and CoStar. I'm in a call. Pentagon on lockdown, hazmat teams responding. Someone said that earlier. I didn't know if they were trolling. They said, why is the Pentagon on lockdown? I think that's starting to circulate. Okay. Pentagon has been locked down, hazmat teams responding. CNN citing sources. I don't know why there's hazmat teams. Thursday, Pentagon has detected an air quality issue necessitating precautionary measures. People evacuated from several floors. All right, and then I added another Zillow, unfortunately, or fortunately. I want to wait a little bit, but again, like we brought up, this was this is something we brought up right ahead of it. So when I made the first play, I brought this up and I said that'll be the good news when they start talking about Google again. So yeah, I'm gonna act on it. Not a recommendation. And then yeah, you have the Pentagon being locked down right now. I don't know. I mean, if it's big enough, you'll see the market move. There was a time where fake AI, you remember that one AI White House thing where it moved the market? So yeah, I mean, keep your eyes out for it. Doesn't seem like it's big yet, but if it turns into an event, not good. Yeah, you remember that? That was a weird one. That was before we had Chat GPTs. Like, I think it was just, or that was in the beginning of Chat GPT. Intel on the low. BB. And then ARGX and then SATs on the high. I don't know if any of these other, what's it called? Any of these little SpaceX plays are going up. SPY or Meta. I had a Meta. We got some small ones this week, but they already got clapped. But I'll probably focus on Meta, and then depending on if the headlines come in throughout the day tomorrow, we'll go. Those short-term Metas can be very, very killer. And then Zillow, another low. Not fake. Your brother-in-law works for Pentagon. What is it? Ask him what it is. Like I'm saying, depending on how serious it is, I mean, it could eventually move the SPY. Systems have detected air quality issues on lockdown. Oh, that's it. No other details. KHC Congress by Honorable Gary Peters. The Honorable. Since 9/8. That's what I was saying. People were saying earlier stuff, but then something right now, everyone's starting to post it. SPY just got a candle. No headline. Again, you just oil even pop with that. Interesting. ECB policymakers eye July pause if energy prices stay where they are. And then CNC, where's the rest of healthcare? SATS is still going up. Again, I don't know if this is related to SpaceX. ECB policymakers projections 2 more rate hikes, meaning September rise is still possible. You know what else is possible? The peach. Nothing is impossible with the peach. Chatadonia. Peach Nation, it's here. Horna. Chatadonia. Oh, Bradley Frizzle. SATS is going up. I don't know if that counts as a Boeing for Bradley. I don't know. SpaceX? Why not Peach X? Why not? Why don't we send the Peach to space? Actually, Bradley, don't go to space. I love you, Bradley. I don't want you to get hurt, Bradley. But we could send a Peach to space. You think we could contract Elon? They sent the car to space. We should send a Peach to space. I think that could be good. Amen, Bradley. Bradley Frizzle in the Peach. Happy Friday, Junior. Amen. Amen. It's here, finally. Saying they locked down the White House, but maybe they were just waiting for Bradley. They said, it doesn't feel right without the Peach. Something's off today. We need the Peach. A good long-term price? Oh, I don't know, for SpaceX. I mean, most people's idea is that they're going to go long on it after the IPO, like a couple months. Kind of see how things settle and all of that. But other than that, I mean, like I've told you, the stats, 60% of them end up lower, 40% do well. And if an IPO does well in the long run, it usually does very, very well. But yeah, we don't know. You know what the craziest thing was? You know what I saw this morning? Oh, this one was fucking wild. Dude, I saw an upgrade. They upgraded SpaceX before the stock is even trading. So I saw a headline this morning that said they're raising the price target on SpaceX to $195. I'm like, the company's not even public. That's crazy. You work at Blue, we could work something out. Shut up. You're telling me we could seriously get a Peach sent up to space? Come on, man. Talk to whoever you need to talk to. And when you do, just ask them. Be like, do you know who Bradley Frizzle and the Peach is? And then if they say no, be like, you see, that's the problem. And then be like, okay, well, just say, we'll let them in on a little secret, but we just need one. You could just tie it. You could duct tape it to a booster or something. I don't know how space flight works, but I'm sure we could do it. Especially if you work there. All we need is a little motivation. Yeah, just tell Jefe. Next break sponsored by making contracts free and legal. Amen, baby. We need to make some contracts free. I have one. I did yesterday. I made my CBOEs. I got one. I got the cloves up. I do need to make some free, though. I'm just waiting. And I'm waiting. I make the contracts free. All right, SPY kind of moving again in another block. Watch Sats in the space stocks. Then you got Bobo and Bradley. Pentagon as sophisticated to ensure safety in its occupants until we determine the significance. The department is executing standard protection protocols, including shelter in place, CBS. Sats is still going. The lag is the worst. All right, let me try this then. I'll try it for you guys. And we're going to switch to non-DVR, or we're going to turn DVR on. So you got to be careful because now it's not going to lag you. You're just going to fall behind, I think. Okay. So refresh. I've turned on DVR for the real time. But yeah, that should... Again, nobody's really complained in the other chat today. So I think that's all we needed. I hope. All right, right below VWAP. Zillow keeps going down. I need to find that for you. But yeah, I really like it now. We just could have saved some. I could have saved 10% waiting. What day was that? Free, 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 free. Yeah, here it is. So yeah, if you're confused why I like it, this is why. So I don't know, when did I last... This was on June 1st, 4:38. But yeah, like I said, if people bring up the bad news of Google after this starts moving, that is bullish. So yeah, nothing past 50 or 42.5 for July. The Julys are going to get smoked a little bit more, but I like the August. But yeah, that's why. That was my first reaction when that went down. No, this is just options. No shares on that one. So it's still, again, it could still fail, but, you know, we've been watching this one for about, like, what, a week and a half now? There is a delay on this, especially with DVR on, you might fall behind. Ionic and Cisco on the high. Still laggy. Did you refresh? See what it does. Like, get on, like, the DVR. Pakistan, Qatar, Saudi, Egypt, Turkey gather to review mediation efforts. Coals. There's lags worse now. Maybe give it a second, because I tried it today on the other one. That was today's been the best day with hearing less complaints about it. Crowd is going up again. That one was holding from the morning. And Okta, where's Oracle? IGV's back to, actually still down, but it's like right in the middle. Uber just needs a catalyst, so I haven't, honestly, I feel like Uber has stayed pinned for like a year, so I'm not really looking at, I mean, unless transports, but I don't know. We'll see if this one becomes a rotation name, but for now, I have no ideas with this one. Again, Palo Alto, another round of security names, not the shitty ones, but the like big ones are all going up. That's like the first thing that had momentum that dropped that's coming back up. Again, the bigger cybersecurity names are pumping up. And crowd again. Even a little Palant. Tomorrow is World Cup and SpaceX. It's here. June, my brothers. June. Wegovy pill approved in the UK. I think the World Cup today and tomorrow. Isn't it like Mexico? I think. I mean, I haven't. I just see random videos pop up. And then oil starting to climb back up a little bit. Again, SPY's been kind of pinned here. I mean, we've been playing a weird rotation game. It's been strong with staples and healthcare, but then the back and forth between chips and software, still a 50-50, Habibi. It's 8:18. We're getting close to Euro close. A little different than the last couple days. Last couple days, you've had a little bit more activity in that first hour. So we're a little bit like chiller when you really look at it. S&P 330 in the green? No. Dow's 1515. No, SPY's 312 in the green still. So it's actually not bad. And then NASDAQ 54 green, 46 in the red. Urban, ANAB, Velo. Didn't you say Velo was one of these space pumps? That's up 30%. Habibi, you got some momentum pockets. You got some things holding up. And High Ticker's getting a little burst there as well. It's your birthday on Saturday. Can I make you an AI happy birthday song? I could try. If not, I think Tim could help. He's got him. He has him good. Okay, I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna work. What kind of music do you like? You gotta give me something to work with. Green by Euro. Well, I don't know. I mean, Euro close, we're still up, and we had that weird momentum to start off the morning. But yeah, I don't know. Euro close, it's either gonna be just as boring, or we'll probably do the exact opposite. ASTS SpaceX partnership. Is he bringing all the space stocks are ripping today? Again, pregame to the young IPO. Oh, what the fuck? My AI. I need to rebuy my AI, bro. I didn't. I thought I was on auto subscribe. I had one for you, but it won't. It's not going yet. You're gonna have to wait. I had one for you. I had a small one. Why did I buy the SPY call? I was expecting a little bit of momentum, or really just the risk to reward. That's it. The algos seem turned on today, but it's all, I mean, it's still holding up green longer than any of the other days, but yeah, that was only if they kept going. There's another play. I did Pepsi even for just simply the risk to reward. Those were cheap, but some of these further out ones, I would either fade them, or if you understand the risk to reward, you could go for them. If you were going to add 1K today to the long term, would it be Adobe, Intuit, or Kimberly? It just depends what you have. So I don't know if you, like yesterday, somebody told me their portfolio, and I was like, I was like, Intuit would work really good. They had a lot of value names, a lot of dividends. So it's like stuff like that will help out. So it just depends whatever else you're holding. I wouldn't buy Kimberly though right now. I think Kimberly is, sadly, I think you missed out on that one. Just because it was a lot cheaper, had a dividend, it had a lot of stuff going for it. But now it's high, no dividend. I would focus on the other ones. But yeah, it just depends whatever else is in your portfolio. I like Intuit if you have a lot of value. But if you have a lot of value already, or you already have a lot of growth, I would go for something that's more value. And again, you've seen the last couple days here, market goes down, you kind of want names that can go up with it. ASTS, again, that didn't move too much. And then now the uranium one, Zillow's still getting worked. And then the cyber names, Palo Alto, Fortinet, Crowd, those are all running up now into the high. There's another one, Okta. And SAP. You don't have as much value, then look there. I mean, see which ones have whether they have X dividend or not, but highest quality value would probably be your best bet then. Euro in 5. I mean, we're right at open. We're right at VWAP. I mean, SPY 0.3, Dow 0.6. NASDAQ's up almost 1%, which is kind of crazy. And then Russell 1.5. Russell has been great all day. Forward. Spur? That's not a space stock, is it? The data, you have PPI data today, which that one wasn't good either. All of them, all the data sets have not been, they've just further confirmed inflation going up. The only good part is that it's not going up as fast. That's where a lot of people have been focusing on that. But for the most part, we got all of our data. You got rate cuts or rate hikes in Europe. So that's another part of it. Market's doing surprisingly well, all things considered. But yeah, I mean, it's just been day after day of kind of adding on to this, you know, the wall of worry. We're slowly going above it, but yeah, one of these catalysts might take you down. But that's why, too, we'll see tomorrow the SpaceX IPO. That's going to be an event, a liquidity event. And that could be a good event, depending on how well received it is. But yeah, for now, the one bad part is the dollar is breaking out. The dollar is now still actually climbing. Quantinet meeting aims to seek guarantees for implementation between agreement in America. The Quintet meeting. And then, yeah, and then the Pentagon is on lockdown right now. Fun fact. 5K, what would I buy? Again, it depends what else you have in your portfolio. If I was starting 5K new, I would spread it out between growth and value. And then I would also leave some money to deposit. And then, you know, add at different times. You know, adding over time consistently, that's usually where you get the biggest advantage. Oh, I do like Nike. That's a value name. You're going to have to wait till earnings, but price, yield, stability, that one's all there. I don't know when the ex-dividend is. Yeah, BMY is just up a lot. That's the problem. So, again, I hope if you're going to ask me for, like, real long-term plays, I do kind of expect some of you now to be at a level where, like, yeah, just if it's already up on the year, you know what I'm saying? Don't save both of us. Don't waste our time with it, because you should know my answer right away. If it's already up, maybe this changes in the future, but for now, as long as there's good quality names that are trading down on the year, I would not be looking at anything that is up right now. Chipotle. That's one for value or growth. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. All of these names are down they should be down on 2026. So what you should do, go through the SPY, start with the names that are down, and then I would go from there. Gartner sounds very familiar. The latest one I consider, was it Amphenol? It was like, or it was AMP or AMPH or something, or APH. That was the latest one. That was like an industry related. I like that ISRG today too. Otherwise, it's just the same names we're either down on, and then Intuit is quite compelling as well. International. Yeah, I'd encourage you to look, man. You seem like you've been involved. Just take a look at what's in the portfolio and try to come to that determination on your own. It'll help you understand what we're doing more. But yes, I do. Yeah, I'll need to look into Gartner. But for now, like I'm saying, some of the same names we already own. And then some of these other again, like NVO's still down, Nike, Pfizer, some of these names we've already been involved in. And then I think Intuit would probably be the new name if I was going to grab one. But again, if Intuit wasn't growth, I would buy it. If that stock price didn't move $200-$300 in a fucking year, if it had a higher dividend, it would be great. I don't know. Screwworm, it's affecting the food plays. I think there's one. Buy one, get one at Chipotle if you wear a soccer jersey. Really? Oh, I think I know. I have a PSG sweater. That's the closest I have. UWMC, no, not really. We talk about that one at least once a week. I like Archite better, but even in general, any real estate name right now, until the rates stabilize, I don't think I'd be buying them. And then UWMC's balance sheet, unfortunately, it's pretty terrible. I do not like how they are levered, but that's why I think Archite would be the big winner in that one. No dividend. Again, I'm not opposed to no dividend, but just right now, as long as our growth keeps leading, the latest growth pickup we got ended up moving. It's just I'm just trying to think ahead. But if you give me a name with no dividend and it's at a really good price, shit. Like, again, that's kind of how I view Intuit. Intuit does pay a dividend. It's small, but yeah, it's like you start dropping a certain amount. I think it would be hard to say no. That's kind of what I'm doing with the cash right now. If you give me a really good growth name, I'll buy it if it comes cheap enough. But for now, we're waiting for a really good deal, or at least we'll have something ahead of the midterms. Oscar Health now. But yeah, no Screwworm plays. Just, again, the food plays that got affected. And Oscar Health and Chattadoon. Oh, did you hear that? Chad, it's push-up time. Euro close, 8:33. We're actually 3 minutes behind. But you've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get that body moving, my friends. It's time. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. That's all you gotta do. And just move. Just move. Trump grows furious. Strikes are not seen as powerful enough, sources say. Is that why cyber's going up? Maybe. Yeah, we're gonna discombobulate. After push-ups, you gotta move around. You only have a limited battery, but you gotta move. You gotta move around. Oh. So yeah, move around. I double dipped on Zillow, so that was fun. I feel like I'm gonna hear a lot about that one. So I look forward to that. But yeah, man, let's get some body movements out here. I hope you move around. SPY hasn't done much. So if the SPY doesn't move, I hope you move. It's good for you, brethren. It's good for you. All right, man, let's get some push-ups. We got to make the contracts free. We had a request. Amen. Amen. D-Nut and Sweet Greens. Yeah.
I make the contracts free. I don't chase every ticker. contracts free, 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 free. Hey. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game and let it breathe. I make the contract free. Free, 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 free. Small slice on the entry. Big dream in my mind. Trim twice when it doubles. Then I'm feeling fine. If it runs, I'm smiling. If it fades, I'm cool. Cause I'm playing with the house now. That's my golden rule. I make the contracts free, free, free. Oh yeah. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. I used to beg for one more move. Now I bless what I approve. If it hits, I thank the sky. If it dips, I still get by. Cause I already paid my fee. Turn my stress to peace. When I made that contract free. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free than lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free, 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 free. I make the contracts free, 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 free.
All right, man. Hope you got a good stretch in. I think I've showed you this little workout thing, bro. This one's you do 90 90s, and then you like lift your leg up. You like hinge your leg at the knee, and you do like these like little fake curl things. Oh my God, it hurts so bad. Mm-hmm. If it runs, I'm smiling. If it fades, I'm cool. And I'm laying with the house now. That's my golden rule. It's a great one. It's a great one. Mm-hmm. Well, Chad, we're still kind of chilling here. You're right at open. So it's been a mix of the last couple days where you get a little bit of green and momentum in the morning. You've got a little bit of staple rotation, a little bit of morning sell-off, and a little bit of 7 hours to nowhere. But, I mean, it's only been 2 hours, and we'll stay here. Yeah, that Novo measures taken include taking certain IT systems offline. Did they? Yeah, Novo reports a security incident. Nice. Nice. And then oil again, 90. I think 93 is the is where we run into issues. Yeah, Novo did fall off the top there. Interesting. And then you had D-Nut, Sweet Greens, Chipotle. Food plays are doing good. Again, IGV down. I mean, it was fighting back a little bit in the morning. Only 2 sketch accounts. I think there's a Novo statement that came out. I think the company issued one. I'd have to double check, but it's on one wire, but the source says the company. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. No, yeah, the company put it out. It's in German. But yeah, they said security incident. Unauthorized access to limited number of internal systems. Yeah, they put out a press release. And then if you read it, what is it? Unterhandelmann hat IT Sitzer Hotsit Vorfall festgestellt. Körniger Staat ist nicht betroffen. Kontakt mit den zuständigen Behörden. And so, that's how my girlfriend sounds. She could read it. I can't read it. Apparently, I make up German words like Huflin, Haslin. Like, that's not a real German word. But that's what I say anytime my girlfriend says something. But yeah, I'm not German. German's a crazy language. The NVIDIA? Well, NVIDIA, we've been out of the NVIDIA place. I did a small one earlier that we made free already, but I never put that one out on Instagram. The only one is Zillow, and Zillow, I plan on holding it till either it goes 100% or around the time frame of August. So I just added to Zillow today. The bad news was my good news signal, as odd as that sounds. Schnitzel. Have you ever had schnitzel? Like a real schnitzel? I'm American. I used to think schnitzel was like a hot dog place. It's not a hot dog. No, like, have you ever had like a real like German schnitzel? It's fire. Big fan. No, well, the NVO hack thing is real. It's confirmed. But they said security incident, and then Myrna's coming up. Yeah, it's like German katsu, 100%. Yeah, it's fire. It's fire. AU on the high? Is it goal play? R? Yeah, cyber stocks are interesting. That's your first little... Remember, they got the momentum later and towards the end of the month, but yeah, that chart is actually turning around. Out of any of the ones that got momentum recently. See if it holds by the end of the day. And then oil too, though. This whole time, oil just took another $1 right there. Would you say Microsoft is value or growth? It's always going to be a growth play, but it has value at that price. Or again, it's coming closer to its fundamental value, depending on how you want to look at it. Nivda, Dizzle, NCLH. Well, yeah, they raised rates today. So that's the part about, that was one of those other things we said we got to watch out for, but you had literally had your first rate hike in Europe, and that's like your first rate hike from like a major central bank in the last like 3 years. And then the point is that that's a central bank sending you the signal that with all of these pressures from energy, the war, all of that, they don't think that you could just chill and wait till it goes away. They're saying, no, the only way we could get control is by raising rates. So it's a pretty bad signal, because then you don't want that to happen in the U.S. But then again, I mean, Europe and central banks acting on their own is good. But then again, it's not as if Europe has been correct most of the time. So that's kind of the other one where they could be sending the signal that these pressures are, they don't think that you could just sit there and try to transitory it out. They say you need to do something, but yeah, it comes at the risk of growth. So if they do it too early and then that's not necessarily true, the weak economy in Europe is going to get weaker. So that's the other part of today. I mean, it's subtle kind of in the background, and then it's going to pair up with what we get with Kevin Warsh and everything else with our situation and even the conflict. But yeah, they did do that. It was meaningful. That's why people are talking about them raising into September, October. But even for now, the first signal of raising rates in this environment to get control of economy or inflation, that is the main topic so far. Top negotiator Galabaf, wrong strategies, impulsive decisions would create endless quagmire, which will be stuck in for years. No. SpaceX draws at least $5 billion order from BlackRock. Well, if inflation hits 10, we're kind of playing out like the 80s or the 70s and 80s, that whole spike it up, chills out for a couple years, and then comes back up. That's the big fear everybody has. But that's why also, too, the odd part about all of this, longer dated inflation expectations are still anchored. 5-year expectations are not going up. So if that does happen, then we're going to be looking at something crazy. That's the only reason why people have been calm right now, is that even all this data, even high PPI, high CPI, the core is not going up, and then the month-over-month rates are declining. So even though it's a bad number and it's bad where we're at, it's not giving off the fear that where you're going is going to arrive very quickly. But if that does show up, then that's going to be a whole nother story. Elon preparing to sell the largest public offering, $75 billion, one fell swoop. Investors are showing up. Yeah, well, that could be the other bad narrative. There was a report this morning that OpenAI was going to cut token cost, but that's scary because, one, we've already seen 6 days of the token cost come down. That correlated with this momentum, but then what happens if you start a race to the bottom with all these AI companies? So then everybody starts lowering the prices, and if they're not making money yet, it kind of creates this weird, that's like one of those, that's a bearish narrative developing for AI, where it could help OpenAI get market share, but if it leads to a race to the bottom, then yeah, I mean, if you thought AI wasn't profiting now, what happens if we slash all the prices? It's kind of like a remix to the DeepSeek, if you think about it. Yeah, I'd like Starlink a lot. I think that's the only good thing, but unfortunately, like SpaceX is a really weird company. He piled in, he bought XAI for $250 billion. So that's on the books. Where else does all the money comes from? SpaceX, pretty much, or from here. Like, let me put it this way. This is one of the red flags of SpaceX, is that the company is called SpaceX. Everyone's hyped on space, right? Rocket ships, all that. But what if I told you that per the numbers, most of their revenue doesn't come from space? So, or even Starlink. That's the weird part about it. No, Starlink is good money. It's really good money. But technically, on paper, I think the revenue comes from XAI. So I think only 20% of the revenue is coming from rockets. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, it kind of has space branding, but it's not. It's technically not it's not like a space company when it's all said and done. I do like Starlink though. I think Starlink. I have a Starlink, and it serves a very, very good purpose. Because I'm playing with the house now. Where is it? Well, yeah, that's the other crazy part, is that I'm trying to see if I can find the S1. It's crazy how many headlines are already tied to the ticker. But the crazy part is that at release, so like the SpaceX as a company, it makes good money. It's bringing in a couple $1 billion a year, but do you realize that the 135 price, the IPO price, that's trading at like a 107 price to earnings? So that's what I'm saying. There's so many things about this IPO that have just never been seen before. The size, the sheer size of it, how much money is being raised, $75 billion, at a valuation of $1.75 trillion. And then on top of it, bro, it's like all of this money coming in is this is at a valuation 100 times higher than current revenue. So that's also another record of, that's like your highest valued company ever going public. No one's ever went public at that high of a valuation. So you're buying in at 135, you are buying in on 100 times earnings. So that means if the company does 100 times earnings, that's like your break even. That's what's expected at this price. If it does more than 100 times earnings, then we start talking about future growth. But you're buying it at a price that it implies that $15 billion a year or whatever is going to grow 100 times, essentially. Well, a lot of people have framed it as exit liquidity. I've heard a lot of people talk about it. And again, I'm kind of impressive to see, more skepticism coming into it. It's weird that there's so much demand for it, because at the same time, there's still a lot of skepticism towards the actual IPO. Again, how big it is, the valuation, all of it. There's wild things with it. But yeah, there's a lot of people who are like, I'm going to wait 6 months. I'll wait a year. There's a lot of people who think this is just to scam Wall Street. It's very good exit liquidity. Again, bail out all the Twitter investors, all that stuff. Yeah, it'll be like the 6th or 7th largest company in the world. But this is already like 75 billion on first day. That's a record. 100 times valuation at IPO. That's a record. And then there's one more record that they're breaking. But yeah, it's not small. And this is for day one. They're not fast tracking it anymore, which is I think is good. But I do think if they did, it would have been kind of foolish. But like, and I remember I asked this question, but sadly the Chad humbled me, which I'm impressed by, because I even brought it up as a joke a couple months ago. I was like, bitch, S&P is supposed to represent the economy, like that you use and involve in. I'm like, nobody buys rocket ships. You know how many things I've bought in this life and I've never bought a rocket ship? How is this on the S&P 500? That makes zero sense. But then a Chad accurately, they were like, don't you have a fucking Starlink? And I was like, huh, I do. Holy shit, I do use this economy. So yeah. And then again, like Boeing, I've never built a plane that killed 300 innocents or developed like helicopters. But then again, Boeing's on the S&P 500. So yeah, it's an interesting debate. But for the most part, I do think adding it there to right off top, I don't think that would have been a good idea. Pentagon incident due to a false alarm, CNN. Yeah, we did see the Pentagon news. It was kind of weird. SpaceX makes a lot of things look like a bargain. That's what I'm saying. That's why tomorrow could be good, right? If the IPO goes well, it doesn't fuck everybody over, it gets a little bit of hype, and then it shows people. I mean, again, dude, if people's appetite, if they're willing to fucking buy that, doesn't that just make everything cheaper? Which I know it doesn't, but in like a short-term relativity, it does. Where it's like, if you're willing to buy fucking SpaceX at that valuation, I mean, Amazon is very cheap comparatively. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these companies start to look a whole different way. SPY getting a candle. Oil down a little bit. High ticker actually moved first. So see, you got a firm popping and a couple of others. SPY back at VWAP. 8 firm. Intuit sounds juicy. Why? We're talking what? You like taxes, TurboTax, SpaceX IPO? Nah, fuck that. TurboTax. Have you ever used QuickBooks? It's quick. I heard. So yeah, or unless you're talking about everything getting cheaper if people buy everything expensive. But then that's the thing though too. Just like what we were doing a couple weeks ago. Is like, if everybody's chasing this expensive shit, they might ignore the shit that's down. I mean, why? That people hate that. Like right now, people, you like it when the market comes down and Kimberly goes up. You're like, fuck yeah, I love value. But nothing people hate more than literally momentum starts going up again, and then all these names in the gutter just don't do anything while the other names double and triple. So that's the other side of the coin, where it's like SpaceX could make things cheaper, but then if it causes like too much mania, people will ignore value, and then they're just going to keep fucking running up until the momentum is really dry, and they're going to go after all these other hype names. COG-T, Costco. Are biotech still going? And then Cisco, I keep seeing that one on the high. $150 billion a year, 30% profit, PE 40. I'm pretty sure it's at like 100 PE, which I was shocked by. But yeah, all of it just off jump to ask for IPO day one. And then I'm weirded out about the pricing. I think they're doing like the way they're selling it, they're keeping it at 135. I think Elon knows people will get the sticker shock, but yeah, and then they're selling 30% to the public. Usually IPOs are like 5 to 10%. I mean, again, I think that was the last fun fact of like, there's so many things they're doing that with SpaceX that are just, we've never legitimately seen before, or it's shattering records in so many different ways. That's why it's going to be fascinating. I mean, I can't believe it's tomorrow. So that's why too, even with how some of this set up and people were even blaming some of this volatility on getting ready for it, we're going to find out. But I want to see how that price plays out, because I don't think they're saying 135, but I think they're trying really hard to not let that price go up. But then I don't know if it's because they have that much demand or if they're just trying to make sure they reach all these targets. Oh, it's going to be historic no matter what, because even if it does bad, that'll, again, I mean, Meta was a big IPO. They had a bad IPO day. And like I'm saying, there's just so many different IPOs. So like I'm telling you, the stats, the odds, it's truly a wild card. Again, after 1 year, less than half of them will remain up. The ones that remain up do very well. And then again, the day one to week one to month number one, absolutely random. You have no idea. That's why I was saying, like, Rivian, I thought Rivian would have died. That one was big, high premium, stupid ass stock, everything. That one ended up running, and then it ended up losing a lot of it. Again, Robinhood lost 99% of its value at one point. So, and then even Alibaba, that started slow and then went up a little bit, but not as much as like Rivian, and then it came back down and died shortly thereafter. But then the market enjoyed Alibaba. That's the other part of this equation. These individual stocks, when they IPO, they have their own like random reaction, but then the overall market, again, Alibaba was massive. It ripped. Saudi Aramco, the market chilled out and kind of stayed pinned. Facebook, the market ripped. I think Rivian, it ripped and then came down. So that was also kind of similar to how the stock actually moved. But that's the other part of the coin. It's individually, how is the IPO going to move? And then how is the market going to react after we get through kind of that event, the money and all of that. So fun time. I think the criteria of demand will be most important, because I think they're fucking with the price. I think they're trying to hold that 135 price. So that's why, just when it's all said and done, you'll see it in real time. You'll see how people buy. If the volume's there at 135, we're in the game. If not, then it'll be some fuckery. Does it even matter if you're buying for the long term? It does in terms of price, but I mean, if you're truly going to be long term and you're not the type to get like emotional and sell out and you don't care if it draws down 50%, then no, it doesn't matter. You're 100% correct. If you really want it for a long term, the only thing is just a matter of what price you're going to get it at. So that's the thing, though. You know what I think is the best example? I think if you really are like, I don't care about the price, I'm going to hold it long term, I'm truly going to hold it long term, your example is Coinbase. That's your example for an IPO then. So if you would be willing to deal with Coinbase, then play it how you would. That would be the only issue of what you're saying. Because Coinbase was one too. High IPO, a lot of hype. That one was lower. Coinbase was supposed to come in at like 100, and then they jacked it up to $300-$400. So think about it. The people who bought in high, if you bought it within that first couple of months, the next year you were down like 80-90%, depending on where you got it. And then if you bought it in the low for the long term, you're still up 300%. You were up almost 1,000% at one point. So that's just kind of how it's like, yeah, if you hold it for the long term and you don't care about the price, you could still hold it, but it just might not move. So it's like if you buy in too high, and then even if you hold for a couple of years, it might either be break even, slightly lower, or slightly higher. Or again, even in this case, You only had like 2 or 3 times where Coinbase went above that high IPO premium. So that's why it's like if you're truly like, I'm going to hold it for 10 years anyways, so I just want my ownership, be prepared to average down. And like I'm saying, it's just a matter of maximizing your position, right? You buy Coinbase at 300, you're getting way less exposure than if you waited a little bit and then you bought it at 50. Both of them you could hold for the long term, but it's just a matter of, the risk to reward, what you get and what you could get on the, what you're giving up risk-wise, and then what you could get on the back end. U.S. Army allies partner to expand counter-drone marketplace. Please, will you secure your financial future today? Start your long term. Feel free to ask questions. If you guys, we have long-term ushers at the ends of the aisles. So if you have any questions, just approach one of your ushers and say, how do I start a long term? And then they'll invite you to the front. We got a little booklet for you. We're going to say, are you ready to tithe to yourself? Isn't that's welcome? Welcome to the church of the long term. You are expected to tithe. You must give 10% to yourself in a separate account, and that's how you will begin your journey. I don't do any options in the long term. We've done covered calls, but generally the long term, no options in it. There is the whole long term's on my latest video on the trading fraternity. I need to update it because I added Kimberly, but generally that portfolio and all the positions are generally the same. All right, well, SPY's still holding. I mean, we're right at open. It's a lot calmer than the last couple days, which I think is the funny part. And copper on the high. I know FCX is up today. Why am I so sure that long-term tech stocks aren't still the best hold? Who said I said that? I never said that. I just like them at the right time. If that makes any sense. So it's like that's like me telling you to buy a raincoat in the summer. That's what I tell people. Doesn't mean I think it's going to start raining when it's 100 degrees out, but I'm saying right now the raincoat is cheap, and eventually it is going to rain down the line. And then the other stuff, the bathing suits, are going to go down in price when it starts raining. So that's how I feel about tech. I love tech. I've made a fortune off of tech. I'm a very early tech investor. I've actually invested in every major tech trend within the first year of them happening over the last like 15, 20 years. I'm a big fan of tech, but I also know you get your opportunities, i.e. that you buy them when they're down, when nobody wants them, and when they're cheap. Again, we walked away with Netflix, Meta, Uber, a bunch of other like good value names or good growth names, and we got them at fair prices. So that's all I believe in right now. My whole logic is that's why I keep telling people, if you're going to bring up something with all-time highs and you're like, should I buy this for the long term? You can, if that's how you've made money and that's where your edge is. I mean, God bless you. I hope it works. But for me, it's more along the lines where I'm like, that's not in an environment with 100, 200 names either trading negative year to date or down like 20, 30%. I'm going to be buying those. I'm going to be buying my jackets in the summer is what I would call it. So I still believe in tech. I just don't. Just like that's why we bought Oracle. I bought software. You give me tech at a good price, that's awesome. But you buy tech right now at the all-time highs. I mean, you're not getting the same bang for your buck, and that's kind of what we're looking for. So I do like tech a lot, but right now, I mean, we're gonna focus on what's cheap in front of us, and then you know what's gonna happen one day. Those tech names, they will become cheap in front of you, and just make sure you believe the same thing. Fintech's been lagging. There's different types of fintech. There's like fintech with like AI and like services that have upside, but then there's like fintech like just payment processing, and those are all struggling. You only have one portfolio. What's the best way to separate into a long term? Just keep the long term and make a new portfolio purely for trades, and then that's it. And one account gets the deposits, the main deposit. The other one gets the gambling budget. The difference is Intel. Well, yeah, 100%. I mean, Intel, we were buying Intel when it was cheap. That is a recent example. But that's the whole idea, is that like when we were buying Intel, it's not like AI. AI was still important. And that's why, too, we started really buying Intel when NVIDIA was already just going crazy. So there was one cheap one in the mix. But in general, too, though, I think as the market goes through these trends back and forth, I mean, the door is revolving, the door of opportunity. So you're going to get a good name at a good price. That's why it's your job to take advantage of the good names and good prices that exist right now. Because right now they're a good price. That opportunity is going to change. They'll be at a high price, but now what's going to be at a low price? Yeah, or buying Palantir at 200. See, that's another good example. It's like it's easy to spot the intels, but that's what I was showing with like some of these other ones. It's just like even if there's like a bunch of premium and hype and you buy it when it's high, even if the stock's not doing bad, you could be down 30, 40, 50%, and then the stock just stays in the same place, where it's like if you bought what was down, you either would have went down less, or a good chance it probably would have went up if it was a good name. Micron, yeah, Palant a little bit, and Microsoft. I mean, you see chips in IGV. Otherwise, healthcare and XLP. Those are kind of the two, but they're kind of moving in tandem the last hour. It's just all been way smaller. But yeah, SPY's near the high of the day. 0.6, 0.8 on the Dow, 1.4, 1.5 Nasdaq and Russell. In Oracle, no. See, this is why you guys got to be careful. I try to make the long terms. This is otherwise, you let me know if it gets too confusing. This is why I will stop talking about short-term plays, because Zillow and Oracle are completely different. Oracle we bought for the long term 3 months ago. Again, that play's still up 30%. Zillow is just a gamble. It's a trade. I think I've made it very clear on that. So don't confuse those two. That's where it's saying, because again, Zillow could be a long-term play, but there's way better names out there that we bought, like Kimberly. I would have taken Kimberly for the long term instead of a Zillow. So just make sure you don't make that error. Like Palantir, that's not a long-term play. We played Palantir back in the day at $10. Some of you do have that in your long-term, but as of late, if it's long-term, it's, again, I don't sell it. Easy, buy, hold for 10 years, you know. We make a big deal about it. We talk about it. It's, you know, those don't change too much. But plays, I mean, yeah, short-term, don't fall for the trap of thinking short-term and long-term plays are just completely different. MO was, we had a short-term play on it recently, but that was just a killer long-term play. And that was one, though, that we did. That was a great lagging example, because when we were buying Altria, everybody was buying AI. There's the same thing where, you know, again, that was in 23. or 24 was our last purchase on Altria, but you literally had Nvidia at all-time highs. Everybody was buying AI, and then we're buying a 9% cigarette stock. But then again, that ended up being a great choice. So, and then what happens? Other things come down, then the value goes up. Now we have a whole different set of opportunity. So my rule for the long term is that if I'm up on it, you shouldn't buy it. See, look, I love you. You know that? You can't say I don't love you. You know nobody on Wall Street does this. You know that. I think I'm the only one. Most people on Wall Street, they would love for you to buy what they're up on. They would love for you to bring in demand and pump their book. Woo! Me, I'm the opposite. If I'm down on the play, I wouldn't touch it. I would buy it. If I'm up on the play, I wouldn't touch it. That's where you're going to make more money by using me. Both short-term and long-term, but especially long-term, because that's like that situation I'm telling you. You don't want to buy like a slow mover or after it goes up. Like, think about it. I'm up 30% on Oracle, right? You buy Oracle today, well, I'm up 30%, and then Oracle comes down to my price. I'm break even. That's what that kind of even happened on the Zillow. Zillow, again, if you bought it too high, you'll be down 50% while I'm at break even. So same thing. That's why I'm saying you wait till I go down on plays, you're going to do a lot better. But especially with the long term, because if it's slow holding for 10 years, you don't want to buy it and then be down 30% while we're at break even. That's a big difference. I mean, that 30% cushion goes a long way. So that's why if I'm down on it and I still like it and I'm buying the play, if you could get a better deal, I think you're going to enjoy that. But if I'm in the play and I'm up on it, I don't even buy plays that I'm up on unless I run out of options. So if everything is no longer cheap plays, I'll start averaging up. But as long as there's good quality names at lows, I'm going to keep buying them. But yeah, you want to be cautious of what we're on the green on. So, but if we're red on it, I think you could take it. It's a lot better of an opportunity. Am I fully out of Bitcoin? No, I never have been. My YouTube account, yeah, I've been out of that for years. But I mean, I have Bitcoin from back in the day. I already double dipped on Zillow. NVO, I might add, yeah, we were talking about that the other day. It looks good. It's been stabilizing a little better. I hate when it just does these 30, 40% moves off the bottom, but yeah. Bros on the high and Iran. If you held Palantir from like 7 and it ran as high as it did with 100 years, you still wouldn't sell? No. It's because people are dumb. Just paper can go up forever. That's the thing I loved about the stock market. That's what I learned really, really young, is paper could go insane. But yeah, so even if that was the case, I'd still stick to the rule. Or I would do, that's simple. You mean to tell me I made 100 times my money on Palantir, and then I'm like, damn, this is up a lot. I want to sell it, but it's only been a couple of years. What should you do? I would turn that money into a house. Otherwise, I'm holding that shit. So yeah, that's been I love my 10-year rebalance rule. I'm a big fan of it. Again, you could hold things and then they'll come down and then you miss it, but it's all the ones that you hold and it works. Like again, Meta, I mean, even JP Morgan's, Uber's, Abivai, those will be the ones they'll do a lot of work for you in life. And then if you ever want to get out of it, you turn it to a house. Yeah, that's the rule. I'm telling you, if you apply this to your stocks and everything in life, you will make really good financial moves. This is a principle. Very simple. You follow a plan and you only sell if you have something to buy. And then hopefully it's not in the same area. Like, you know, I don't sell, like I wouldn't sell my house to buy my neighbor's house. You see what I'm saying? I'm moving. Where are you moving? Down the street. No. It's like we got to really move. So, but you only move and sell something when you know exactly what you want to buy. You could apply this to anywhere. That's what I'm saying. Gold, silver, you've got a company, you want to retire, you should always know where the money is. If it has to do with money, you should know where that money is going next before you move it from its home. And that's the problem, is a lot of people will move it from its home without a plan. It's just like the people that sell, you know, I've seen this a lot. I saw this happen last year, where people are like, I'm selling my home. And I'm like, why? The real estate market's going to crash. And I'm like, where are you going to live? I don't know. And then they sell their home, they take the money, it's good money, and then before you know it, they move the money from its home, and now the money just starts wasting. There's no plan, there goes nowhere, and then you still need to live somewhere, and then before you know it, you went from good position to kind of trapped in the middle. So sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't, depending on what you sell and how things play out. But the real way to avoid this and avoid the emotions, very simply, you only sell when you have something to buy. Spy down, oil stick up at the highs. Whoop. Anything from Donald? Nope. Well, see, I don't know if there's some Aragachi comments. The UUP levels are right now. Unfortunately, this is where it starts to get concerning. You see that last 3 days, how it got pinned up there? It finally broke out. So we're now trading above the 3-month range. So now this is where momentum, the screws start to tighten a little harder. If it stays up and goes higher. But for now, you're already kind of, the light's not flashing, but the check engine light is on. IRGC Spock, US will regret repeating past defeats. If you have cash is averaging down on Intuit to waste, how much cash do you have? What percentage of your portfolio? Iran, I ran this, I ran that, I ran. Where'd you run to, man? Everybody running, you know? Everyone need a peace fed. A peace and a calm down. Galaboff hits back at Trump. Endless quagmire. Mr. Galabooty. It's weird, though. That brought down Staples a little bit. XLV's still up. XLV was higher yesterday, though. That's crazy. Low ticker picking up again. So you just had this little oil spike in SPY. I mean, you got a couple of these Iran headlines, but nothing crazy. I mean, not to mention, too, you're literally trading right at the VWAP. The CPI didn't like it, but we've pinned. Yeah, it's because the data wasn't good. It confirms this inflation stuff and where we're kind of headed, but then it's just not, the trajectory is not that bad. That's why the CPI or the core on both of them came in better in the month over month, but generally it's like the pressure is building, it's just not building fast. TNGX, or was it TGTX that got the headline the other day? Is that the one you're saying? Otherwise, I don't know TNGX. I know one of them, but I think it moved up a little too much. Yeah, back at Owen, which is a gap up, might I add. So we're still holding 0.4 on the SPY. One of them just got news. Those TGTX. Is it? And then Transmedic. That one was an interesting company. Rumble on the high. Hi, Rumble. Apple, IGV. Chips are still staying pinned. What a fun couple of hours. 9:30 now too. Woo. Yeah, SpaceX IPO, if it hits the criteria, I mean, I would be down to play it. I'm waiting for it. We will see, buddy. We will see. And then Sats is still going up again today. Quiet runners in space. ADIL. Oh, nice. Is this going to be another one of these little China IPO companies? ADIL. I think it got halted. You're stuck on Zillow. Do you hold or sell? I have no idea, brother. I'm sorry. I wish I could help. I bought more today, but again, if you don't really have a plan with it, then I don't expect me to help. I know it sounds terrible, but yeah, I can't help you with that one. So all I could tell you is make it free if it goes up, and then don't touch it if you don't know. And like I said too, it's either these plays hit or you lose everything. So don't put in what you would be willing to lose. Bonds are holding up way too good. That could be the subtle effect of oil coming down. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, the last couple days, while the dollar's climbing, you know, a lot of things are moving to like different realms, you know, like where SPY's gone to a lower range, oil's gone to a lower range, and then meanwhile, bonds have been pinned right here. ADIL Pharmaceuticals. What is it? 32 million in upfunding financing from additional milestones. Announces acquisition of Azora Therapeutics and 64 million financing. $11.8 million at 274 warrants. Hey, low ticker kind of moving. SPY just at VWAP. Again, more space stocks on the high. QS AI Factory Solution blog post. They announced they're positioning solid-state lithium metal batteries for AI factories. QS, a little candle on there. It's down. Again, a little cheap stock. Let's see if that moves. So 60 from a house sale. So you sold the house without the plan of what to do with the money? Yeah, I mean, that's why I can't help you guys in that same way. Because I want to give you an answer, but then if you come to me after breaking the rules, my advice goes down the drain. It's not as effective. So like I'm saying, if you already sold a property, zero plan, now you have 60% cash, and you're like, what stock do I buy? It's to be the same plan I'd tell anybody. You know, slowly work it in, but you're already kind of off of the, you know, it seems like rules are not being followed. So that's why I'm saying, like, trying to switch up the doctor halfway through is just not a good idea. That's why I'd say I really don't know what I'd do in that case. Because what I would have done is I wouldn't have sold it until I've had this plan. And then go back to square one. If you ever have a lot of cash, you work it into the market. I mean, don't forget the fluke test. Maybe don't do anything for 30 days on top of that, especially if there was no plan. But yeah, that's unfortunately, I'd say you'd got to kind of figure it out. But you know the rules, I think, with cash and the amounts. But this is the problem I try to avoid when it comes to these decisions. Yeah, options hit wherever there's momentum. As of late, there's still a couple that have, again, like the CBOE. We had the cloves that went up recently. But yeah, you just need it moving. Lately, it's staples. If you got good staple plays, right time, right price, those paid off too. Those Chinese micro cap. Dude, there's been one every day. Some random small IPO just goes up 500%. And then STI, that was one of those pumps deal. That was related to the batteries. So, I mean, again, that QS headline popped it a little bit, but nothing too crazy. Then Gildan. I think I made two plays. I made one value and then one small SPY play. Oh, and then I averaged down on Zillow. Well, Netflix should get traction this month. It was the runner-up. We got to see, though. Yesterday, it showed some signs of life. We'll find out. Yeah, Clove was just healthcare lagger. I sold one of them right before. We got a good gain on that. The other ones I haven't made free yet, but they're still up like 50%. On the long-dated ones, I don't know if you got anything short time. Anthropic pursues first data center lease and seeks financial backing from Google. It sounds like a follow-up from yesterday. Letter of intent, 1 gigawatt data center. See Broadcom, they moved on those headlines yesterday. Yeah, it's hitting the wire. OpenAI to buy ONA. Who is a ONA? ONA? So no public. Oh, Zillow, you know what I did, baby. I went closer to the money. So yeah, I only went with the August to begin with. But yeah, I just used finally the premiums coming down. Because that, again, just yesterday, they finally dropped from where my purchase price was. They were like break even. But then today, they finally dropped, and then I got the news. So, but yeah, I went closer to the money. But that's why I say it. You should know this, all of you. And don't trade options if you don't know this. Because like I'm saying, when it comes to averaging down on options, you don't want to buy the same one. You know, if that play comes back, awesome. But usually, if you could get a better price, you should get a better option and get closer to the money. Yeah, SPY's tweaking right now. Let's see. No Trump comment yet. But yeah, you've done this a couple of times though. So if you get these pops with no follow through, it might just be the algo day. I don't see homeboy. FIFA. Well, we'll see if that holds. I don't see anything that... Again, oil didn't really react to that. That was just literally the SPY and then Mag 7. Apple's on the high. Meta got a candle. Microsoft not as much. Google a little bit. You're selling house, paying off the remaining mortgage, 50 into the down payment on current mortgage, 50 in the market. Well, so you still have a place to live, right? If you have that, I don't think that's too bad of a plan. And then yeah, but then you're gonna have to work in the money after the sell, just work in that month over month. Iran PGSA says Strait of Hormuz will be closed until further notice. Every day is an algo day. Some more than other. I mean, the last couple days were algo days to the downside. Like I said today, though, you had a bid no matter what today. There was like 4 different things that weren't really good. And you held up pre-market. Even oil moved a little bit. But yeah, the algos were tilted towards buying some of this value. But the other days, it was more just straight indiscriminate selling at certain time blocks. But here we are. Target and ANET. Damn, Target. And then Apple is helping out a lot. That's your only like Mag 7 that's like really running. And yeah, Apple's up almost 1% now. All right, well, Chad, can I interest you in push-ups? I mean, market's not doing too bad. Market pushed up a little bit. I mean, kind of boring. I feel like all week, though, you've kind of been in this. Again, you had to retest your low. We got a little worse. You've been just hugging this bottom for quite some time now. But, yeah, no crazy developments yet. We've got a couple of headlines, a couple of random oil pops, but generally it's, again, nothing too needle moving and just a lot of moving around and rotations. Don't mind if I do. So Chad, stand up. You've been here for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Anything but move around, my friend. It's good for you. It'll keep you alive. It'll keep you well. It'll keep you ready to go. No matter what happens, big movement, little movement, at least you moved your body. Oh, I don't know if they feel me. Oh, Woo! Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. There was no news on any of that. Last headline was, what, the Pentagon getting shut down, and then the Israelis, or not the Israelis, the Iranians and the Arabs meeting. They had a face-to-face meeting. I think those are your last 2 headlines, and then anything else was pre-market. PPI, Asia didn't do too well, China cracked down, a couple of other things. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of different headlines, but everything was kind of just brushed off, and algos got a little bit of a exhaustion rally. That's kind of what today seems like. But yeah, besides any headlines that have came out, nothing's really moved you. That's why we're right at open. U.S. approves some Russia civil nuclear energy transactions. All right. What is that? The Josh Atola approves push-ups. Mandates 10 push-ups for everybody. That's coming across the wire right now. Josh Atola says do your push-ups. It's amazing.
It's not for MAGA. It's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and price floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ice cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala AGI and better run.
Oh, that's good. That's good, bro. We did it, y'all. We did it. SpaceX retail orders are said to increase over $100 billion. So if they raise the price 50, all right, Chad. It's a good song. It's gonna be stuck in my head now all day. That's why I kept yelling that. I love her. That's why I just kept saying yesterday. It's bad. It was bad, man. Amgen. CBRE? Oh. I was thinking CBOE. I was like, when did that go to 130? Hold up. Yeah, give me a sec, bro. I just took a vitamin. Put it in the water. I feel like the vitamin stuck. What's happening? What do we need? Where's Howard?
Howard didn't lie or deny that he hung with that guy, but we still ask why. Did you go to that eye? Not once, but a couple times. Don't be shy, please don't lie. Actually, we don't even like you. Why? Howard escaped 9/11. Terrorists got their virgins in heaven, but there's still something I'm not getting. Howard, what the F did you go to that island?
Excuse me. You kept going, and Saddle. You. Well, yeah, see, again, uranium started off good. They didn't even pull back too much. It's not bad. We need a poll for how many Chads are buying IPO shares. I don't want to know. All I could do is just give you info and hope you make a wise decision. And then, yeah, I'm going to make my decision when it comes out. I might play it, so I don't think I'm going to add it to my long term. But, you know, if the right criteria hits. Oh, if the right criteria hits. Causea Therapeutics. And then oil's coming down a little bit, but SPY's still hugging VWAP. Am I buying IPO shares? I put in an order, but I don't know. They're probably going to give me 1 share. That's what they do. Any thoughts on SoFi for the long term? That's what I'm talking about, Kristen. It's been a week, I feel like. No one's asked me that this week. You're the first one. So I kind of missed it. I'm not a fan of SoFi. I know it's very popular. A lot of people talk about SoFi. But I'm not a fan of SoFi. I like banks. I don't know. I would consider like Citi or Bank of America, but they're up a lot from their lows. But yeah, I like JP Morgan. I like financials at a really good price, but SoFi is just a little too volatile for me. But a lot of people like it. That's why that question gets asked a lot. The right criterias is no premium or low premium, and then high demand, and then seeing that the IPO actually completes the offering and does the full amount. But it's all going to be in real time. That first couple of minutes, again, we'll see if the price. Like I said, I think they're doing something weird with. I think they're making it where the price doesn't go up. That's why it's going to be interesting to see how they fill it and allocate the shares. But that's going to be the premium side of that equation. And everything is just a little bit be pure supply demand, and what happens to price on day number 1. We met on a Friday too. That's kind of crazier. Has anyone asked if they should sell out the long term to YOLO in the SpaceX? No one's asked that, but you just gave them the idea. So that would, listen, I don't think you should do that, but if you don't agree with me, I think you should do it. So yeah, I wouldn't mind if you did that. I would never do that in my life, but I'd love to see what happens. But yeah, you should do it. But don't do it if you're wise. But if you're not wise, I'm saying, you got the world is yours, son. But then why even wait though? Like, why not just sell out your long term now and then gamble on hyperliquid? You don't even have to wait for the IPO. Come on, bro. You guys, you don't really want it. Which plays am I down on the long term? It's a good question. The ones that I'm still liking. So Nike, NVO, Chipotle, Fiserv, but Fiserv, people get crazy on that one. I wouldn't go big on Fiserv. Then Airbnb, Pfizer, and Tap. But those other ones, I still believe in them. And I would add Nike, NVO, Pfizer, Airbnb, and Tap. The other ones I haven't even bought in years are like Whirlpool. They have specific scenarios that they need to fix. Your coworker just sold some of his 401k to buy SpaceX. Nice. So I'm talking about. Sipping on some Fiserv. Yeah, I like Fiserv, but the problem is when I tell people about it, they look at the chart and then they're like, fuck yeah. And they're like, go all in. But I'm like, I know, I went really small on that one. So, same thing with Sweet Greens, but that one even went green. But, yeah, that's why the other ones I think are a better start. That's why Kimberly, we were down on it, and that one just went green. And then Tap. Otherwise, it would be any of the other Tap, and then Nike, and then NVO. And then Pfizer and Airbnb, even though one of them's up on the year, but like they just haven't done much, and I'm still down on them. So the only good benefit would be to stack on those. Iran top military command, the fire of war will become more widespread. causing insecurity in the region. Oil and gas exports for everyone will be available, or for no one. Hot dog. Let's see, actually. Where is TLT? TLT is doing good. I mean, it hasn't gone negative these last couple days, which is surprising considering the dollar has just been climbing for the last 48 hours, really, and then finally broke out of that level. On dumping Clean Spark and USAR? It depends. I mean, if it's a trade, that's easy. But if it's in the long term, you're stuck with that. Because that's what I said. I said it even last year during, you know, bubbles. Like, even if you buy one of those shitty bubble names for your long term, if you get lucky, I mean, actually holding it long will help you out. Especially if it really bubbles in your favor. But yeah, if it's a trade, I would just get out of it whenever. I mean, you saw me get out of a lot of things last week or 2 weeks ago. You know, and even if it's too early or not, I mean, you got to look at your account and what you want to walk away with. But if it's long term, unfortunately, 10 years minimum, I mean, you could sell out if you find something else to buy that's not a stock. So that's how I view it. Unfortunately, I'm not flexible with that. That's why I have names I haven't bought. You know, our long term has names we haven't bought in like 5 or 6 years. They still stay in there. Again, the other account had that too. I only got to sell out because we bought a farm. So yeah, that's that is the rule. Spies coming down. Low ticker, TSM, Intel. So C chip, staple, dynamic. I know I've said that one a lot today. But then again, nothing has really budged. But remember, last 2 days, that low ticker getting active got things moving. Outlook again with the new submission. No, I haven't played a bio. I'll look into it, though, because I remember that one. I remember that drug had a very big target market. I just have to go through the biotech catalyst calendar. Could be time, though. Could be time. There'll be a biotech play once every couple of months or once every couple of years. I like a small position on Fiserv. The problem with Fiserv is just going too big. That's it, because it's still risky. You know, I'm not that confident in it. But like I'm saying, when we bought it, the long term was bubbling. Things were going up. There wasn't too many options to select. So I went with one of the literally Fiserv was the worst on the S&P last year. So that's why. But keeping it small, it's like if it doesn't go anywhere, if it's dead money, small deposit, it won't affect you. It won't hurt you. But then if it actually recovered, the small deposit would be able to help out. Kind of like Oracle. That's what I was saying. Like Oracle, we put in that one deposit. It's like if Oracle went down, I'd be down like 1% on the whole entire portfolio. But then Oracle goes up 50, 60% in a short amount of time. That made up for all of the Kimberly or TAP losses, even on half of the value. So as long as you size Fiserv appropriately, I think it could fit into a portfolio quite nice. But the problem with Fiserv is if you take this low quality, needs a turnaround, and then you go too big and now your portfolio is dependent upon Fiserv, I think that's a terrible idea. Like Fiserv is like Bronny James when Bronny does good. You know what I'm saying? Like if you could get Bronny, dude, buy one, get one free, right? The dad joins, you get the son for, you know, doesn't even have to pay for it. Perfect. You know, Fiserv as off the bench, bro. Fiserv with like 5 minutes of playing time. You know what I'm saying? Get a couple steals, play some defense. It's a great addition. You want to pay fucking top dollar for Fiserv and then put him as a starter? I don't think that's a great idea. I think I'd be like, why would you do that? Would I sell the long term to start a business? If it was a real business, yeah. But why are you asking? You guys know. Why are we playing? We're playing Would You Rather? Like, so Josh, if the whole world was made out of popsicles and then got lit on fire, would you sell? Okay, Josh, what if everybody turned into worms? If everybody became a worm, then would you sell? Okay. What if the stock goes up 1,000,000 times? Like 1,000,000%. And then there's no other stocks in the world, but then you have to sell it, but then you don't have to sell it, but you have to. Would you sell it? I guess. So yeah, you know the answer. Don't anyway. That's very mechanical. Remember, that's the whole Ben Graham thing. That's why I like it. It's very easy. No matter what situation you input, the output, you could kind of control it. And that's why I'm only selling if I'm buying a house or enough time has passed. That's it. So simple. Simple but hard. It's hard to wait for 10 years. It's hard to find a house. So you know what I'm saying? The theory is simple, but that's why I'm telling you it's very mechanical. I hit my triggers. Give me enough time in the game, we could talk about moving it. Not enough time, there's no point in moving it. Again, if it's gone up a lot, I'm like, wow, this could be turned into a property. If it's like, you know what, I think Intel went up too much, let's move this to a property. Then boom, then those are the only ways we're selling. That's it. Or unless you pry it from my hands, that's it. Unless there is a terrible problem, absolute emergency. I've exhausted every opportunity. I've even talked to loan sharks, and nothing will work, and I have to use my long term. I'll use my long term. That's it. It's my parachute in life. But yeah, everything else, I'm telling you, it's what I'm telling you may sound unsophisticated, and it's not sophisticated, but it really is. This is the whole idea of avoid stupid, and you'll get brilliant results. Because what I'm doing isn't that brilliant. It's just hard and easy at the same time. Very mechanical. I'm a machine when it comes to the long term. That's it. Very simple. When do I get out? Time. Clock. If there's still time on the scoreboard, who gives if we have nothing to talk about? And then vice versa. I have a house ready. Oh, wow. I have enough money for a down payment. Oh, wow. That house is a really good deal. I have money sitting in my stocks. Wow, my stocks have gone up so much. Real estate hasn't moved in 2 years. Wow, I could turn that into a house. Boom, that's it. Simple as that. If those criteria aren't met, there's no matter what scenario gets brought up, it's going to be the same exact answer. On Trump Carg's island threat, either oil and gas exports for everyone, or it'll be impossible for no one. I think they meant for everyone. Would I trim if it got too big? Did you just did you skip ad? Did you just hear long-term monthly explanation and you said skip ad? Skip ad. YouTube Premium, skip ad. Okay, what if it went up a lot? Would you say, what did I just say? Dog. Bro, okay, forgive me for this example. Let's say you got, mute your mic, viewer discretion advised, okay? I'm about to say some real out-of-pocket shit right now. Okay, mute it if you got kids around or anything. At least I'm telling you, okay? At least 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's your fault now. So hypothetically speaking, you wake up and you get a boner, okay? Let's say, okay, I told you, I already gave you the warning. Let's say your boner is 30% bigger than before. Are you going to cut your dick off? Huh? What are you going to do, Elizabeth Warren? Okay, liberals don't answer this question. Okay, but very simple. What are you like? Oh, should I cut it? Should I cut it now? Wow, my dick got bigger. Maybe I should cut it. I should cut it off. Oh, I don't even know what I'm going to do after I cut it off, but let's just cut it off. You wouldn't do it. You'd celebrate. You'd be like, wow. You would compare it. You'd be like, what? Oh, my gosh. It did get bigger. Wow, look at that. So, yeah, that's all. That's all I'm saying, man. That's all. But I told you, mechanical. Very simple, what I'm looking for. They don't feel me, bro. They really don't. They really don't. Just listen. You know what the funniest part about these conversations are? That's why too. And like, you're not trolling me, I promise you. But like, you have to understand the most humorous part about all of this. I am trying to help you. Do you understand? That's like when I tell them, like, don't pay more than 5 cents. They're like 50. I'm like, dude, I'm trying to help you right now. I'm not trying to hurt you. I want you to get a bag and I want it to grow. I want you to be like, wow, I made my first 1,000%er. Wow, I want you to win, bro. I'm just trying to help. That's all. So everything I'm telling you, this is for your own sake. I'm going to do it. That's why I'm saying, you don't believe me, then fucking do it, dude. Just you do it then. But like, the ironic part about all of this is I am trying, this advice should help you. This should actually propel you in life and have you handling money and things way, way better. So I don't know. I hope you feel me, bro. I hope you feel me. I tried, bro. I tried. So I went on a rant. What was it? ICAP said something. ICAP said he had a confession. But then we got a little too crazy. You have a hard time buying dips when the positions are down. You don't want to check unrealized losses. Oh, just get used to it. That's the beauty of that uncertainty. You'll get better on it. All right, well, SPY's still working down, oil down. Again, you had that Trump comment, bond auction, 30-year, 5008. Came in at 5002, a little lower. Yesterday was at the screws, which has been happening a lot recently. See FDA warning. Excuse me. Well, I see don't load up for me. An SMCI. I-24 reports U.S. plans to strike extensive military targets in Egypt to prevent Iran from threatening Strait of Hormuz shipping. Going down. The oil's not at 93. That's the weird part. So I mean, we'll see though. If they do like attack big and it's bad, oil should be above 93 at minimum. Remember, 93 is the low end. 97 is where it would be at when we'd kind of have some problems. Iran submits draft agreement with U.S. to Qatari mediators. Yeah, to the United States. Was saying the text was finalized, sent to Washington for review. U.S. source confirmed receipt, though details were not disclosed. If approved, the agreement could pave the way for reopening the strait and resuming nuclear negotiations. It's weird. SPY went down on that, but that is coming now. New York Post. No, Trump said he wants to attack, but he said specifically he does not want boots on the ground. That's good. I'm glad you guys like that analogy. I hope it helps you understand the whole don't sell for 10 years no matter what happens, even if it gets bigger. So I'm glad. I think that one will stick with you. I think that one will stick with you. Pete's bombing my homeland now. Okay, that's a little personal. I think the sad part is that I don't know who's more excited about that, you or him. You know what I'm saying? Because clearly you don't like the war, but you take a little pleasure in. You know what I'm saying? That's the scary part, because Pete is scary. I already know what Pete's bloodlust. But you gotta watch out, man. Don't get too excited. Well, I mean, it sounds like, well, that's the thing. They're saying they sent a deal. You had the Qatar thing earlier. I mean, look at oil, though. I don't think the market even gives a shit about any of this, to be honest. But hypothetically, I mean, they could have sent something, they could have sent terms to the U.S., but doesn't mean it's terms that we would actually accept. But see if the market gets a reaction to that. Trim twice when it doubles. For KMB, no, I forgot. And then it already moved a lot by the next day. So yeah, I just put out a YouTube and an Instagram video. P-Core Baron said they're walking away. I feel like we saw that one in the news recently too. Or was that one just P? And then SMCI and then CH Robinson. I have SMCI already up there. Yeah, that's going. I mean, see if that lifts up chips by chance. Again, SPY had that little sell-off surprisingly on a positive war headline. And then, yeah, oil's kind of moved down a little bit. Then SPY just doing this same 7 hours to nowhere that we've been doing. All right, well, SMCI, it's up 5% off the bottom. Into it. Dude, 273. That looks so pretty. It looks disgusting, but yeah, it's very attractive. Don't be a baby now. Why would I get excited? You seem to brush everything under the rug. No, you're proving my point. I'm saying that you being able to point out something that you think would bother me, you're getting excited about it even if it means killing people. You get it? I think you missed the humor in the reality session. But yeah, I think it's funny. It's like when racist people, they get excited when racism happens, not because they like the racism, but just so that they could be like, see? So, come on, it's kind of funny. I think it's kind of hilarious. So, like, you don't really care about the war, but, you know, you're kind of a little happy that somebody's getting blown up so that you could rage against the war, essentially. So you'll be a better politician than you think, is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know. This whole sell for SpaceX debate is kind of, I want to say it's overblown at this point, because I don't think every single one of the, I think it's just all the data now. We're just finally responding to events, and we have so many events every day compared to like 2 weeks of no events and just melting up and responding to chip momentum. But yeah, I do think the whole sell to gain capital, I think there's some truth in it, but I do think it's a little overblown at this point. Am I going to any World Cup game? I might. The only one I want to go to is on the weekday. And then I've never sat at a soccer game before. But I'm kind of down. Yeah, the hacks, they've been hacked, but not like, we haven't seen like a big one. We need to see like a big hack. Who was, I think the last one was that Okta one from like 6 months ago, 9 months ago, man. Maybe a year ago now that I think about it. But we need one. And then remember when Microsoft and then everything just shut down for a while? And then we'd have, remember those AWS outages? I almost memory hold that one. Oh, Canvas last month. I think that Microsoft AWS one was how a lot of them spread. Oh, and Crowd. No, I think it was, Crowd was like during the Russia shit. You remember that? People were really bearish on Crowd because of that. AMD, I mean, it's just up a lot. AMD is like a little mini Intel in its own way, but it was running up before that. You won tickets to the Kansas City game? No, that's hyped. Yeah, I guess Egypt would be my team. I don't know, though. I don't have a team. I'll go to one, though. I'm going to try. We'll see if there's a good holiday. Because I think, don't we have a... I think we have 1 day off this week. If it could work, maybe we take a 4-day weekend. Yeah, why not USA? I think USA is my team. Am I allowed to support USA, or is that... Does that not work? Is that offensive? CENTCOM declares Strait of Hormuz open for transit with safe pathways for non-blocked vessels. Hundreds of ships have transited the last 2 months, and forces are postured to defend against the Iranian aggression. Iran does not control the strait. I think that is a reiteration. They've been posting those updates. There'll be like 120 ships, but it's all from April. So it's like a couple of ships more a day. Yeah, Intuit has came down a lot. We talked a lot about Intuit this whole week. So, I mean, it's one of those names. It just keeps going down. That's the thing I'm shocked by. It's the worst performer on the S&P 500, worst performer on software for its size. And then, yeah, it's chilling right there, man. It's, again, I can't, every other play on that video I made, they are all up. When then that's the only one that's down, and then it's down by like $60-$70, which is insanity. Where am I from? I'm from San Diego, America, and my family's from Egypt. Masri habibi, Masri. Inta Masri? Inta kalam Arabi? Ana kalam Arabi. Shwaya shwaya. Ifham kwayas habibi. Ifham kwayas. Is next Friday closed? Really? If there's a game, then I'll go. Yeah, I'll take off. I'm kind of down. Juneteenth. Oh, I forgot. Microsoft 3.8 Habibi. Hey, yo, Chad, bro. Yo, this is kind of like getting cheaper. What the fuck? Wow. So that's like, what, 10% more from that bottom? Holy shit. Yeah, dude, 380. Microsoft crazy, dude. That was even at 465 not too long ago. انت مصري يا ولد انت عايش مصري عايش امريكا. See, we got Arabs, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Look at what? See, amen. Amen. My Middle Easterners. And the Bahibak. And the Bahibak Awi. Microsoft and Tesla, same price. Microsoft has better value. See, that's what I'm saying, though. Intuit. So Intuit's lower. And now Microsoft, that's tempting too. I would have much preferred the 350. It was like around 360, 350 when I started talking about it. But yeah, even 380. I mean, I didn't realize, dude, you took another 15 bucks. So that same 15 from here to here would be the one, that's what you would need to get down to that level I want. But yeah. I don't know. That's that one I'm glad we have some cash. I didn't realize they were down that much. They're getting clobbered. CRM sucks. That's why CRM is good for upside if they turn around, but no, like Microsoft is like a leader. That's a very big name. Again, it's just not too. It's like what, 30% off or something? I don't know. Or I think at 350 it was down like 40 or something. But yeah, that 350. That's what I was saying. Fundamentally. Even like the book value, everything about it, it was very, very attractive. Wana bahibak aktar, Habibi. Look at you. That's it. We're so good. If I ever need to speak code, I'll speak Arabic to some of you. On the video under 200. I can't believe Microsoft's back with the 3. I like that 3 hand. I want 350. But then after missing 350, I'm like, maybe we do 380. I like it. I like that, though. I didn't realize it was down here. Well, Microsoft was the only one that was, like, cheap. All right. Oil going down. It's a phenomena. It's a phenomena. The congressional baseball game highlights. I didn't know they were playing. Wow. They asked me about the Knicks game. I didn't know there was another one. Will Intel reinstate the dividend? I hope not. You don't want them. You want Intel to keep growing. Last thing you want is for them to become a value stock again. Oh, if Microsoft issued equity, that would kill it. That would kind of make sense. Because, again, all these guys spending money. I mean, Google's done it. Meta's done it. So, yeah, that would probably be something that gets it back down. My favorite dip, I mean, Intuit, maybe, again, the names were down on, but it just sucks because my favorite dip buy was Kimberly last week, and I did it. And then, again, that was already gone off the table. So that's why I'm like, there's still dips out there, but the real optimal one, I mean, we did already just take it recently. And that's kind of what leaves us in this weird spot now that momentum slowed down a little bit more, but then the some of those dip buys have gone up. All right, well, maybe we saved the market, Chad. I need to go to the bathroom. Let's get ready for some philosophy. How does that sound to you? Sound good? CNBC talking intel. Woo! Alrighty. Call me Mr. Bombastic. Long-term fantastic. Okay, I will burb. Get ready. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it. Set apart from the start, and the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Amen. Woo! Chedonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, are you ready? Are you ready for philosophy? Oh, I got a good one. I got a good Miles clip to show you. And I mean, we got to talk about life. So, I hope you're ready for it, man. And I don't know, I hope you got peace, bro. And I hope above all else, dude, I don't know, as of late, I hope you've been killing desperation. And I'm telling everywhere in life, and that's why I'm saying I do like Philo. Nothing says no desperation. Like doing what you want. Now, you know, you control the stock quotes. They don't control you. You know what I'm saying? And I hope, for real, everywhere in life, man, just especially investing, goals, being involved in business. I mean, dude, this is everything. Everything goes into it, man. Everything in your life, just it's a full court press, man. There's no other way to explain it. You're not, whatever you do in business, it's getting influenced by what you do outside. What you do outside is gonna come in. What's in is gonna go out. I can't stress this enough, man. So I do hope you have a certain level of peace and chill and focus. You know why? Because it'll be good for your bit. So I hope they feel me. I hope they feel me. So I'm gonna just tell you now, man. I'll tell you something real easy. And it matches up with what we've been talking about a lot lately. A warrior is not defined by his tools. A warrior is not defined by his weapon, but his focus. Chad, I could end it right there. You know that? I could end the philo right there. My brother, your focus is your weapon. Whatever you focus on, you are gonna, that is the skill you are gonna sharpen. Whatever you keep focusing on, my brother, that is gonna get sharpened. You think do you see what I'm saying, man? Don't matter if you do it with a share, a option, a future. It matters on where your focus is. Oh! Your focus, my friends. That's what's gonna separate you. That's what we're talking about here. Again, this whole next 6 months, man. Where are you gonna go? No excuses. Drift will leave you in the gutter. Direction, decision, focused on that. Oh my goodness. That will take you a long way. So yeah, don't get so caught up in the weapon. Don't get so caught up in the tool. Because that's what I'm saying. That's the problem that most people run into. I'm sure you've been tempted by it. Once I get this weapon, then I will focus. That's not going to change the battle. My brother, you get the focus. It doesn't matter what weapon we put in your hands. You're focused on something. Oh, Chad. So that's the first part. The second, my friends, the things I love. And we've talked about this a lot. And I've said it, man. I don't know. If I hope you guys gain anything, I truly hope you get understanding. We may agree, we may disagree on a lot of things, but I was reminding you, I'm like, I don't care. All I care about is understanding. The more you understand, brother, the more you understand, the more your behavior shifts. It's very simple. We already know everything. It's when you understand something. And I don't know if you know that there is a difference between knowledge and wisdom. And let me put it this way. This is what I want. This is what I really want you to understand. Somebody who knows the most is very different from somebody who understands what matters. Oh, are you feeling me? You could have all of the knowledge in the world, but if you lack understanding, my friend, SPY, big pop, oil down, SPY straight up. Whoa, that one's a little big. What do we got? It has to be some war shit. Yeah, literally, SPY's popping. Well, those dailies already came back. That's a fat pop. Oil's straight down. Truth Social cancels strike on you. You're fucking kidding me, dude. It's literally the same thing. Promise a big attack and then cancel it. So based on the fact that the discussions with Islamic Republic have been brought to the highest level and approved, I have as president canceled the scheduled strikes and bombings on Iran this evening. Discussions and final points have been in concept and great detail, approved by all parties, including Israel, Saudi, UAE, Qatar, Turkey, Japan, or Pakistan, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, Egypt. Naval blockade will remain in full force until this transaction is finalized. Time and place of signing to be announced shortly. So yeah, it canceled. That's hilarious, bro. Those dailies are ripped. So make them free if you were scared. Well, yeah. No, bro, they're ripping. Oh my gosh, bro. Those just went crazy. Okay, well, I'm gonna make these free, big dog. If you were scared, you should do the same. Oh, why isn't it filling? All right. Well, they're over 100%. coming down now. But yeah, I made mine free at 100. I can't believe it. It's the same exact setup. Promise attacks to cancel them. But yeah, we got the daily. I was telling you the algos, but those sucked for a little bit. No, I don't think it's the same thing, but he did say something about that finalized plan. So you might be closer to something being signed. Otherwise, just go back to step one. Trump promises an attack and then walks it back and then it rips. So that's the first part of it, but there is that's a huge pop. And there's a little inclination that it's going to be something, there might be like a final sign off, which could be closer. That would be new, but I would take that with a grain of salt. I think just, again, hype the market up on the we're going to attack and then pull it away. That's enough to cause this, but you're still below everything from yesterday. So that was a big move short term, but yeah, long way to go. The option came right back down, dude. Those tripled up for a second. Those went 20 to 60. That's what I'm saying. That was kind of nuts. All right, well, I got out of it. I still have a couple more for free, but that was dead for a little bit. Yeah, oil is oil at 80. Remember, 86. If we go below there, we hit 85 the other day. That's where it gets really bullish. Dude, if you bought, those are crazy. So I'm telling you, the dead contracts went 300%. If you positioned on anywhere there, you made it fucking killing. Those plays are still green. That's what I'm shocked by. Well, not bad. Yeah, time and place of signing deal. That's the new part. That's the part that I'm saying is a little different. Oh, and then you're right. That just killed the dollar too, which is good. Because now the dollar's back to, this was like the momentum breakout level essentially. So once again, dollar goes above it. If this keeps the dollar down, markets will love it. Yeah, 1.2 following Trump's Iran deal announcement. Well, shit, you got that within seconds, baby. You even had a nice little daily. Alrighty. IGV went straight up off of that. It could be. This could just, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't, don't look too far ahead on this. And, don't worry about signing of a deal and what Iran is doing. But just for now, this is just the same setup of raise expectations to pull them away. That's it. If this does lead to a final signing, then awesome. This shit will be over finally for real. But till then, I just wouldn't, just take it for what it is. This is enough to give you some of the downside back, just because, again, we were getting hyped up on some of this fear. But yeah, I wouldn't read too deep into it. So Trump just announced a peace signing or a peace deal with Iran, or I guess the headline is he canceled the strikes. So last night, today, he was talking about striking Iran, and then now he just said he's canceling it. Said that they both received an agreement, and they both reviewed it, and that they're going to announce the time and place to sign very shortly. Yeah, dude, dollar, even gold and silver is going up. I'm more, that's it. It's like I told you, every time the dollar gets above here, even last time, that's what happened. Dollar broke out of that little range, and then it got smashed down for 4 days, and then that allowed everything to rip. So you're kind of doing the same thing here, but for the most part, just, yeah, like I'm saying, take this with a grain of salt. But gold and silver is going up, which is a good sign. It's like we said, any real pullback on this war stuff, gold and silver should actually move. Oh, flip. Y'all got blessed on that, baby. Thank you. I'm still in the middle of philo. Final points were approved by all parties. Yeah. So it sounds, that's what I'm saying. Just take it at the first level. Announces strikes, takes it back. That's the good part. The second part, it would be a bullish tailwind, but I wouldn't don't like bank on it. This is the simple way to look at it, because that might take another week or two. You see what I'm saying? So, but for now, you know, I'm gonna hurt you. Okay, I'm not gonna hurt you. That's exactly what's moving the market right now. Even though there's like, maybe we get married next week, we agree to just wait till you get the wedding invite. Everything, bonds, dollar, every single little factor. Now you have oil even going lower, but everybody took a bit off of that. So this is great. It's great for now if this holds. It is progress, but like, I mean, again, this progress could be unwound by him saying, never mind, I'm going to attack again. So yeah, but like I'm saying, the first part, announce attacks, take it back. That's easy. You've seen it. That's why we're moving up. Again, can you look ahead? You can, but I think that'll get you in trouble. And then if that look ahead ends up coming true, then that'll be a real bullish tailwind. All right. Well, not bad, Habibti. Oh, shit. Those dailies are still up. The dailies are still up near 100% right now. Well, Philo saved the market again. But anyways, what was I telling you? Before all of that happened, we were talking there's a difference between wisdom and knowledge. Yes, like I told you, the one who knows the most is very different than the one who understands what matters. Do you know the difference? Do you see how you could know facts and you could have a lot of info? That's knowledge. Wisdom is you saying, I have information, but I know what matters in that information. Let me put it to you another way. Knowledge fills the mind. Wisdom sharpens the sword. Actually, wisdom sharpens your judgment. Do you get that? Knowledge fills the mind. Wisdom sharpens your judgment. Knowledge tells you what's happening. Wisdom tells you what to do with it. So I don't know if you realize this is a very, very big advantage in life. A lot of the things we've talked about revolve around this. That's why I don't think most people in here, I don't think you're not knowledgeable. I think you actually have way more knowledge. Sometimes that confuses some of you because you have all of this info. But the question is, do you have the wisdom to make the right judgment with that? But it's simple. Because if you learn how to separate noise from truth, take in all the info, and then being able to sharpen what to do with it, say that's noise, that's truth, and then you're able to do that without hesitation, oh my brother, that is a very, very fruitful life. That is your knowledge and wisdom working together. So that's the second part, but this is kind of tied into it, and I'll leave you with this, and then I'll play a Miles for you. And then we go back to riding the rally, I guess, for now. Your environment is a prophecy. So I do believe in personal choice. I believe somebody, it doesn't matter where you are, you make a decision. You could go very far with that. But make no mistake. There is an impact from your environment. Like I told y'all, you want to know how to predict the future? You all know how to predict the future. You know what course you're on. That's it, bro. You're gambling. I know what's going to happen in the future. You're either going to win or lose. Most real gamblers, you win, you're still going to lose because you're going to keep gambling. You're unhealthy, you don't take care of your body, I know exactly where you're going to end up. You got a nice little drug problem, I know exactly where you're going to end up. You like a nice little drink every day, I know exactly where you're going to end up. So do you. This isn't a secret. This is what I mean partly by environment. But the sad reality, you are going to rise to the level of the environment that you submit to. That's why your environment is a prophecy. Stay in an environment long enough, my brother, you're going to either become that environment or you are going to change and go to a better environment. Is that not how your life has played out? That's how mine has. I've been in terrible environments. I either went to the level of the environment or I said, dude, I'm sick of this. Oh, I said, I'm gone, brother. And then that's it. Oh, Chad, I hope you feel. So remember, you are shaped by what surrounds you. So apply this to the concept, knowledge and wisdom. You know what surrounds you. Now do you know what to do with it? So that being said, I'm going to have Miles close this out. Let's see if the dollar goes down more. SKM Anthropic wants them to provide compute. Rumor or scoop?
When you believe something, you start preparing for it. And you start organizing your life for it. In other words, you start budgeting. When you believe I'm debt free, you stop living above your means right away. You stop buying things you don't need and accumulating things you can't afford. You start disciplining yourself. Why? I believe that I'm supposed to be out of debt. And you start living that way now. Belief is not mental assent. It's not saying I agree it's possible. Belief is deeper than that. Let me tell you something. God got some things he wants to do for you, but he's trying to get you to believe it first. When you believe something, you start preparing for it. And you start organizing your life for it. In other words, you start budgeting. When you believe I'm debt free, you stop living above your means right away. You stop buying things you don't need and accumulating things you can't afford. You start disciplining yourself. Why? I believe that I'm supposed to be out of debt. And you start living that way now. Belief is not mental assent. It's not saying I agree it's possible. Belief is deeper than that. Let me tell you something.
I don't know if you get it. Yeah, we're not off topic. You guys are just late. We got that news very early, and we already had spy daily calls. So, just be careful, okay? Be careful telling me, you know what I'm saying? We're very on topic. It's unfortunate if you guys arrived late. But yeah, we'll go over what's happening here. But no desperation, just ride. But I love what he said, man. I hope you get it. Can I ask you guys a serious question? I'm about to expose all of you right now. All of you right now who don't own a house, I'm going to expose you. You know that? Do you believe that you're going to buy a house one day? If you don't own a home right now, do you believe that you're going to buy a house one day? Yes or no? Do you believe that you are going to buy a house one day? Traders no longer price in a Fed rate hike. Or? This just got even better. What the fuck? So yeah, bonds are going up more. They stopped pricing in a rate hike all of a sudden. Or? All right, I sold one more daily at like 400%. I have some more. So are you going to buy a house? Yes or no? Simple question. But I'll just tell you right now. If you're not looking every day, you don't believe it. That's it. That's why I say I hope it calls you out. Because my brother, if you actually believed you were going to get something, you would prepare for it. It would be, just imagine, bro, if you had $10 million in your bank account and I told you you could buy a house, you wouldn't even think about it. And you would be looking. You would look every day. You would shop around. You would do it all. So if you're telling me right now, I believe I'm going to buy a house, and you still scared to open up Zillow, you scared to look around every day, you haven't, do you see what I'm saying? This is not propaganda for me to get you to buy a house. I promise. It fits so accurately. Because like he said, bro, when you believe something, you prepare for it. Again, I believe the long term, all these things. Think about it. You're going to move differently. How you behave. If you believe your money is actually going to grow, your involvement in the market's going to be different. Every little piece of say, you're not going to tell me, oh, I don't have enough. You'll be like, I don't have enough, but I believe I'm going to have a lot more. That's why I'm going to start building it right now. Again, the house is the easiest example. I hope you realize that. Most people don't believe. If you ever wonder what slows people down from real estate, is most of it's the belief. This isn't like a mental game. That's the irony. Belief isn't just saying, I know it's possible. That's the problem. A lot of us get tricked into saying, I believe. You don't really believe. You just are saying, oh, I acknowledge its possibility. That's different. I believe. Oh, I believe this long term. How do I know you believe? I made a new account. I've already set up the deposits. I'm already going over my expenses, finding a way I could save more. Oh, you believe. Oh, I know it's possible to get a home. That's different than the guy who says, oh, I believe. I'm looking every single day in Ohio. Oh, I'm scouring all of Indiana. Oh, I realize this area 45 minutes. I already started looking and I got pre-qualified. Oh, I know it's possible to make money in options. No. I believe I believe it. I actually started watching every single tutorial video. Oh, I said, what is Black-Scholes model? I actually read it. Started looking into it. Are you guys getting the difference? I love belief. I hope all of us believe and have some belief. You need it. But I want to take it to the next level. I don't want belief to merely mean possibility. Because that's not what we're talking about. Belief means preparation. My guy, tell me what you believe. Great, I hope you believe in something, but now, if you really believe in something, that means you must be preparing for something. You get what I'm saying? Oh, I believe big things are happening. So much I'm not doing anything. Huh? Oh, so you acknowledge it's possible, but you don't really believe in it. My guy, if I believed it was going to rain, I'm showing up with an umbrella. Right? Do you see what I'm saying? So, Chad, go back to basics and start believing. You could argue this belief is what I'm telling you. This might be the difference between knowledge and wisdom. You know that, right? You may know belief, but do you know what to do with it? Take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for the stream alerts. Okay.
Call, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist. The things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you. There's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking round? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. Long term. Am I mad or just passionate? Are you fam or just acting it? I know I talk a lot, but I always keep passing it. Gotta keep it in the roto. We are not the same, like rice isn't risotto. All the real ones know it's always no photos. Hit the market crash, stop acting, I'm the go-to. Just because you know me, that don't mean that I'ma know you. Man, talk starts non-stop, I am really him. If your name not Ben, we ain't really friends. Franklin at the end if you ain't getting that. I think all y'all do sedatives, or worse, I hope it's not hereditive. You ride the wave, but I invented it. I saved, and then I started lending it. Make trades, then I put it to another crib. That's a formula I did my whole life. My bro knew I was quick, so he taught me how to fight. Said you being followed if they take 3 rights. If they don't want your chain, then they want your life. So I go and share both of those. If you kill me or you rob me, either way the money overflows. All about $1, you can tell my heart is really cold. Something in my head, cause my soul is getting really old. Don't let a gamble tie your mind up. Nah, don't let a bitch fuck your life up. It's true, nothing good happens at the night, bro. Money is fun, son, I hope you made your mind up. Tell me who the line up, show me where you find her. You can have a rollie, it don't matter when your time up. Handed him a Bible when he asked for a light, bro. We are not the same, like a lion's not a tiger. The difference is the difference. That's my old bitch's shit. That's my new bitch. That's the YouTube and the Twitch. From the hills to the trench, in the game to the bench. The difference make the man.
Handed him a Bible when he asked for a light, bruh. Oh, Devin. Damn, Devin, a hundo? He said, let him know. He said, let him know the desperation is dead. Oh, you gotta play. You gotta play during Philo. You got the new, all of it. So, amen, amen, amen. I'd be getting more hyped, but I told you guys, I don't think I told Gen Pop. I guess I'll tell Gen Pop now. I'm sick. I think I got sick, you guys. Remember that one day I told you, and I was like, they had no fucking soap in the bathroom at the gym. I think they clapped me that day, bro. That's it, low key. I'm a little under the weather, so yeah. But amen. That's what I told you, man. The fucking desperation. You don't need desperation. Let's fucking kill it. You get lucky. We did get lucky all the time. Woo! I told bro the gym got. I'm not like sick though. It's fucked up. Like my throat is fucked up. I think I got strep or something. It like hurts a little bit, and then there's all these like white spots. But then like physically, I could totally do leg day again if I wanted to. So yeah, bro. We'll see. But yeah, either way, man. Finger to the sky. You got a good philo. You got some plays. If you don't know, Donald Trump did the whole "I'm going to attack you, not attack you." And then now they're talking about a final agreement almost done. But yeah, I would just take it at face value. I wouldn't be looking ahead too much. No, it doesn't. It's not like pain. It's just tired. I'm afraid. I don't want to get sick. But then I'm like, dude, I'm telling you, like my throat looks crazy right now. I'm surprised I'm not in more pain. But then I'm like, damn it. That's what I get. That's what I get for traveling and then going to the gym. Oh, what happened to SKM? And then bonds, dude. That thing is crazy. Yeah, Trump just put out a True Social saying he's not going to strike Iran anymore, and that there was a peace deal that they have received and that they just need to set a date and time to finalize. That's it. And then rate cut odds. That's the other part. Rate hike odds went down. So that's what I was saying with bonds. I mean, they got a nice little pop off of that. Hood. CBOE. The Mag 7 didn't really move as much on that. IGV got some nice candles. Hit it bad. Well, thank you, man. You dropped a dono too, bro. That's what I said. You had a minute or two on that one. That was very early. That was just a very sizable move, and it's still holding up. I mean, we just took our early SPY. Again, I was feeling that's what I was saying. There was just a decent risk to reward on those SPY plays this morning. That's why I took them. That's what I was saying. If you're not into it, be careful. But yeah, that's why those plays are still up. They're up actually a decent amount. Yeah, waiting for Golubov to say, I have no idea what you're talking about. The psychological warfare, they are lying. The Zionist regime is lying. I never said we have a deal to sign. No. It's a lying, a bullshit, man. Bullshit. I tell you. It starts in your throat and could move to your chest. Are you trying to encourage me or scare me? But, well, thank you for that, WebMD. The fuck? Am I dying? He says he's gonna move to my chest? I better do a push-up quick. SpaceX IPO is either gonna cause a sell-off or it could cause momentum to come back. If their IPO does good, has demand, people now know where they're gonna put their money, that could cause a little bit more sympathy plays. So both can do that. August? No, I'm leaving end of August. When is, or September maybe, when I come back? We could do it wherever the next holiday is. We were going to do this June, but then Father's Day. Oh my gosh. Oh, I think my dad will be back. I hope my dad's in America. But I should take him to a soccer game. He actually likes soccer. That just inspired me. Because you know that my dad don't like sports except soccer. That's why he was disappointed I never became a soccer player. That's exactly what it is. That's a great example. That's what I'm saying. Everyone, I know it's tempting to try to look ahead, and everybody wants to like, oh, peace deal is going to be signed. Just wait till that happens. But the first part, I think, is a great way to understand everything. It's like the bully telling you, 3 p.m. playground, I'm going to whoop your ass. And then every day at 2:45, he says, no, never mind. I have something else to do. That's exactly what just happened here, if you're wondering why the spy popped. That's it. Yesterday, Trump was like, I'm going to attack. Both sides did these little strikes, and then he was hyping up this big attack today, and then he just pulled it away. That's it. And then again, even though they're talking about details of a further meeting, I don't think people are looking that far ahead, or there's a lot of doubt with what we've done. Iran and Israel both deny existence of any agreement. N12 News. Woo! DXC, Anthropic partnership will integrate Claude into system banks, airlines, and other regulated industries. Well, that got a pop there. It's 2.6. Take him to Egypt and Seattle? No, I don't think I could take my dad to Seattle. You guys know my dad is like, he's more offensive than me, but he doesn't try to be offensive. He just does it. He's like foreign, so he doesn't understand what he's saying. Like, let me put it this way. The first time my dad met my girlfriend's mom, I shit you not, within like 2 minutes of meeting her, he's like, do you want to hear a joke? And then he tells her a joke about women. It was like some joke. I forgot the joke, but it was borderline very offensive. He didn't understand it was offensive. And I said, Dad, I said, what are you? Oh my gosh. You have no idea. You know that? Like, bro, he just doesn't know. And like, he'll say stuff publicly. If you're like, why do you wear that? Why do you wear, what are you? You think you are a boy? You have no, I don't think y'all realize I have the wherewithal. Like, I don't try to piss people off. I really don't. But then again, I'm not going to hold my tongue for God knows what reason you will change it on. But my goodness, you have no idea, bro. He just says whatever makes sense to him. And like, yeah, he still hasn't picked it up, 30, 40, 50 years in America. He still doesn't really, so yeah, I don't think he'd do good in Seattle. But he likes soccer though. He does. Jay Clayton, the lead top U.S. intelligence office. Well, again, the algos are already positioned to up this morning. That's what I was saying. So you might go down a VWAP, but it looks pretty good. I think today is just like a relief rally day after a couple days of just going straight down. They respond to Trump. He has already said 38 times there is an agreement. His words should be treated like previous lies. Israel's Hayam News. So literally, Israel and Iran have denied it already. Omar Habibi Masri. Amen. I'm from your area. I wish. I don't know. I feel like deep down I belong somewhere else. But sadly, I'm just a little Southern California boy. I don't know how. Like, I feel like I could grow up in... I think I'd grow up in Virginia. I think I'd survive. Or New York. I think I'd either live out in the middle of nowhere, or I'd live in New York and be angry all the time. Which I could do that. I could definitely... They're not even angry in New York. They say, stop fucking with me. That's why I like New York, bro. Everyone just minds their own business. And then that's it. VSAT and CVLT, and then Shaq Apollo. Is that off the? That was just, they had a candle with everything else, but then also the Jay Clayton stuff. I've never been to Chicago. I don't know. I'd like to go though. A big dump. Like I said, you might go down to VWAP, maybe the low of the day, but I wouldn't expect much, even if they said it's quote-unquote fake. Or even if they quote-unquote denied it. Like I was saying, don't look ahead, just look at what it was. We're going to attack, now we're not. That buys you some time. And then the market's up, but then like I was showing you, it hasn't recovered all of the last 2 days. You're still in this whatever box we've been in the last week, you're still fully in it. So that's what I was saying. Don't look too far ahead, but just take it for what it is. And yeah. And I'm glad, we had good positioning on that. We got lucky, but then again, a little preparation, a little luck. Those plays are still up 100%, or just under that now. Doobie. Adabe, like Adabo, Adabe, ICAP, Adabe. I still like Intuit more. Adabe is just a hyperscaler though, which is crazy. When you really think about it, there's not too many companies that do that, but yeah, I'm just not ready for any of these growth names. And now Microsoft's coming down. So like that's the other part of it too. Microsoft, I might as well I might be down to rip Microsoft instead. Hi. How are you? Barack Ravid article. We'll see what he says. Barack. Trump cancels Iran as mediators claim deal is close. Bro, it makes me subscribe every time. I've already done this. Trump claimed agreement was close. Before is yet to confirm. However, 3 sources said the gaps were resolved during Iran-Qatari mediators on Wednesday. Behind the scene, negotiations continued late on Wednesday night. According to sources briefed on the talks, they had reached an agreement upon a text that the U.S. would also accept. Mechanism for releasing Iran's frozen assets, arrangements for reopening, and then how negotiations over Iran nuclear program will be conducted during the 60-day ceasefire. Well, that was fun. It does, but I wouldn't look ahead. Like I'm saying, just take it for what it isn't. Because again, that's where I'm just following the logic that the war doesn't really matter that much. So that's why I'm saying it's like you could take it for that little pop. Yeah, he was going to attack today, and we weren't even that bad considering. So now he's not going to attack. Everything else, I wouldn't lead into it too much. Or if you were, let me put it this way: if this is really going to be a real off ramp, the dollar's going to die. So but until that happens, I would just keep taking it. Same kind of setup we're in. We still got to close out Friday. You still got the big event there with Kevin Warsh next week. And then, yeah, we're going to keep playing that game a little bit. We did make money, yes. Why are you going to make us feel bad for making money? So if we don't support your political ideology, we're bad guys? And then if we make money, we're bad guys? What do you want us to do? What do you want me to do? You want me to denounce Trump and then not make any money? Would that make you happy? And what do I get besides your happiness? Does it come with any membership perks? What's the difference between that and locked in? But yeah, we did make money. Yeah. And like I'm saying, I wouldn't look too far ahead. But you'll be good. The 3-card Monty. I brought that up the other day. I do. That's why I think the 3-card Monty, just watch the dollar. That's what I'm saying. Everything really is. And they're like, find the card, find the ball. Just keep your eye on the dollar. It was eye on the bonds for a little bit. Then the bonds stopped moving. And then we started getting these oil and other dollar moves. So now it definitely seems like the dollar will be that'll be the conclusion. Didn't we just talk about this yesterday, about what he says and how the market reacts? We did. I'm glad somebody was paying attention. Because, yeah, that's exactly what I was... Again, and I don't think I have any special ability. I'm just going off of my own opinion. Like I'm telling you, I'm trying to even verbalize it so you could understand, like, my logic. Like I'm telling you, I don't believe when the war headlines were bad, I wasn't even overreacting. Like, I didn't really care. And that's what I'm saying. Even if this war headline could be good for the future, I still wouldn't really care. And that's why I'm like, just take it for what it is. Hyping up one attack, pulling it away, that could justify, we're talking a half a point. You know what I'm saying? Like that's fine. We could work with that, but just don't look ahead. Don't think too much about, okay, off ramp, the war ends. No, just stick to the plan. All the other stuff we've been watching, and like I'm saying, take it for what it is, but I wouldn't read into it too much. I do. I think I agree with you. Thank you for that. I think the fact that was probably an unintended consequence. The fact that pop got the rate hike odds to go down, I think that was better. I think that eased up the bonds. And then again, I think even with the dollar playing along too, I think both of those things are good. Imagine he attacks tonight anyways. That wouldn't be... Well, they didn't sign the deal. Too bad. Oopsies. Oopsie whoopsie. I saved you from another recession with Philo, I know. I think, dude, I'm glad we got lucky again. That was another Thursday of these short-term SPY plays just fucking hitting for us. But yeah, I was positioned on that early. I was just going off of the vibe in the day, but we did pick up on that during Philo. It's hard to ignore. But yeah, all around good. Now we just got these individual plays. We just need our Zillows and Palanters. And then I still haven't monetized some of the other plays too, like Clove. Well, I halfway monetized it. But for now, it's not bad, man. Not bad. Not bad. I just hope June. I think today even just shows the June range is big. This is still small in my opinion, but that first pop was very large. But yeah, if this thing can, we get a little bit of momentum back. I mean, we do have a lot of. There's a lot of range to run. Was what we were talking about the other night. Iran said that talks produced agreement in principle, but Khomeini still needs to give final approval. Is EW up 8%? You're fucking me. Holy shit. Yeah, EWI's up 8.7. And the Marvin. Just depends who's listening. LNTH. Spies High Ticker's actually fully gassed right now. Did that move staples around? No, that kept the staples up. You're fucking me. So that's good too. That's the craziest part. This little rally, bro. It brought everything. KBR, I just saw that on the High Ticker, yeah. 3%, about 1%'s on there. They win 1.1 billion contract, worth 25% of their market cap. KBR. Oh, those are jacked up. Oh, there's a 5 center. I'm going to take it. It's a negative change close. There's still more. They're far out, but there's only one with negative change. It hasn't triggered yet. That's why. Well, I took those. They were 5 cents. Not a recommendation. KBR is your job? Oh, no way. Okay, the 5 centers are gone. Don't take those other ones that are way, way further out. There's one within 10%. Or I guess that's 20%. You've been buying them as a SpaceX play? No way. Yeah, they went. Oh. They win. Was that. This could be old. Is this different than the 95 million contract? They had a $95 million contract on Space Force. But that was a couple days ago. That one might be old news. Be careful. No. That's different. National Weather Service. Oh, yeah. A contract award. No, this is legit. Awarded June 11th. Total con. Yeah, 1.1 billion. Mm-hmm. No, it's legit. Here. That one might be a delayed reaction tomorrow, but yeah, but they had another contract a couple days ago for 190 million and that popped it. That's why. Those do not have a lot of time. Those little scammers. Okay. I saved the daily recession with Philo. I thank you. All right, I made another one on that one since the short terms are already up. So good luck. Not a recommendation. The first plays are still up, that's why. Iran has not yet approved any text FARs. Yeah, SPY. Look at even oil too. I think we're gonna ignore it. Hananalin again? Habibi? Chairs, what's up with y'all today, bro? Y'all were doing that even before the SPY hit. Ooh. Well, amen. Amen, and God bless you, Chatadonia. Banks, no, just my JP Morgan. I said, I mean, if you really want banks, I would consider top ticking Marvel, or excuse me, Citi or Bank of America. Other than that, we'll buy banks when they ever come down. What was that other one? KBR? SMCI is going. All right, man. We only got an hour and a half left. Time has flown by. The contract, no, it got approved. No, it got approved. It got published today. But yeah, the contract was awarded yesterday. It was published at 1:57 Eastern time. So it was just about 40 minutes ago that the contract came out, just on the website, and then it's 15 days after contract award date in active policy. So yeah, they have till June 25th. I think they have to accept it. You're another hundo? Dude, what the fuck? Hard. Dog, that's crazy. I'm like, did I become a stripper? Man, $100. Do they throw $100 bills at strippers? I don't know. But y'all are basking me in dollar bills today. Thank you. My goodness. That's it. Unless you guys are trying to get me to fuck up my throat. I want to scream, but I can't. Amen. Amen. But yeah, here's the contract for that one. So it's a sam.gov. This is the government, what's it called? The government contracting website. But 1.2 billion, 1.12. Again, where is it? It said their name somewhere. KBR Weil Services. Silver, if they really sign this deal, then yeah, but until then, any early on metals without a real end to the war, those have been costly. Baking soda and salt. I did a saltwater gargle last night. I don't know if I have baking soda. Well, SPY doesn't have to go to VWAP. That's why if you're worried that fake headline or, again, the market's still kind of vulnerable or one bad headline brings us down, that's why I'd consider it. But like I'm saying, even if we go down, I just don't think we're going to end up like negative on the rest of the day. It was already, again, algo tilted to the upside. Now you have that. Even if you fade that news a little, you'll probably go to VWAP. But you got oil down, dollar down, bonds are catching a bid. I mean, you kind of have your trifecta of everything kind of working there so far. Not to mention just 3-4 big days of going down. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. All right. Give me a second. I need to check on this animal. Who's this?
I think it was about time
Thank you.
for Europe to realize
you are him.
we need to do
Finger
better
to the sky. The
ourselves.
Lord is him.
The European social
It's all
contract
through the
is at
Lord.
stake here because
Hello.
many people feel that that social contract is not being upheld.
So that's Margrethe Vestager, formerly of the European Commission, really putting in perspective the influence that the degradation of the transatlantic relationship has had and how that has spurred, it appears, European leaders into more action on this front, realising that they have to rely on themselves more because they can't rely on one of their most important traditional partners. And she actually pointed to Donald Trump's comments around wanting to annex Greenland earlier this year as being a moment that really seemed to spur a change in attitude, in a sense that actually now Europe needs to tackle some of these long-running underlying problems to be able to provide better protection for the social model, the wealthy influence that it's built up over time. Now, I don't want to get you too excited about this because things happen slowly in Europe at a European Union level. We're in the middle of the discussions on the next European budget, for example, that could be another area where there could be big changes. The ambitions that we've had an update on today don't look hugely different, so that might not be the level of excitement that we want. But the conversations are happening, and there is a sense that we're moving towards something that will result in more European integration and more, as a result, Europeans' influence on the world. Bloomberg Economics was looking at the potential consequences of this as well. They say the path is going to be divergent even further. The European Union will fall further behind the US economically if there isn't big changes made. But if there are, that will arrest, first of all, the decline, and actually could see the two economies converge as well. None of that, of course, mentioning AI, which could change everything.
Well, let's talk a little bit about technology and also geopolitics here beyond the United States. You did mention China as another factor that is driving this. And if we think about it from the perspective of EVs, for example, you're not going to find Chinese EVs here in the United States. Not the case for mainland Europe, where you could see, I don't know, Norway, Italy, Spain. In France, you can see Chinese EVs on the roads there. How much of this is about China, and what is it about China specifically that has the bloc concerned?
So there's a couple of issues here. One is that China's moving in on Europe's traditional industries of strength, and the motor industry is a perfect example of that. It's true, I see BYD cars around Brussels, you know, they're more present here in many parts of the continent as well. And it's a question of the EU having to, you know, make this decision about whether or not there are industries that it's going to protect and support. Car making, we know, is extremely politically important in Germany, for example. So will that be an obstacle to try and support those industries rather than necessarily, or to protect, you know, from Chinese imports in that area? The other question is also access to the Chinese market, because it's an important export market for a lot of big European companies as well, and they fear more barriers being put up, which could cut off that very lucrative market for them at a time when obviously now we're going to have trade tariffs with the US as well. So some of those big export markets could actually be closed off to European exporters as well. And that's another way that we could see industries hurt by this complete shifting in the global order that we've seen.
Speaking about the global order and the shifting, I keep thinking about the European Union. We've had a lot of stories, I'm sure, Stephen, you know, on the Bloomberg about the UK. I'm looking at one that was done on June 9th, so just this week, how the UK's options for rebuilding ties with Europe stack up, this possibility of the UK coming back. But I do think about the composition of the European Union. Some have questioned some of the countries and the entities that are part of that institution. How is that going to move forward? How important is that in terms of who's in, who's out, matters in terms of its place in the global world?
Well, that's a really important question too, because of course we have a whole range of countries who've been lining up for years to try and join the European Union across the Western Balkans, for example, but also there's been such a renewed focus on Ukraine's potential membership of the European Union too. And a lot of these questions are tied up with the fact that the way the EU works right now is already so cumbersome, and part of the fear of admitting new countries is you actually make the situation even more complex. And as you add divergent political views from different domains as well, is that there will be a need to give up, for example, the veto that exists in some areas of the European Union. Nobody's willing to have those sort of conversations because it's such a laborious and time-consuming process when there are other big crises that need to be addressed now. I do think it's important to talk about what happened with Brexit, though, because obviously the UK leaving was a blow for the EU. They took a voice out of conversations on things like capital markets, for example, where Britain would have had a lot of influence, and the countries who would like to see greater integration, or for in some cases might want to protect part of their own financial industries as well, have lost perhaps an ally around the table there too. So those alliances have shifted over the past 10 years. New bridges had to be built between countries too. Right. I don't think the UK is going to be rejoining the EU anytime soon, but closer ties does seem to be.
Closer ties. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Chad. Well, it's almost power hour, 25 minutes. You're still in the first little, the war is over again. We should have played that. The war just ended again. Oh, I know. Just take it at face value. The war's over today. I don't know about tomorrow. That's the problem. You see what I'm saying? At least for today, the war's over, which is good to, you know, you could go to bed, you could sleep, you know what I'm saying? And then you could wake up and be like, oh, is the war back on today? Oh, the war's on today. Damn. Oh, maybe it'll end today. Maybe it'll end again. But that's it for now. It's over for today, which is good. I don't know about tonight, but today, oh, that shit's done, dude. That war is definitely over for right now. Yes, it'll be good. It's good. Well, remember, everybody bought puts the other day on the QQQ. It went from nobody wanted puts, skew was down, out of the money puts were all down, and then that's it. 4% down day. Everybody was like, you know what? Puts are actually a great idea right now. I think that'd be a great thing to have. You love me? That's good, man. Well, love yourself. Get the long term. That's it. Like we talked about people wanting to do this as a career, and you know you can, but you just gotta favors. Function is in favor, go hand in hand. So make sure you set yourself up in the right way, and I think you'll be good. I mean, I'll be here. You know, God willing, I will be here. Fars News, citing source close, said Iran has not approved or finalized any texts of the United States. They reject the claim a draft agreement has been confirmed, highlighting conflicting signals between U.S. and Iranian sources. And then U.S. Office of Personnel Management select Oracle to power federal workforce modernization. Oracle. Not bad. That was a 1 standard deviation move pretty much. We love to fight even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over. Yeah, dude, TLT, very good. Bond volatility, bad. So yeah, if TLT comes down, we're fucked. But yeah, it's a very big move up, but you just don't, like, you see that candle? That's a great candle after this last week, even though it's big. You just don't want it to be a bigger candle back down. But if it starts building from here, there's no problem with that. And then the dollar came down below the level. So if you don't know what happened, pretty much Trump hyped up attacking Iran, saying he was going to strike them tonight. And then he said, you know what? Never mind. I'm not going to do it. We might even sign a peace deal. And then once again, the same trick in the book worked. And then that brought down oil, gave bonds a bid, and then even brought down the dollar too. Well, yeah, you got a couple of denials already, even more coming in right now, but that was enough to kind of get us up. Again, 1%. It's not like this is a big day, though. That's crazy. You know, again, we're just back into, you're literally at Friday's low. You're actually below where we sold off on Friday, to give you some context of this last couple days. So, yeah, it's like that was a nice pop. It was very fast in the short run, but, you know, the follow through and where we're at, like, in terms of the last couple days, this isn't really anything meaningful. Honeywell and McDonald's on the high now. What the hell? As a solo officer tonight? No way. Congrats. So you already do like your ride-alongs and stuff? Where like you don't, isn't that what you're supposed to do when you start? Where you like ride along with somebody? That's exciting, bro. Can I come for a ride-along? You know, once you get good at it, though. I don't know, you know? I tell you, I had a friend of mine. He became a cop. And then his first, like, two weeks after, like, being on his own, he took his dad with him on a ride-along. And then literally they got shot at. I was like, what the hell? He was like, yeah, they, like, apprehended a crackhead in Hemet. And then the crackhead started shooting at him. And I was like, okay. I was like, well, that's good. No one got hurt. But yeah, let me come for a ride along. Once you get good at it, though, I don't want to encounter any crackheads. High-low ticker just tweaked for a little bit. But nothing moved. Or we're going to space tomorrow. I mean, SpaceX. I can't believe it, man. We were talking about SpaceX IPO at the beginning of the year. And now it is tomorrow, my friends. 7 months of FTO. That would be sweet. That's exciting, bro. Congratulations. Hey, man, stay safe out there. And let me know when I could come, bro. I'm down. You gotta let me arrest somebody. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you can and don't buy will be used against you in the court of the long term. If you don't have 10%, then 10% will be assigned for you. Okay, that's it. Do you understand your rights of the long term? Then why the fuck haven't you gotten one, sir? Like, I need backup. Yeah, every code is 10. 10-10. We have a 10-10 in progress. Save 10, hold 10. TE Oracle's going off of that government headline, and then TE just took a stick. So I saw that one pumping on the high ticker, but now it's starting to trigger. I don't see anything. Uranium in space, it could. We're gonna find out tomorrow. We don't really know what's gonna happen, but you know, any of these sympathy plays are either gonna die or really run after SpaceX. And yeah, that's what everyone's doing, bro. I'm telling you, everybody you know is probably gonna ask you if you should buy SpaceX. It's just one of those. That's what happens with IPOs, and then especially SpaceX and Elon. It's very talked about, but yeah, there's a lot of both new, medium, advanced people, but especially new. You're gonna have a lot of new people who are like, yo, I should buy SpaceX. SW. No, I don't have a headline on TE. Stop resisting! Stop resisting the long term! So some people do resist, bro. That's why I'm like, we're gonna resisting long term. We're gonna add that to the record. So is this true? Is this true that you knew about Intel at $20 and you refused the long term because you said you were gonna gamble your way to a long term? Is that true? Your record shows you have 3 counts of resisting long term. Shame. Up or down? I don't know, dude. Well, if we continue like today, we'll probably go up. I mean, it's been 4 or 5 days of just straight declines, lack of momentum. If tomorrow goes good, there's no bad war headlines, or maybe you get more of this look ahead to the future if the market really believes it. But other than that, it's I'm still a big fan of wild cards. Fuzzy Panda came out again. Is there anything that caused that? Is it just getting squeezed? I don't see anything. Is that triggered? That was 4% right there. Does the IPO rules apply to SpaceX, or is it too hyped? Habibi, a rule is a rule, Habibi. You know, let me put it this way. The rules for all men and women are the same. And that's why, too, I have rules for women. And I'll just tell you, it don't matter if they ugly or if they hot, that all the rules still apply. Because they say all the same. Same thing, ladies, understand that too for men. You set your standard and you stick to the rules. Don't make any exceptions. So yeah, that's the same thing for IPOs and any trading financial rules. There's no exceptions. That's why they are a rule. It's why they are a rule. Spy was Trump backing out from attacks, ending the war, said simply. Once again. And SPY again. Oracle, a couple of those software plays are still running. IGV, a Palantir. And then Cyber actually took off today. I think that's the other. And then bonds, dude. Meanwhile, TLT, we better hope this thing doesn't come down. As long as that could start climbing, that'll be one good sign. The dollar's still near the danger zone, but that came down. Amgen. High ticker is fully maxed out, brother. It's amazing. Is it power hour yet? 15 more minutes. Dow Jones 23 in the green, 7 in the red. NASDAQ 75 green, 25 in the red, and then SPY 370 in the green. So you still have everything after that pop. They're all, again, you're definitely broadened out, and this is everything. This is like chips, software. Some need to go more, and then obviously your staples and the ones that have been doing well this last week. Well, no, Tesla, I mean, SpaceX might make all the other stocks go up or down. We don't know. It just depends how it plays out. But the possibility goes, it swings both ways. So it could negatively affect stocks if it does bad, and then if it does good and people feel certain optimism, that could actually bring some risk in. And that's what I was even telling about, is that you, what's it called? You have, like, if SpaceX successfully launches at that valuation, and people love it, I mean, that theoretically, it makes a lot of other things look really cheap. So, yeah, that's the, it could go, I don't know. That's what I keep saying. The rules still apply, but how unprecedented this IPO is, there's a lot we don't know. That's why I'm excited. It'll be historic. We'll get to share history, see what happens with it. But, yeah, we don't know what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. 1 trillion's the new norm. It's disgusting, dude. That used to mean something in my time. It was a big accomplishment. Will I vote for Harris next election? I mean, if I develop like a fucking ketamine addiction before 2028, why not? But assuming all things stay the same, probably not. That lady terrifies me. But yeah, no, I don't no plans. You're not a fan of Trump, but it just made me a whole bunch of fucking money. Shout out to Josh, you're still the plug. I like that. That's good. Thank you for not shaming me. You're like, oh yeah, oh, what are you gonna do? Make money? Oh yeah, oh look at Trump again. Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Ignore it and better your family and your future? Oh, is that what you're gonna do? You terrible person. Fuck's wrong with you? How dare you live through the same exact thing I'm living through and then decide to do something about it with your own time and effort? Fuck you, dude. That's good, but I appreciate that. That's a good answer. That's a good positive feedback. You know, like I said, at bare minimum, I hope you guys do make money. You know, I'm not trying to change your views on the political world. It sucks if you're a jackass, but you know, there's jackasses exist. But what I do think we could change your financial situation for sure. So I'd like to hear that. That's very good. Mm-hmm. Core weave prices 1.2 billion of 9% notes. It's a lot. Chips, SMH now, AMD. You're getting all of the little chips are waking up again. Yeah, Micron, SanDisk, I think Nvidia. You're about to hit a new high. Well. Yeah, Marvel, more so than not. A lot of chip makers going up. IGV stopped. No way. So yeah, IGV down, but barely, or 0.5%. But then chips are up by 5%. Korea's up by like 9%. Yeah, and staples are up too, though. That's the good part. Another 100? What are you guys doing? Another 100? You guys are already locked in. There was a time not too long ago I was involved in a bad injury, didn't know what to do, but there was one person I could rely on preaching the good word was Josh. I've been thankful. Thank you for your help. Thank you, brother. Thank you for not quitting. You know, that's a big part of it. I said, man, are you kidding me? Another, bro, you guys, I appreciate you. And yes, but honestly though, you know who gets the real credit, right? I'm grateful for the opportunity that I get an opportunity to show any gifts that I have that God put inside of me. You know that? I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the opportunity. But above all else, give the Lord the credit, my guy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Cause yeah, bro, that's it, bro. I think for all. Did remember I told you guys that philo, and I like that philo a lot, bro, because it's true. You know, because I do think God gets the credit. You know, you tell me thank you. I'm not gonna be like, oh no, stop it. It's like, bro, if I'm thankful, I'm thankful to get to show the gifts that God put inside of me. If I get an opportunity to reach somebody with that, I am grateful for that. And that's why too, though, it's like God be the glory, baby. And at the same time, I hope you are inspired to bring the gifts out of you, brother. Out of you. Amen. Amen. You wear headphones, you've been listening, there's a way to select the volume max because it blows your ears out. Yeah, there is a item set, but you don't know this one? So if you like really have audio issues and like my screaming bothers you, there's a setting. You click on your browser and then hold Alt on your keyboard. Hold Alt and then press F4 at the same time. So Alt F4, that'll set an automatic audio limiter for my stream. So especially if you're like, I can't take this, the audio keeps going, do Alt F4 and that should fix it. No, it'll work. That's how I envision it. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly how I envision it. Yeah, only works on Windows and Mac. So, amen, baby. God bless. God bless. And then what is Italy shaped like? And then tell me what the shape of Italy is. Oh yeah, what's it look like? Yeah, what does it look like? What shape is Italy the country? A what? Yeah, that was a fun one back in the day. I know, dude. Intel's up like 20% this week, I think, or something. I'm shocked. It hit 119 this morning. I was tripping. Instructions unclear. My cash is stuck in the long term now. Oh no. Man, I hate all this long-term wealth. Damn, bro. President Trump says all parties approve final points. It's amazing. The NIVDA. FOMC. I think FOMC, I mean, if this could be a short-term turning point, but like you are right, that event next week is going to be it. So we'll find out. But it's good, though. There's a lot of range for June. I mean, if we could, I don't know. I'd like to see momentum. It's fun when there's momentum, but also, too, I mean, that momentum was kind of unreal the last 2 weeks ago. So we'll find out. But at this point, the game plan, the checkpoints, the catalyst, the macro, it's all showing us where to go. We just got to be a little patient during days like these. But I'm glad we got some hits. A couple of plays haven't hit, but that's good, too. That's why you say I'm even trying to get rid of people. We need to get rid of some excitement. So that's why I'm saying I think even a week of no plays going as crazy, that helps. You know, we got to get rid of excitement so we could get down to dedication, determination. He could say nothing like Powell, yeah. It's his first time, though. That's the thing, though. So the first time, even if he tries, like, Powell earned that. You know what I'm saying? Like, Powell, he earned the whole let me not say shit and the market doesn't bully me. That's the thing, though. Like, Kevin Warsh, he could try to do what Powell does, but, like, if they don't believe him, they're going to bully him. Just don't. That's why I'm so excited. The new Fed chair, don't underestimate it. A new Fed chair and a Trump link, are you kidding me? These motherfuckers are going to try to bully him. So that's why he has to kind of earn it. And he has to be able to both show that he's not inexperienced, and then he also needs to highlight that his plan isn't dumb as shit and that it's not too hawkish. So that's kind of how it has to go. But, you know, he could try the nothing card, but the market could bully him on bonds and everything else, the financial conditions. Even if he says anything about asset prices, just don't underestimate. New Fed chair and the market, they're both new. Market is responding new to him, and he's new to the whole job. So, yeah, they might do their thing. Yeah, Andy has Powell as a governor. That'd be terrible, dude. Bro, I'm telling you, Powell, it's legit. Have any of you ever done that? Have any of you ever gotten married? Or have you ever gotten a new girlfriend and had your ex living with you? Have any of you ever done that? Because that's what the Fed reminds me of. That's what I envision. I'm like, this is so awkward. Dude, imagine coming into work and then there's Powell. And he's just sitting there. Every meeting is Powell, and I'm like, what? Isn't that crazy? I know, it's pretty wild. That's why I'm like, hold up. I'm like, every time someone reminds me, I'm like, he is still there. That's the hardest part about all of it. Because that's why somebody was even trying to say, they're like, oh, they want to use Kevin as a scapegoat. But it's like, you can't even use Kevin as a scapegoat if Powell is still there. You see what I'm saying? Because I would blame Powell still. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's not he's a little too involved. Qatar delegation returning from Tehran handed over Iran's proposal of final draft. El Arabia. Your ex was living at your house when you went to Tulum and you met your future husband. You told him and he moved out. Worked out well. You were very close. You were very close to Powell just staying there. But yeah, good thing he left. That's what I'm saying. I wish Powell would do the same thing. I wish Powell would be like, oh, I'm happy for you. Okay, my job is done. I'm going to go listen to Grateful Dead. That's it. Wow, my job is done finally. No, he's like, no, I'm a fucking boomer. Oh, you're gonna put me in jail. Oh, so I'm gonna keep my job. The fuck? Leave the country. So I'm saying it don't even make sense if you were that worried. Oh, I'm so worried I'm gonna take a less of a position and then stay in the exact same spot where you could find me and I'm doing the same exact shit. No, go to Mexico, Powell. Go to Tulum, Powell. Anywhere, bro. Anywhere. What can Powell do as a chair member? I don't know, but like, did I tell you I watched one of those government? We were watching one of those like government briefings, and then like I saw one of those white people, just like, don't underestimate the disappointing eyes of the white man. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. If you're white and you got white parents, you know what I'm talking about. Because I've seen this before. Like, white people have done this to me, and it hurts. They just give you those, like, those judgmental eyes of disappointment. The white boomer, honestly, it's a very specific type of human. But the white boomer, they give you that disappointing look in their eyes, and they just shake their head. That's what Powell's going to do. And that's enough. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't think you guys understand those disappointing eyes and the disapproval. I don't know if Kevin could handle it. That would be enough, bro. That would be enough to change all fiscal policy. I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I'm talking about, bro? I'm telling you, it's just different. Like, my parents would beat me, but like, it was different. But like, sometimes those just disappointing eyes, it's just sad, bro. Like, it causes change. And he does get a vote beyond those judgmental eyeballs. No, the DOJ, I don't think it's just weird. It sucks that Trump gives you a reason to like try to excuse Powell's behavior, but that's what I'm saying. Like, we should put our foot down and say enough is enough. The guy already cut before an election, and then tries to say it's not political. But like, let me put it this way: Janet Yellen got investigated during her term, and then even afterwards, she got investigated for a data leak. She never fucking pulled any of this shit. And she never got in trouble. That's what I'm saying. And how many people on the Fed have literally committed violations of ethics and even fucking trading and have not been punished? So it's not, that's what I'm saying. It's like, he's not, I don't think that's a real legit reason. Like I'm saying, if you believe stories, then yeah, I could see how you could be like, oh, they were going to get him. They were going to put him in jail. It's like, oh no. What should I do? I won't leave my job ever and break 100 years of precedent again. It's like, nah, I'm not buying this. So yeah, that's just my view on it. I've been saying it is a touchy subject. I didn't realize how defensive people got towards Powell, but I'm telling you, it's not like, it's just not, it's really a shitty argument for, again, this is his second or third like major deviation from precedent. Like, he's a guy pissing on the institution. That's what I'm saying. His predecessors. Imagine, bro, I'm not even half of Powell's age. And I'm telling, like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, to piss on the institution, to break precedent left and right, and then the time that somebody at any sort of being held accountable, or let alone just simply leaving, fuck accountability. Even if he just left, he plays the victim card. So that's unacceptable. That's what I'm saying. I can't believe we're starting a new Fed term with the old Fed chair. But yeah, Powell has, like I'm saying, I appreciate his beginning. I really appreciated Powell in the beginning. I mean, I think he's actually really good at his job. I can't take that away from him. But like I'm telling you, the pissing on the institution, breaking precedent, he's becoming everything he warns you about. That's what I don't like. That's why I can't be like, oh, there's the enemy, let's support whatever this guy does. It's like, no, dude, like, the guy, how much has he talked about Fed independence? This isn't independent. That's the irony, is everyone keeps telling you Fed independence. The old Fed chair refusing to leave after breaking precedent. Doesn't matter, 100 years of history, decorum, you name it. He's acting like Donald Trump in his own way, and listen, we don't need two Donald Trumps. I think all of you could agree with that, right? If you thought one Donald Trump, but that's why I'm saying I can't watch somebody act like Donald Trump and then, because I'll call Donald Trump out on what he does. But then to see Jerome Powell to run through the Fed how he is, bro, it's actually insane. It's actually like batshit insane that this man has gotten away with that, and we're accepting it. But yeah, it's weird. I am excited for that though. The first worst market freak out. He's gonna make a mistake. So, or again, the market's gonna try to get him to make one. But yeah. But then again, I mean, let's see. We'll see what happens when his mentor comes. I don't even know what Powell is called in this situation. You're still gonna have Powell in the background. For like a day. That was it. That's when the market. New stat, just bonds. So usually bonds are down the 3 months ahead of it, and then they stabilize after the 3 months once they realize homeboy's chill. Pretty much you're like uncertain about the guy, and then you hear him enough, and then you're like, all right, this is chill, and then you go back to normal. But market, it just depends, because different Fed chairs, different cycles in the market. And then think about it, they come in around midterm years as well. You know, there's just the 6-year term or whatever, so or 5-year. So then that just, it all kind of depends what's going on that year. But really the strong correlation between Fed chairs is the bonds. Are you guys watching the World Cup? I think they'll ban me if I put it on. We put one on before. I did it again. Powell is like that guy who won't sell. Yeah, kind of. Powell is like my sister. I just wish my sister was fucking a macro genius. But, you know, he kind of reminds me of my sister. But even my sister would get out of my house if I told her to get the fuck out of my house. That's what I'm saying. Powell's like, it's my house now. Well, I'm staying. Be like, why? Because I'm afraid you're going to kick me out. So you're going to squat my house? Yes. Powell is a squatter. Okay? Do you guys understand my disdain? Love the guy. Great job, bro. Great 8 years, man. You did awesome, bro. Fuck yeah, dude. Way to everything. And you made no mistakes. Great. Get the fuck out. That's it. I just want him out. Then he won't. He's a squatter. He is a squatter in the Federal Reserve. And all of his friends day trade. I didn't want to bring it up. You got a wild renter. That joke is pissing you off. Oh no, you understand what I'm saying. You understand it. You'd be like, nah, facts. You have eviction paperwork. We'll try to get him to leave prior. That whole process sucks. Qatari mediators report withdraw from new draft clause to resume original text. Negotiations stalled by Strait of Hormuz tensions. Not approved. Oil's going down though. What time? Oh, we got 50 minutes left. Why do you want him out? Okay. So, let's say Donald Trump doesn't run for election next year or in 2028, right? And then JD Vance wins. And then JD Vance puts Donald Trump on the board of the Fed or anything. Would you be happy about that? Come on, man. It's not, I just don't believe, I'm telling you guys, just give me the benefit of the doubt, please. And I encourage you to turn off all political ideology and just understand that a Fed chair staying on after his position, when the last guy who did that was literally fucking World War II, you had Hitler. Hitler was alive and well. Maybe he just recently passed. Was the last time that they did that. You know, think about it. Any sort of situation, just remove your political justification. Like I'm telling you, even if, let me put it this way, if Jerome Powell wore a MAGA hat and he went to every single Trump rally, I would still feel the same way. That's what I'm trying. That's why I encourage some of you to see how weird this is. It was already weird to break precedent, do a double cut before elections. It was weird to do emergency cuts and keep rates as low as they were. That was weird too. But the election, he broke again. That was 50 to 70 years of precedent that he broke. Okay? And then now, by staying on, it's just unfortunate. Like the reality, it doesn't give, it's a shadow government. It's a shadow chair. Just like if we put Trump in office, even if he wasn't president, and it's a shadow chair. And even just sadly, it stops Trump from even getting a fair nominee to the Fed. Because now the other guy's just staying on, taking that spot. But he's going to be there, and it's just not, his term is done. That's the one great thing about America is the transfer of power. That's it. Donald Trump lost. Y'all kicked his ass out. You got Biden in there. We had transgenders on the White House lawn. You had that within a month. You know what I'm saying? We moved on peacefully. Same, like, for someone to lose a position and then to fight and not leave it, it's very odd. And like I'm telling you, the last time this happened in the Fed, it was literally World War II. It's not a normal decision that he made. And I understand it may not be a normal context, but I'm just telling you, we're not here to, you have to be able, the moment you dive into debating the facts of this, you're accepting it. You're accepting what just happened. And they're just not there. This is not a bad take. No, this is an amazing take. This has nothing to do with the political persecution, is what I'm trying to tell you. This has to do with a man breaking precedent, holding one of the highest offices of this country. That's not technically a public office. So it's just very simple. The man has a terrible, terrible track record of breaking precedent, and now that same man is going to be able to exert his influence on what should be a new presidency and a whole new change of everything, which he had the opportunity to, and every president and Fed chair had the opportunity of up until World War II. That's what I'm telling you. This is probably the best take you're ever going to hear. You just don't want to hear it. That's why I've had this talk many, many times. Believe me, that's what I'm saying. People get salty about it, but the fact of the matter is, you don't go. Who did it? Give me an example then. You can't. You have to tell me about Trump, and that's why I hate Trump in this situation, because I'm like, Trump, of course, giving people a justification to be just as dumb as he is on the reverse. It doesn't matter. It's just this guy's the precedent breaker. You wouldn't trust him. You shouldn't trust Jerome Powell. You can't. He's already broken precedent too many times, and even then, it's not like a rate cut before the election was a good idea. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm telling you. You go back, no one's done what Powell has done, and why should scare you? It's not, and whether you think it's political prosecution or not, fact of the matter is, you don't do this in America. And the last guy who did it, it was World War II. So I can't get behind it. Like I'm saying, doesn't mean I support Trump and saying, yeah, that's what I said, drop the case against him. I don't give a fuck, but I don't care whether there was a case or not. Powell has 2 strikes of very big breaking precedent, and I can't ignore it. That's all I've been saying. Like, you can't, like, that's why if you're gonna really watch somebody break price, like, if this was a credit rating in a bank, I would not fucking trust that bank. That's what I'm trying to. You guys are like, no, they defaulted the first time. It was a fluke, technical default, and then they default again, and you're trying to tell me to invest in that, and then let's go make a new tranche of investment and tie it to the old investment? Oh, you got me fucked up. That's a failure. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not. The guy is not. It's just, it reeks. It reeks. SPY going up. It's okay. I could rant. I have SPY calls that are ripping. Yeah, those are still up. Around 200 or 300%. It's an ironic thing, is that people, the guy Powell and a lot of the people supporting Powell, they've been hell-bent on telling everybody that preserve the institution, decorum, standard. Meanwhile, the guy you're defending, all of his recent actions have spit in the face of decorum, spit in the face of hundreds of years of Fed history. That's why I'm like, unfortunately, I feel bad for the guy, but I can't be like, yeah, he's the guy. Oh yeah, Fed independence, let's do the most unindependent shit. Like, it doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, we need to uphold the history of this, preserve this institution so it could complete its job. Let's put the guy who has done exactly the opposite of that. It's like, no, you can't. But again, he's there now. I mean, my rant's not going to change things, but I do hope you see it. Like, because if you actually look at it just clear-eyed, bro, you'll realize Powell is very disrespectful to the Fed and every Fed person before him. That's why I don't know what he said. Kevin Warsh brought up what like Ben Bernanke would say. I don't know what other Fed people would say to Powell. I know some people recently supported him, but yeah, it's not there was a time where people would be like, what do you mean you're gonna break 100 years? You're gonna break unwritten rules. You're gonna break standards set by the Fed that were set there for a reason. And that's what I'm saying. And if you think Donald Trump is a good enough reason, I mean, by all means, but I think that's just a psyop in and of itself. Trump is expected to speak with Netanyahu as part of series of talks with regional leaders. Well, that's the thing I hate about Trump. That's what I said in that one video with the consumer sentiment. The one thing I hate about Trump is Trump has given people and people in mass this ideology, where now, as long as Trump did something, we're going to ignore whatever the fuck is reality and make sense. And that's why. So Trump, it's like, why did you light my Tesla on fire? Oh, Trump. Oh, okay, never mind. That's okay. It's wrong to hurt people. Oh, but if they support Trump, you can't. That's what I'm saying. Again, consumer sentiment. Right when Trump came into office, the efficacy of consumer sentiment went down the drain. Because everyone got so politicized over Orange Man that they were like, no, inflation's going to 0. No, inflation's going to 1 million. And then that's just all that's been happening. Oh, I like Trump. The economy is amazing. Oh, I don't like Trump. It's terrible. And that's what's, again, even down to this Powell situation. Powell violates precedent, violates whatever he wants. You're not looking at what Powell's doing. You're just saying, oh, but look at what Trump did to him, so I support him now. It's like, that is the thing I hate about Trump, is that Trump gives people a reason to justify really, really weird things that you wouldn't justify in any normal situation. Like I'm saying, you remove Trump and Powell did the same thing, even if it wasn't Trump. Like I'm telling you, Janet Yellen got investigated with what she did as a Fed chair. She got investigated for leaking information. She didn't. No one made this big of a deal. None of you even know this. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not. Nobody gave a fuck. She didn't keep her job or be like, oh, let me change around 100 years of history because they're investigating me. No one's done that. So that's why it's just like, you take out Trump and you look at the situation, you'd be like, well, this is weird. But yeah, Trump has unfortunately allowed that. He's opened up that Pandora's box. Adobe, I'm not playing. I have an old play from the other day. We just gotta rip those. They're pretty clapped. Industrial gas giant fueling SpaceX rockets, Lind. I thought they were LE. And then Tesla's rocketing. Everything just rips into that. Warsh, I know. See, but that's the other tinfoil. Everything they're doing now, this sets up Kevin Warsh to be terrible too. Iran fars, Trump is trying to frame it as accepted. Tehran is not given final response. You don't think he would have stayed on if he wasn't treated that way? I know, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. That's the wrong way to think about it, sadly. The right way to think about it is very simple. Is it right or wrong if he stayed on regardless? And that's what I'm trying to tell you. It was wrong for him to stay on regardless. Again, I don't care the election. It was wrong for you to cut before an election. It would be wrong to raise rates before an election. Do you see what I'm saying? The month before. So all of these things, I'm not looking at the context. I'm just looking at right or wrong of the action. And unfortunately, Powell has now consistently chosen the wrong thing. And I say wrong because compared to historical standards of what people 100 years prior for the last 100 years have been doing in his position and with more or less power, they have all chosen the right thing. So that's what I'm trying to say. That's why, unfortunately, Powell has. I've lost my patience with that man. Iran MOU likely to be signed next week. Another week of this? Oh no. SpaceX prices record 135, raising 75 billion through sale of 556 million shares. It's a lot. Likely to be signed early next week, paving negotiations for a further long-term deal. One time, 30 minutes. Hey man, as long as the oil keeps going down. Remember, we hit 85, I think, the other day. Yeah, that's where we hit, and then we bottomed off of it, but I think a real move below there, like we said, if we start getting into those 7 handles, but that bond and dollar move is hard to ignore. Dollar went way down today now. That's crazy. Dollars moved like what, 0.5% up and down? It's kind of extremely volatile. So now dollar's to the lowest level of the last couple days. I mean, just think about it. If we could get back to that Friday level, dollar could take a big down day. That's going to help a lot. All right, well, high ticker's gassing now. Again, oil, look at this daily chart, though. Well, yeah, oil's coming down. You're getting a couple follow-on headlines, but that's it. I mean, wrap it up. I think today was first, like, real bounce day. I mean, you had one on Tuesday, but that was just gap up and did nothing. If you guys recall, that one wasn't like starting off low and then ripping. But ironically, we're just into Friday's close right now. That's it. You are literally back where you closed on Friday, and now you're right under where you closed on Monday. So again, that was your little rally, but today felt like a real exhaustion rally after enough days going down. And then tomorrow's just SpaceX. You'll get consumer sentiment data. No one's gonna care, but yeah, SpaceX, the dollar, everything else. And then high ticker is it going like a Boeing. We love to fight even if gas is $5.50. Bank of Japan's tonight. They're not going to intervene. They're just going to raise rates. But look, dollar's coming down on this. That I think is your biggest. Like I was telling you today, I was like, this is not good. We finally broke out of the range, but then that headline, that was enough to kill it. Yeah, oil, we'll see. It might be depend on the gap down. If we get close again, below 80 would be amazing. But then we still need to deal with all this other shit. Because even if it drops below, then you have one bad headline by the time you get the shit next week. That could bring it back up to 90, 86, you know. Kind of how this week played out. But for now, at least like I'm saying, your first like actual rally of the day. Or like rally of the market just in these last couple days. I mean, you've been pretty beaten down, brother. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Dips get bought. The dollar. Look at him go. Oh, Microsoft is. I mean, IGV's down today. So those didn't really get too much. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of like Microsoft now. I like the 3 handle, bro. Maybe one more down day. White House press pool called to Oval Office for proclamation signing. Nvidia's going straight up now. That's breaking out. Apple, Google's going, Amazon as well. Again, Apple's kind of chilling. And then where's Meta? Meta's even climbing up here. Not bad, Habibi. Not bad. I'll take it, brother. I'll take it. The war's already over. All right, SPY's popping even more. Another one. Well, I still have that SPY. I took a lotto. Any positive meta news? But yeah, I kept it small, but very risky in terms of time. Trump, we just made a great settlement of war with Iran, subject to settling over the next few days. Signing of Iran deal, probably in Europe. So he's pumping this time. We don't believe him, but he's pumping it now. So Trump is saying we signed a deal right now. Or he's saying we just made a great settlement with war of Iran. I think he's live right now.
Relationships can ensue from this. I just spoke with the leaders of many of the countries.
Is that what he's signing right now?
I just spoke to Bibi. I spoke to the head of.
Yeah, I think he's signing this now. What the fuck?
Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, and others. And we're going to be talking
We'll
to
have
Turkey.
a deal in which Iran won't have a weapon.
President Erdogan is
We have an
great.
Iran deal signing soon.
It's really a wonderful thing.
He's just using new words.
Pakistan was
This is a
fantastic.
proclamation. It's
Prime
different.
Minister and
A MOU is not a LOI. A LOI is not a proclamation. They're different.
great general. He's so
Not
great
my
that
fault
he-
you don't
he's
know the
actually a
words.
Field marshal, step above.
I'm
And
proclaiming.
they're all very happy.
I'm
The Home Minister
proclaiming
is
to
happy. And
have
all
a
the
memorandum
release, the
of
strait will open as
understanding.
soon as we have it signed.
And then I will signal my
We've been
intent.
taking
There's
out
a
many
big
ships that
difference.
nobody knew, even the fake news.
I'm
didn't
just
know
proclaiming it.
over
I
the
proclaim.
Last month.
Here, let
we've
me
been,
sign what I proclaim.
taking out ships, big ships, quietly at night. You guys didn't know that. Pretty cool, right? As a captain, he knows about more about ships than I do. But it's pretty cool. They turned off the lights. We bombed their radar and everything, so they couldn't see what was going on. We took out some nights 25 ships, some nights 15. Last 4 or 5 nights
Strait
we did
will open
25,
as soon as
22,
deal is signed.
21, 26.
So yeah, he's
18,
talking about what
and
that first
14.
headline was. He's pumping it.
Who else would remember those numbers?
Like I'm saying, I don't know if there's a difference between
And,
proclamation
a
and
lot of ships, a lot of
MOI.
oil is out. That's why oil,
MOU.
even before this, the market couldn't understand why it was so free. There was more oil than they thought. What they're trying to, we took them out at night, and that with the strait will officially open as soon as we sign, which could be soon, very soon, maybe over the weekend, in Europe. I won't be able to be there, but JD will be there, Vice President, and some of the people. Steve Witkoff did a great job, Jared. So we'll take some questions, but right now we're here to talk about
So weird.
fishermen and fisherwomen.
Okay, yeah, different
Okay?
deal. That's he's
We
signing a
have,
different
they're great
proclamation.
people. And I guess I'm
That's
a
what
little
he, so he's
prejudiced
not
'cause they all
signing it,
voted
but
for me. We
I
just
think
got
that's why people are
100%.
getting hyped.
110%.
That gave off the vibe that he was signing this
We'd have
proclamation
a
thing.
surprise. We'd have
But
a
this
big
is for something
surprise.
else. But he is
So
he
it's
definitely just
my
jawboned a
honor
fuck
to
ton. He's
be
giving
taking
you a
this action
timeline for
to
next
lower
week.
seafood costs and generate millions and millions of dollars in new business for our great, really great fishermen, great people.
That
By
spy's like
restoring
600%
commercial
or
access
something.
to
If
3
you still have
areas
it.
of the western Pacific Ocean. It's a large amount of space we're talking about that they were restricted. Other countries would use it, but our country couldn't use it. You ever hear anything so stupid? I want to thank Secretary
Stupid.
of Commerce Howard Lutnick, Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum, Alaska Governor Mike Dunleavy, and Congresswoman Kimberly King Hines for joining us today. We appreciate it all very much. Thank you very much. Thanks as well to Captain Sig Hansen, a superstar. Him and Tom Cruise are the 2 biggest people in entertainment. Thank you very much. Great job. And Pacific Seafood CEO Frank Dulcich and his sons Dominic and Charles, and many more dedicated fishermen and seafood industry leaders. We have some great leaders here. And your product is amazing. It's been going along for a long time, right? Seafood. It's amazing. and doing great.
You guys got
Under
great
the
product.
Obama-Biden administration's radical environmentalists drastically restricted access for fishermen in coastal communities. Hundreds of thousands of square miles of ocean was cut off for them. They can't fish. Other people could fish. They couldn't. These people weren't allowed to fish. Can you imagine that? Did you ever think that was going to happen as you grew up? Probably as the sons and daughters of fishermen, right? That someday they were going to take away the right for you to go fishing in the Pacific Ocean. What a bunch of dopes. Those decisions closed off vast resources and really the richest fishing grounds, they say, anywhere in the world, destroyed livelihoods and made the United States more dependent on foreign products. And I did a similar thing for Maine. Maine is very much in the subject because I have a pig running for the Senate. He's a pig. He's not a senator. He's a joke. He's a
It's a
con man.
pig.
But
Fucking
so
swine.
And, you know, I won half of Maine. I won they have two. I won the one by a lot. Fishermen, actually, come to think of it. Fishermen
No,
and
you said that's a pig.
the lumberjacks, people that go out there and work. I won them. So I love Maine, but it's amazing. They had I think it was 500 mile by 500 mile, massive amount of the Atlantic Ocean. You weren't allowed to fish, but Canada was. Japan was. They all came in and fished, but our people weren't allowed to fish there. That was put in by Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama and Sleepy Joe
Barack
Biden.
Hussein.
And it's a shame. I mean, a shame. But I did it a little while ago and opened it up to them. Twice I've done it now, Peter, right?
Sir.
Peter Navarro, the great Peter Navarro. And I did it twice. I did it.
It was all, again, you just got a second pump.
And I wasn't
The
here.
way they framed
Totally
that, it
rigged
seemed like he
election.
was
Just
signing
like
something.
What was happening in California.
But then,
See what- they
yeah,
got the
just
kid
he's
out.
pumping this idea
And
of
then
a
they were
peace
doing the
deal
same
next
thing to
week.
Steve Hilton.
That was
And I
kind of
started-
random.
I started bringing
Like I
it-
said, just take it
I
as
said,
we're
look,
going to attack, pull it
they
back.
said,
That was enough for
it's gonna
this.
take 2 more weeks.
But yeah, he's
It was a week. And
definitely
he was heading
jawboning
south.
today. He wanted.
And I started saying it's a rigged election.
I don't know. I think he wanted some momentum.
And then they
Because
said
he
it
came
was
out
gonna take 2
swinging
weeks,
with those
1 week,
Iran
2
headlines.
weeks. And
The
all of a
Truth
sudden he was
Social was the
approved.
first
You know why?
part, but
'Cause
yeah,
the heat was on.
he's
couldn't
trying to
get away
get you
with
to
it.
look
I
ahead.
didn't
That's
do
what
it. I
I'm
guarantee
saying.
he wouldn't-
This
he
was all
wouldn't be
just
the
take it at
nominee.
face
It's a rigged
value. But
election.
everything he said so far
Our
is
country, and we
he's
have
trying to
get,
punt
by the way,
expectations
Save
to next
America
week.
Act has to get passed by the Senate. House has passed it 3 times. But with today's action, we're officially reopening nearly 500,000 square miles, of water around northwestern Hawaiian Islands, northern Mariana Islands, and American Samoa. I mean, we'll ask you in a second, but why the hell did they close it? Why? Is it not enough fish, or what's going on? They closed it. Peter, do you
All
have any
these space
reasons why they
stocks are
closed
getting
it?
pumped coming in tomorrow. So the
Hussein
first like
Obama,
early sympathy, man, it's kind of working.
Activists tried to shut it down. But you're right, sir. It's crazy. They let all
Ruined
the
the big
foreign boats,
industry, by the
the
way.
foreign boats come in. It's crazy.
Foreign.
And they leave our captains out. It's crazy. It's bad for fish prices too.
But we're making up for it, right?
Yes, sir.
And this will support millions of dollars in annual harvest of big-eye tuna, swordfish, reef fish, and many other types of fish. It will protect small local fisheries and coastal communities that depend on their livelihoods. I mean, they are very dependent on this. And it will increase domestic seafood production to help lower costs for American communities. And you're talking about millions, tens of millions of dollars of income. And we have so much. These areas, I mean, they just like say, oh, let's just close them. The amazing thing is that other countries, there's no restriction. You know, you can go and do whatever you want. It's just crazy. America's fishermen have never had a better ally in the White House than Donald Trump. That I will say. I shouldn't say that because I don't want to brag, but based on the vote of getting almost every vote ever.
Just made 100, but I'm trying not to
You have
brag.
never had. And again, in Maine, I opened it up. You know who was fishing there? Canada. Japan was fishing there. Maine lobster. You couldn't get a Maine lobster. You had to go to Japan to get a Maine lobster. You believe it? You had to go to Canada to get a Maine lobster. They were fishing there. Not only that, you had to go a day and a half in a boat, and they had you at 3 knots. That means like essentially a little bit different than 3 miles an hour, but it means slow. 3 knots until you got outside of this 500-mile area because they didn't want you to disturb the fish that you weren't allowed to fish for. No, but think of it. These people are crazy. And the new thing they had was you had to have an electric boat, even though they didn't work, and even though once you got out there, you had a problem because you couldn't get back because they didn't charge long enough. These are problems that were mentioned to them, and they said, we don't care. you have to have an electric boat. And the other problem is the battery is much heavier, as you know. Yeah. So the boat has a tendency to sink. And they were forced, by 2030 or so, you were forced to have an electric boat. I don't think you were too happy with that, right?
Not at all.
Anyway, but this is going to support millions and millions
chips
of people.
into the bell, and then again,
America's
space stocks
fishermen
as well. I got 20 minutes left.
They're special people.
Still holding up after the second Trump
fishermen
pump.
And fisherwomen. So tell me, how
he
do
just
they
said sign
define
can
that?
be
Because
soon,
in
maybe
most
over the
industries,
weekend.
Like you have
So he
policemen,
pushed it into
policewomen.
next week, but he
You
even
call
wants you hyped
fishermen
over
and
the weekend.
fisherwomen? I haven't heard of that one.
That's
before.
second part of this. This is the crazier part,
how
sadly.
are the women? Do they want to be designated as fisherwomen? Does anybody want to answer that question?
They'll take fishermen.
Yeah, fishermen, fisherwomen.
How about fisher people?
Or if you want to be politically correct, sometimes they use the term fisher, but
Fisher.
I like fisherman or fisherwoman myself.
How about fisher people?
There we go.
They shouldn't have laughed when he said it.
These people are
What about
crazy.
fisher people?
President Trump, I Googled that because I was at the same
What about
meeting
fish
trying to
people?
figure
People
out to
fish.
be politically correct.
And what is the answer?
So the Google
I think that's
answer
what
said that
Jesus
most
did. He
women
said you're a
attribute
fisher of
men
men.
because they feel like they're
I know,
strong
wow.
individuals
My
and they can do
favorite
the work
verse.
of a man.
My favorite's all of them. I love all the verses. How can you have
My
a favorite
administration's
verse?
already rolled back burdensome regulations to increase gear flexibility. You know what that means, right? Do you know what that means? I heard they made you buy gear that you
Kicker
didn't
pumping.
want.
Again, NIVDA,
And it
chips
didn't
are
work.
leading
Other than
this.
that, it was quite
It'd be
good.
even better if, again, as long as
Expedite,
staples don't come
guaranteed
down,
the
and then if
government
IGV could
contributions
catch a bid to
by
green.
whoever owns the company that
But yeah, it's
made the
mainly
bad
chips
gear.
right now that are running.
Expedite fishing start dates and significantly raise catch limits based on the best available science. You know about that? That's
Broadcom.
unbelievable. We
Again, high
expanded
ticker's
access
almost
to
fully
key fishing
maxed out.
grounds
It's
in the
broadening out.
Atlantic and the
A couple of
Pacific
staples,
Ocean,
but now financials,
including
and then
vast
again, the
areas
chip
off the
strength
coast of
is
New England. I mentioned
very solid.
500 miles by 500 miles. That's a lot. That's a lot of fish. It's a lot of lobster that was being
There's a
sold
lot
by
of fish.
Japan. I will tell you, foreign countries are very happy because they ended up taking over the Maine lobster business. Maine lobster business live from Japan, right? But we gave it back to them. These actions have unlocked billions of dollars in economic value and protected thousands and thousands of jobs from great people that voted for Trump. And they voted for me because of common sense. That's all it is. Because anybody can see this stuff is crazy. This is one industry, but other industries likewise. And right now we have $18 trillion being invested in our country. And under the last administration it was less than one. And this is 18 trillion, by the way, in less than a year. It was 4 years less than one. Right, Howard?
That's correct.
By restoring
Fuck
fishing
you, Howard.
access to these waters in the Western Pacific,
hear it,
we're
Howard.
reclaiming our maritime heritage, empowering American fishermen, and putting American consumers
Al Arabia
first with
agreement extending
lower
truce
prices.
for
You're gonna
60
have
days
more
and
fish,
opening
lower
the strait.
prices. So now let's hear from first Secretary Lutnick and then Secretary Berger, followed by Governor Dunleavy and Frank Duelstich and Captain Sig Hansen.
I want to hear from
And then
Howard.
we'll
See,
take
that's
some
what I'm saying. I'd be
questions,
bullying
and maybe we'll hear
Howard.
a little bit about some
I'll be
other
like, let's hear
subjects.
from Howard.
To me,
Howard.
it's
And
really
then he come up and be
important
like, hi,
to
my name's
understand
Howard. I'll be like, okay, that was Howard.
so
He's
we
done.
get it
Next.
done.
Fuck you,
No
Howard.
auto pen? I don't want an auto pen. Can you believe 94% signed by an auto pen? Can you believe that? I think it's higher than 94%.
Marvel.
The
We're
only
going to
one
just
that
off Trump
was
peace
definitely signed
pump.
by him that we know
He's
of.
definitely
You know what it
pushing
was? It was
forward
his son.
the time frame on one of
Whose
these
son?
deals,
His
but
son. That was the
that
only one. You
threaten
can tell,
more,
you know
pull
why?
it back.
Because his signature
We've
was
seen that
horrible.
before. That was the first half, but now, yeah, he started
a
pumping
real
this
beauty,
idea
that one.
of a way quicker
Okay.
peace deal.
Do we want to do some questions?
Mr. President.
Do we like to speak? Yeah, go ahead.
So, this action, 500,000 square miles were closed to American fishermen. You couldn't go and fish. 500,000 square miles.
Where did you
Just
last fish?
Think of how big that is. And if you had an American flag, you weren't allowed there. But of course, everybody else went. So they went in our waters. These are our waters. And so what did that result in? That resulted in us instead of having seafood exports, because we have great fishing opportunity, we were an importer. We became an importer of seafood. How crazy is that? So the president is finally changing that. This is a massive win for our fishermen, massive win for our waterfront communities who process it, all these processors. And in the end, we are going to eat fish caught by us. What a shock! Eating fish caught by us in our waters. So this is just common sense, smart. We already have the best conservation rules in the world, and this was one on top of another on top of another. So thank God from the fisherman's perspective, and I get these calls all the time, that President Donald Trump is in this office because he's finally letting our great fishermen and fisherwomen get out there and catch fish and stop importing fish.
But we still ask why. Did you go to that island once? Don't be shy. Please don't
echoing that with President Trump's leadership.
We don't even like you. Howard escaped 9/11. Terrorists got their virgins in heaven, but there's still something I'm not getting. What the F did you go to that island?
I just want to say thank you to President Trump. I want to say thank you to my great friend, Secretary Lutnick in Commerce. We have dual responsibilities across Commerce and Interior related to fish. And of course, with our partners in the Pacific, because American Samoa, Guam, the Commonwealth of Northern Marianas Islands. We've got the Congresswoman here from Northern Marianas Islands. These are all American
this
citizens.
sucks. What was that one Netflix
said,
documentary?
This is U.S. territorial waters. And
what was the one on the fishing? I swear I didn't eat sushi for like 2 weeks, bro. You know that? I watched one Netflix documentary on fishing. I didn't have any sushi for 2 weeks. That's big. I'm in California. Even though we don't get our fish here, apparently.
And these folks,
yeah, what was it called? Deep sea or something?
Their lives, they risk their own personal capital to help feed America. They're the farmers of the sea. Just like President Trump's behind our farmers and ranchers, he's behind our fishermen. He's making sure that America is great. This brings back healthy food for our schools, our military, all the things that we're working on with Secretary Kennedy and with Pete Hegseth. So this is a win-win-win across the board. Again, thank you, President Trump. Thank you, Howard. Great day for America.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, this is another example of America First.
That's
to be
a
honest
tall
with
guy.
you. Alaska provides 60% of the country's
These
seafood.
tall guys, you guys just stick out now.
We're the state with halibut, salmon,
You know what I'm saying? If he was
king
5'7",
crab,
he'd be
you name
perfect
it, comes
height.
from Alaska. Fishing in Alaska is one of the oldest industries in that entire state. Employs thousands of individuals. Everyone has had fish from Alaska. We know that. But this is an example, again, putting America first,
Seaspiracy,
workers first,
that's what it was.
and really this country first. And so,
Changed my
on
life,
behalf
bro.
of Alaska, on behalf of all fishermen and women,
it's
I wanna
popping.
thank
There's
you for
no
what you're
PR
doing for this
yet.
country, for the state
They
of
just
Alaska.
got listed on a Qualcomm website.
I mean, it's just so hard to believe.
Howard escaped
This was a problem for your
9/11.
industry, which is a big industry.
Well, your deregulation is what really helps Alaska. It helps the fishermen. The country doesn't need more regulation. We need less regulation. And that includes for this industry as well. And so from that perspective, and it's across the board. We could talk about oil and gas and so forth, but this is about fish. But your deregulation approach is really what we need. We don't need more costs. And as you said, we probably don't need electric boats either. We need to focus on getting seafood to Americans, putting people to work, and this is exactly what this does. So I just want to
did a
thank you.
reverse split.
Good job.
EW up 11 spots. 10-minute rig.
Mr. President,
Please.
I'm third generation. These two are some of our kids, as well as four. Pacific Seafood immigrated, my grandfather immigrated into this country and started his first fish market in 1941.
But we
From there,
still
we're
ask
one of the largest
why.
integrated seafood companies in North America. It was an American dream. And I'm honored to have been.
Where are you from?
Portland, Oregon, and now Arizona.
Liberal.
Oh, that's not a liberal. Trust me.
There's probably more people than you think as Republicans, conservatives.
If we could count the votes.
Yeah, if
That's
you can
another
count
issue.
the votes properly. Yeah.
But where we are is the act, the proclamation today, and the executive order last year and prior to this is really going to help us. We have 3,000 families that work with us, and 715 fishing families, lower 48 in Oregon, Washington, California, and Alaska, that depend on what we catch, what we process, and what we grow and sell is the healthiest protein on the planet. And you're giving us access to these family wage jobs in these coastal communities where we're usually the #1 or #2 employer in those cities and counties and coastal community. And so I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of that 3,000 employees and 715 fishermen. Thank you, Mr. President. Secretaries, thank you, and everybody that supports this industry.
So did you ever see this happening when they destroyed your whole life and your family and your business, everything else? Did you ever think that somebody would come along and save it?
I'm going to just be really clear. There's never been a president to do this.
Thank you. That's very nice.
I just want to say, Mr. President, that, my father always said, always give credit where credit is due.
This kid does his push-ups.
And I'm here representing
You can
Newark
just tell.
and
Look at that
fishermen.
posture.
I am one myself, as you know. And, I spent a couple of months with you on The Apprentice.
Bro, that kid looked
and I
like
saw
if
your
Jack
work
Doherty
ethic
got a
there.
job.
And I got to tell you,
If Jack Doherty finished school, bro.
I can't fathom
You see
how
that kid?
you
He looked like Jack. He had the
can do
jaw,
all this
bro. He looked like a
and how
bigger
you
version of
get
Jack
the
Doherty.
time to do what
Jack
you
Doherty
do.
went to West
And
Point.
representing
That's
us
what I'm fucking
and
talking
helping
about.
the fishermen the way you have done. It's mind-boggling to me, because I know you got your hands full, but putting us on that pedestal and backing up our industry the way you have, it's just phenomenal. And I got to say, I've been fishing since I was 12 years old. I've never been fired in my life until I spent a couple of months with this man. And, and it was very humbling, to say the least.
You did a great job.
And I tell you what, when I think about it, I was a better captain after that because I was very nice to my crew. I was very humbled when I was fired. And anyway, I just want to say,
he was like, Josh,
it's
I
for
got
you.
banned, and now
This is a crew
I
member's
learned a
cap.
lot
You
while
can
I
take
got
that.
banned. It's good
And
to be back.
you're one of us now. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
You've done more for this nation in the fishing space. We're farmers of the sea. We produce this great healthy protein. I'm from North Carolina, but we support you 100%. You have done more for this nation in the seafood space than any president before you in my lifetime. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm Eric from Hawaii. United States fisheries are the best managed in the world, and this action is really about balancing, the interests in U.S. exclusive
You see
economic
Jack
zone.
Discipline over
We can
there?
have both ocean protection under our laws, as well as
That's what we'll call
sustainable
him,
fishing.
Jack Discipline.
And that's what this is about. And I think, Mr. President, you are the only president that has really stepped up in terms of supporting fishermen. like you're doing.
Airlines, AMD.
No other president we've seen.
All right, man. Well, that's your final five is coming in now. Rapparoon, Chattadoon.
There's a tremendous seafood deficit in trade. Imports are undercutting us left and right. But seafood is
Well,
healthy.
they're taking it right out of your water.
Yeah, and seafood is a
They're
healthy
taking
food
They're taking
item.
it from your water
Right.
and selling it in to the United States.
That's right.
The whole thing is just crazy.
So really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, please.
First of all, thank you, Mr. President, to you and your family for the sacrifice and the commitment to the country.
Thank you.
I'm in the sea scallop business. I don't know
Bro,
who likes
Sats,
sea
all the
scallops.
SpaceX stocks pump, dude.
New Bedford,
So literally every little
Massachusetts
space
is a port that,
sympathy
is
is
recognized
like
as
running
the
into the
highest
fucking high
grossing
at the close.
revenue port in the
Kinda
United
crazy.
States. I don't know who knows where New Bedford is, but sea scallops, there's roughly 300 vessels, or 300 full-time vessels. They range from 85 feet to 100 feet. 6 flight came from New Bedford. And you talked earlier about some examples of stupidity or whatever. We have vessels that can cost anywhere
what the
between
fuck?
$3 to $5 million, and those vessels
Dog,
only work.
thank you.
for
Made
35
so
days
much
a year.
today.
They
$100
sit at the
again.
rest of the time at the dock. So we need certain things that could
Dog,
help
there's
us,
been
and I
at
know
least
that
like
this-
5 or
because of
6
your executive order,
$100 donos. So I appreciate
it's
y'all.
a game changer. That
That's it.
order
You
is a
guys know
game
I'm not
changer
doing a
for
watch
us.
list tonight
And
either,
one more
too. I gotta
example, there's an area
make
that,
sure I don't wake up
Frank
not talking
mentioned
tomorrow.
on the Pacific
But
side,
I
there's an
appreciate you.
area
I would
off
scream a
George's
lot
Bay
more,
that's
but God bless you.
248 square miles.
God bless you, man.
248 square,
Y'all tripping.
square miles.
I love it, but y'all tripping.
It's the
It's
largest.
good though. I like it. I like making money.
It's restricted.
I get
Been
I
closed
make
since
money, and I think you
1995.
make money, so that
And
way you
here
give
we
me
are,
money. So it's a
29
win-win. That
years
means money's
later,
being
we
made.
can't even get it. It's
So
the
let's
bu-
go,
it's the
baby. Make
best
sure you all
golf
secure
ground
it. Get ready
in
for
the
tomorrow.
United States.
I spoke with the gentleman before him. We're going to fix
Take
this.
a look at it.
Woo!
But it's all nonsense.
But
So
how
we do this.
you talked about stupidity? How crazy is that? We haven't been able to get in there for 30 years, and it's been environmentalists.
Do other people get in?
There's lobster guys in there. There's
From
some
other countries.
Yeah, they cut it.
Lobster
Well,
guys, they let
mostly
the fucking
United
lobster
States,
guys
but
in? It's bullshit, man.
It's the best scallop ground that we have in the United States.
How do they get
Even
in?
the fucking lobster guy got
Well,
some?
they
Are you
can
kidding
get in.
me?
We can't. They won't allow scallop fishing in there.
Oh, I see.
So it's prohibited from us.
Crazy.
Fuck
But
the
there's-
lobster
I mean,
guys.
Just think of a boat that we have that sits, and we've asked, we're working, and I just
Fucking
explained
New
it to Secretary
Bedford.
Letnick about, we're right now pretty close to where we could easily take a permit and put another permit on it, but why should we let these boats sit at the dock for 330 days?
Yeah.
It's crazy, so
We'll look at that.
thank you so
Thank
much, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I'm a federal advisor on the Sea Scout plan, President Trump, and spent a lot of time helping advise the council.
Man, you close on the first long-term
The
crew.
best managed fishery in the world, bar none of any fishery we have.
Well, what a great day, Chad.
But it's ludicrous.
What a
to
great.
allow
Yeah,
those
hopefully you're
scallops.
not one of them
They
lobster
live
guys
about 8
either.
to 10 years.
Fuck all
And
that.
we've
Shout
already
out to
gone
Lawn
through 3
Tim.
different cycles of those scallops maturing and dying that we're not harvesting. There's a way for us to do that. And,
All right, Chad. We'll wrap it up. I mean, this is your
director
final
makes
couple
it
of minutes.
positive
Not
as
much
opposed
time
to
left.
negative.
Couple
It
things.
needs
Some
to be
premium
done.
held up, but they're taking a pump in here.
Nobody-
This continues tomorrow. It'll be nice if SpaceX fucks it all up. Then all the money goes whoosh.
When they're dead.
Whoop.
Not very good.
Not good?
Not good.
And you talked about the maha. I mean, it's one of the best. Frank said his fish, the scallops, are one of the best proteins. Yeah,
There you go.
they are.
It's a wrestle. Oh, we can come to UFC.
Anybody else? You guys okay?
Yeah, bro.
The other
Space stocks
thing
are up like
too,
15,
price of
20%,
craft has
dude.
tripled for us, so
Kind of crazy.
we're not getting that competition from other countries, which is
IDB
Explain
still
that.
red.
Russian
Chips in
product,
Korea,
for
rip,
example.
rip.
So tariffs, our price just
Those meta plays are still up,
And
even though the
sells.
stock went down.
People buy
So
it.
yeah, we're
It's
ready
all
for the
US.
ruling play.
And that's
But
all
yeah, you got to
So,
finalize
in
though.
other
That one's
words,
still a
I-
big gamble.
you
We
know,
don't know
at
how
the
it's going to
dollar,
play
we
out.
received
All of these are
triple the
again
amount
until we
of
get real
what we
momentum.
invest.
Just
So
be
the
cautious
demand
on
is
any
there,
of these
and
plays
people
really.
buy it. So,
See, we got a good spy one though. That one hit.
Yeah, sure.
That one was not bad.
My husband Sterling here.
How are you?
I'm doing well. He's an Alaska buried sea crab fisherman, and I'm a farmer's daughter from Iowa.
Good.
And I just
Good
want
combination.
We'll accept the sea crabs, but none of them
I just want
lobster
to say
boys.
Thank you for your leadership and representing not only fishing families, but the farmers to help make American agriculture.
All right, Chattadoon, Rapparoon. See where space stocks open up if this continues, and then you're gonna hear people talk a little bit more about a peace deal. But you only have 1 minute.
To stop offshore wind turbines because experts say that they destroy the commercial fishing industry, not to mention their national security threat as you
Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Do we get day 2 of momentum? Recovery? What happens with SpaceX? You'll have a little bit more time to decide, but tonight till tomorrow, you got to wrap that up right now. Less than 15 seconds remaining. Bring it home. Let's go.
Well, I want to say, first of all, absolutely positively, the
4,
construction of these
3,
towers
2,
have effect on fisheries.
1.
We've had multiple roundtables between
Ding 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 ding. Horna Chatadonia.
Number 2
What
is
a close.
marine mammals, which ours
What a
has
day.
in
My brethren, you're
NOAA.
here.
It's
I need a
affected. We've had
GG.
more
It's
whales
not as
wash
hype
up
with
on
them in
shore
the
during
background,
construction of
but
these offshore things.
I'll
So
still
it's
do a
not-
good game,
it's not
baby.
great
Thank
for
you.
marine life, not great
Thank you for your
fisheries.
time today.
We also have
My
a report from
members, my
Secretary
non-members,
Pizza,
stream alerts locked
which
in. Did you
conclusively
learn
this is a
something?
national
Are you in the
security
game? Are you
threat, and we
making
should
money
understand
even
this
off the
was-
stuff you
this
don't
was
agree
thrown
in? Are
out
you
by
kidding
Democrats
me?
and said, no, it's not. It
Oh,
can't be
but
a national
GG, baby. Thank
security.
you.
They're just making
Thank
up.
all of you
Other
for your
countries,
time today.
including Sweden,
Thank
have
you if you
canceled
actually
offshore wind
contributed,
projects
man.
because
Some of
of
y'all
national
contributed with
security
donations.
issues.
You
And
didn't
all you
have
have to do is pay
to.
attention
I
to the way the
appreciate
wars
y'all,
are being
man, but
fought
for
today.
real, y'all had
It's
good
autonomous
questions,
on autonomous,
good
a lot of it low
interaction. You made
altitude.
the most of it.
These wind
You
towers that
handled that
President Trump
period
is
between
working to try
decision
to
and
stop.
result.
The
You
towers
handled
themselves
that
can be 600
uncertainty
feet.
with
The blades
grace.
are
Oh, my
250 on top of
goodness.
that. You could launch an
Oh,
attack
my
on the
goodness.
US in the Northeast, in our most populous area, with a bunch of autonomous drones coming through
God
a
bless
wind
you, baby.
tower field, which
God
cover
bless you. Shout out to
thousands, if
Chad
not
and
tens of thousands of
Gigi.
miles.
Thank you
That
for your
level of
guys'
attack
time
would
today.
be
No
undetectable
watch list.
until
I'm
it
gonna try
was
again. I
came
might
through
make
the
an
radar
Instagram
interference.
video. I'm a little
And then we
under
know
the
that
weather,
there's autonomous
so you're gonna
undersea
have to bear
activity
with
going
me.
on. Now that's
But
happening in the
we'll
Gulf
be here
with
for a
advances
Friday,
in
baby.
technology on
We'll
all
be
sides.
here for a Friday.
The sonar, the vibration of running the wind towers affects the undersea
game.
sonar. So it's a
GG,
huge
bro.
national security threat, bad for marine mammals,
GG.
bad for fish. President Trump is going to keep fighting for what's
I
right.
feel
for
good,
humans.
bro. This is all just the technicality. That's all. I'm front running it. I just know I could be totally more dead, but if I get ahead of it, it can't. You know what I'm saying? It's easier to recover 20% than 80%. You know what I'm saying? So I'm making sure, bro. But God is good, bro. I'm still excited every day. Every day. It's been a good day, even though I'm glad it's been slow for a little bit. You know.
Because you have come close to
We'll see. I don't know. I got 500%.
It'll be soon.
That spy
Maybe
call
this
was pretty
weekend.
money today, but we didn't get 1,000%er.
I understand the answer.
Did we not? We didn't get another 1,000%er this week.
And when this deal
well.
is signed, is the
Don't
United
worry.
States going to
Not
immediately
desperate for
lift
it.
the blockade?
It will come.
Yes, that's true. That's part of the deal.
I don't know this move. I didn't expect this move. That's why.
Oil prices
Again, the
dropping
risk
like
to
a
reward
rock.
looked good in the
And,
morning,
sir,
but
have you actually
let's just see where
secured an
tomorrow
agreement
brings.
on
SpaceX.
the
Let's let that
discussions
money
about
flow,
nuclear
and
material
depending on if
and
it's
nuclear
successful
negotiations?
SpaceX
Conceptually
launch,
on that,
that could be
and
good.
nobody's getting close
Bad
to it because
SpaceX
it's buried
launch could
under
be
a
bad.
mountain, basically.
But yeah, we'll find out, baby.
Those
We'll
B-2
find out what this brings us into.
But has Iran committed to not pursuing
But that's the
nuclear
day
weapon,
chat.
or
I'll
will
let this
there
play
be
for a
more
little. We got
negotiations on
Adabe
that
earnings.
down the
They will
line?
not have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that. There will be no, which is the whole reason, which is a big part of the reason.
Is that
maybe
going
the
to be in
biggest.
your agreement, sir?
They will not only not have, they will not purchase, develop in any way, any shape, in any way, shape, or form a nuclear weapon. They will not have a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, just to follow up on that, you have said before that Iran and the United States were close to a deal. It has not happened yet. Why are you so convinced that this time is different?
Because they've taken a pounding.
Good question.
They've taken a pounding like very few people could take, and they want to make the deal a lot more than I do. And we could have had it done the other way, I guess, but it would have taken longer. They got hit very hard recently, as you know, and I don't like to have to do things that way, but I felt it was necessary. It's a great deal for the United States and for the Middle East, and I think ultimately great for Iran because they'll be able to build up their country and other country. I really believe it's a regime change because I find these people to be much more rational than the people that are no longer with us. We knocked out the first team of leadership, the second team of leadership. This is a different group, this is a different level, and I think it's frankly a smarter level, and it's a level that has reason. And they've all approved the deal. Everybody's approved the deal. Now we'll get it finished up, and hopefully that'll be done. We will not have Iran having a nuclear weapon, which is very important to these people behind me. We can talk about fishing. There won't be anybody to fish. The fish will still be around, I guess. They're probably going to be affected too. We're not going to let it happen. So Iran will essentially, most important paragraph to me, Iran will in no way, shape, or form have a nuclear weapon or purchase a nuclear weapon.
Is this just a concept of that agreement when it comes to nuclear? You said this was just a concept of that agreement. So is this just essentially setting the stage for deeper talks on nuclear?
It's a very strong memorandum of understanding. That is a little conceptual, but it's something that's going to get done. And if it doesn't get done for any reason, which I can't imagine that not happening.
Now, if you don't understand what that means, it's not my problem.
I would say they want to sign it more, maybe a lot more, but it's a very detailed memorandum of understanding, also agreed to by many other countries that have great influence over them, and everybody wants it done. So it's going to get done.
The President suggested yesterday that Iran may be tapping along the U.S. Those were the words that you used. What makes you believe that they are sincere this time in wanting to pursue diplomacy?
It's the level of enthusiasm for getting it done.
Adobe is out.
And we were hitting them very hard.
So Adabe, it is out. What did they do? Second quarter revenue of 6.62. Estimate was 645. The highest estimate was 648. So they smashed it on that. EPS came in at 590. Estimate was 582. Adjusted net income was 2.4 billion. Operating income 2.24. Do I have that one? Yeah, 2.2. No, they slightly missed on that. But top and bottom line were a huge beat. They see full year EPS 24.35 to 24.45. They raised that by $1. And then third quarter EPS 6.05 to 6.10. Estimate was 5.77. And then what about revenue? Where's Q3 revenue? I gotta find that. But they beat and they raised full year guide, but it's still getting fucking slammed. They have no love, dude. Ain't no love in the heart of a dabby. Ain't no love in the heart of video editing. Diluted second quarter. Third quarter 667 to 672. They guided up. Bro, they beat and raised on everything. So I don't know if it was too big of a sandbag, but no, they might even bounce off of that, bro. Literally, they killed this quarter. They beat that by 10, 20%. Beat the top end. They guided up to 667 to 67. Estimate was 65. And then EPS 440 to 445 or 610. Non-GAAP was still a raise. 464. Yeah, they've guided up on all of them. They might as well just take it private. I know, right? No, I'm telling you, that was a beat and raise on every single metric. So again, they missed on operating income slightly, but you could offset that with all the other beat and raises. So yeah, I mean, I don't know why it might bounce, bro. I mean, at the end of the day, that one wasn't that was not a bad for all these software plays. Usually you beat and raise like that, you'll get rewarded, but I mean, they have not had one single good quarter in like a year or two. But yeah, that one was actually good. That was a beat, raise. Last time, remember, they beat and raised. Then they did a fat buyback, but then they fired the CEO. Or then they replaced him. But yeah, in this case, you don't really... Maybe I'm missing something. We'll see what happens. But for now, it's holding. For now, I'd say it's a good report. Dabe. Adobe CFO departing. Carg Island, we put that in our shooter games. What's your name? Boop, 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 boop. Trump declines to set a deadline for Iran deal, calling Tehran rational and confident a deal will be reached. A spy, oil, dollar, space. That's it. Just be here tomorrow. So again, we're not going to have a watch list tonight, but it's all about SpaceX. So just be here for SpaceX. We'll be going over that live. Again, I'll give you a watch list, or I'll try to get an Instagram video, but even then, it'll all be about SpaceX. I averaged down on the 2 plays that I like for this month. Again, Palantir and Zillow. And then that's pretty much it. We're playing Meta as well, but those are a little riskier. We got a nice spy play today. And then, yeah, man. Oh, and then the KBRs. I forgot about that one. I really like that one, too, if we could get a delayed reaction. So we'll see. Yeah, man, thank you. All right, Chad. Well, on that note, it's time for Joshua to depart. I love you all. God bless you. We'll see where Adobe ends up. I think you need the conference call, but that one was not bad, bro. I'm very fascinated with how software is played out. So we'll see, my friends. But God bless you. Thank you for your time today, man. For real, you made the most of it. You got to take advantage of the opportunity. Some of y'all made that very apparent. So I appreciate you showing love, man. Let's close out Friday. Close out this week. Get ready for another one and see. Maybe momentum comes back. We'll find out. But Chad, I love you all. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon. Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friend, oh, why you have the knowledge. You just need the wisdom. That's it. Wisdom sharpens your judgment, my friends. Why, baby? Why? Ah! Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. God bless you all. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning. And yeah, let's see if I don't know if the war ends again or not tomorrow. We'll see what we wake up to. But God bless you all. Thank you again for your time. And before I go, just remember, all of this content is brought to you by our sponsors. You know, but you guys donated a lot today, so you know, maybe I don't need a sponsor video, but you know, they help me. Besides,
put your
you guys,
moderate to severe volatility in check
help
with
me
long-term
provide all this
monthly
content.
savings and high-quality
Check
ownership.
them out.
Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an
Bye.
absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep.
My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly.